beneath a searing desert sky, where silence speaks louder than words and every shadow hides a secret, a journey unfolds. In a land torn by clashing worlds, one soul dares to see through an unflinching lens, seeking truths that burn brighter than the sun. Amidst whispers of danger and the weight of unseen gazes, this is a story of courage, discovery, and the haunting cost of bearing witness. Step into a wilderness where every moment captured could change everything. Chapter 1: The Unforgiving Lens. The heat pressed down like a physical weight, a smothering blanket woven from shimmering air, and the silence of the vast, indifferent Arizona territory. Amelia Hudson shielded her eyes, squinting against the glare that bounced off the ochre dust and bleached rocks. Even beneath the wide brim of her sturdy hat, the sun found ways to sting, prickling the back of her neck, baking the worn cotton of her traveling dress until it clung damply to her skin. Around her, the landscape stretched in every direction, a brutal canvas of sparse, thorny brush, towering saguaros standing like ancient sentinels, and distant mountains hazy blue through the heat-thicketed air. It was a place that demanded resilience, a place that stripped away pretense and left only the raw core of survival, and it was exactly where she needed to be. With a grunt of effort, she wrestled the heavy wooden tripod into position, its legs sinking slightly into the yielding grit. Each piece of her photographic equipment felt unreasonably cumbersome out here, a defiant intrusion of delicate mechanics into a world ruled by wind, rock, and relentless sun. Her camera, a bulky affair of polished wood and brass fittings, gleamed obscenely bright against the muted earth tones. The collapsible dark tent folded nearby promised a temporary, suffocating refuge from the light, a necessary womb for the alchemy of capturing images on glass plates. Sweat traced paths through the fine layer of dust coating her face. She paused, breathing deeply, tasting the dry mineral tang of the air, laced with the faint resinous scent of creosote bushes warming under the relentless assault of the afternoon sun. Back east, in the shaded parlors and predictable gardens she'd left behind, ladies were perhaps taking tea, their conversations murmured behind lace fans, their concerns confined to social calendars and suitable marriages. Here, concerns were more elemental: water, shade, the snap of a twig that might signal something other than a lizard darting for cover. Amelia adjusted the tilt of the camera, her movements practiced, precise. Photography was not a gentle art out here. It was a battle against the elements, against the sheer impracticality of it all. Each photograph was hard-won, wrestled from the landscape through sweat, patience, and the careful chemistry she carried in stoppered glass bottles, packed meticulously in her cart. That cart, a sturdy two-wheeled contraption pulled by her equally sturdy mule. Moses stood tethered nearby, its canvas cover bleached pale by the sun. Moses flicked his long ears, occasionally shifting his weight with a soft sigh, seemingly resigned to his mistress's peculiar obsessions. Why here? The question echoed in the silence, a whisper against the vastness. She could have stayed in Philadelphia, pursued portraiture in a controlled studio environment, captured the carefully arranged faces of the wealthy. But those faces, those lives, felt suffocatingly small, etched with concerns that seemed trivial under this immense, uncaring sky. She craved something real, something untamed, something that mirrored the restless turmoil within her own spirit. A restlessness born of grief, perhaps, or a quiet rebellion against the narrow confines prescribed for a woman of 27, unmarried and harboring ambitions deemed unsuitable. Her father, a man of science and quiet understanding, had fostered her interest in the nascent art of photography, but his death 2 years prior had severed the last tie holding her to that predictable world. Her inheritance, modest but sufficient, had become her passage west, her escape route into the raw heart of the continent. She was searching for truth, she told herself, the kind of truth that couldn't be found in staged drawing rooms or polite society. The camera, this cumbersome box of wood and glass, was her tool, her shield, her one unwavering companion. Its lens, she believed, was unforgiving. It captured the lines etched by hardship, the shadows lurking in eyes, the stark, unvarnished reality of a place and its people. It didn't flatter, didn't embellish, it simply saw. And in seeing, perhaps she could begin to understand not just this harsh land, but the fractured pieces of her own life. Flipping the focusing cloth over her head and the back of the camera, she plunged herself into dim red light and the magnified, inverted image shimmering on the ground glass. The world transformed. The brutal landscape became a composition of light and shadow, lines and textures. She adjusted the focus minutely, turning the brass knob until the spines of a distant saguaro sprang into sharp relief, each barb distinct against the hazy backdrop of the mountains. It was in this intimate, upside-down world that she felt most herself, most in control. Here she could frame the chaos, impose a moment of order on the wildness. The subject today was a skeletal ruin of an old adobe way station, its walls crumbling back into the earth from which they were made, windowless eyes staring out at the emptiness. A testament to failed ambition, perhaps, or simply the relentless power of the desert to reclaim its own. It spoke of transience, of the fleeting nature of human endeavors against the backdrop of geological time. A fitting subject for her mood, tinged as it was with a persistent melancholy she couldn't quite shake. Emerging from under the cloth, blinking in the sudden brightness, she reached for a prepared wet plate from its light-tight box. The process was a delicate dance against time and dust, coating the glass plate with collodion, sensitizing it in the silver nitrate bath inside the cloying darkness of her portable tent, then quickly inserting it into the camera holder before the emulsion dried at demanded concentration, shutting out the distractions of the heat and the ever-present buzz of unseen insects. A faint sound, almost swallowed by the vastness, snagged her attention. A rhythmic drumming, low and distant. Hoofbeats. Not the plodding gait of Moses, nor the familiar clatter of shod horses on the dusty track leading to the nearby settlement of Tucson. Still a half-day's ride away. This was different. Unshod ponies, moving with a fluid, grassland rhythm. Her hand stilled on the plate holder. She strained her ears, her body tensing. The air suddenly felt charged, the silence no longer empty, but watchful. Settlers' tales, often exaggerated but rooted in undeniable fear, flooded her mind. Apache raids, brutal and swift, leaving devastation in their wake. The newspapers back east painted them as savages, obstacles to progress, specters haunting the edges of civilization. Even in Tucson, a town built on the bones of older conflicts, the fear was palpable, whispered in saloons, hardening the faces of the soldiers from Fort Lowell. She forced herself to breathe, to remain calm. Panic was useless, dangerous. Slowly, deliberately, she slid the plate holder into the camera back. Her focus narrowed to the task at hand, a shield against the rising anxiety. Expose the plate. That was the only thing that mattered now. She removed the lens cap, counting the seconds aloud, her voice a thin thread in the immense quiet. 1, 2, 3. The light streamed in, burning the inverted image of the ruin onto the sensitized glass. The distant hoofbeats seemed to fade slightly, perhaps just a trick of the wind, or perhaps they were moving away. 10, 11. She held her breath, listening again. Silence. Only the whisper of the wind through the brittle grass, the drone of a cicada. Relief washed over her, cool despite the heat. 15. She replaced the lens cap, her hand trembling slightly. She had the shot. Now, the equally critical race, back to the dark tent, to develop the image before the collodion dried completely, rendering the plate useless. With practiced efficiency, she removed the holder, her movements economical, driven by the urgency of the chemistry. Inside the stifling confines of the dark tent, the chemical smell sharp in her nostrils, she worked by the dim red glow of a filtered lantern. Pouring the developer over the glass plate, she watched, mesmerized as always, as the latent image bloomed into existence. First, the highlights, the sun-bleached edges of the adobe walls, the bright sky. Then gradually, the deeper shadows, the texture of the crumbling earth, the stark silhouette of a skeletal cholla cactus nearby. It was there, the ruin captured in silver and glass, a ghost preserved. She plunged the plate into the fixer bath, the familiar pungent scent filling the small space. The image stabilized, became permanent. A small victory, hard won against the odds, emerging back into the blinding sunlight. Holding the dripping plate carefully, she felt a surge of satisfaction, a brief respite from the undercurrent of unease the hoofbeats had stirred. While the plate washed in a tray of precious water she'd hauled from town, she began the methodical process of packing her equipment. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the western peaks, painting the sky in bruised strokes of orange and purple. The heat lessened marginally, but the air remained thick, pregnant with the coming coolness of the desert night. Shadows stretched long and distorted across the land, transforming familiar shapes into something alien, potentially menacing. She glanced towards the direction from which the hoofbeats had seemed to originate, a series of low rolling hills dotted with sparse juniper and ocotillo. Nothing moved, just the vast, silent expanse, swallowing sound and movement whole. Perhaps it had been nothing. Prospectors, maybe, or wild horses. Wishful thinking, perhaps. The territory was simmering. Everyone knew it. General Crook's campaigns against the Apache bands resisting confinement on reservations were escalating. Violence bred violence, a cycle as relentless as the seasons. As she carefully wrapped the still damp plate in blotting paper and slid it into a protective wooden box, she caught sight of something else. High on the ridge of those same hills, silhouetted against the now flaming sky, were figures. Not prospectors, not soldiers in their predictable blue uniforms. Riders, still, watchful. Their shapes were lean, sinewy, blending almost seamlessly with the rugged terrain. Even from this distance, there was an unmistakable air about them, an alertness, a deep connection to the land that felt ancient and profound. One figure sat slightly apart, taller, his posture radiating an authority that transcended mere physical presence. They weren't moving towards her, simply observing her or the land itself. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Apache. There was no doubt. The stories, the warnings, the ingrained fear. It all coalesced into a cold knot in her stomach. She froze, feeling utterly exposed, vulnerable, a solitary figure with her strange machine in the vast, contested wilderness. Her presence here, Capturing images felt suddenly like a profound violation, an arrogant intrusion into a world that did not belong to her. The light was fading fast, the brilliant colors bleeding into deeper indigos and grays. The figures on the ridge remained motionless, dark statues against the dying light. One of them, the taller one, seemed to turn his head slightly, as if his gaze could somehow bridge the immense distance between them. Amelia felt that gaze like a physical touch, unnerving and intense. It wasn't overtly threatening, yet it held a weight, a knowledge of this land and its secrets that made her feel like an ignorant child playing with dangerous tools. She forced her limbs to move, her hands clumsy now, as she secured the last straps on her cart. Her earlier satisfaction completely evaporated, replaced by a primal urge to flee. Moses, sensing her agitation, shifted nervously, his ears swiveling towards the ridge. She untethered him, her fingers fumbling with the knot. "Don't run," she told herself fiercely, though every instinct screamed otherwise. "Running marked you as prey." She swung herself onto the cart seat, gathering the reins with hands that felt strangely numb. She clicked her tongue, urging Moses forward, away from the unsettling watchers on the hill, back towards the dusty track that led eventually to the dubious safety of Tucson. She didn't look back. She didn't dare. But the image of those silent figures burned itself onto her memory with more clarity, more permanence than any photograph she had ever taken. They were part of the truth she sought, a stark, dangerous, and unavoidable part. The unforgiving lens of the desert had shown her more than just a crumbling ruin today. It had shown her the edge of her own world and the silent, watchful presence of another, poised just beyond it. The hoofbeats might have faded, but the silence they left behind was heavy with unspoken conflict and the deep unsettling feeling that her solitary journey into the heart of this land had just become infinitely more complicated, infinitely more perilous. The image on the glass plate in her box captured a moment frozen in time, but the image etched in her mind of those silent riders against the blood-red sky felt like the beginning of something irreversible, a future rushing towards her as surely as the night, now swallowing the desert whole. Chapter 2, Where Eagles Dare Not Land. The ride back to Tucson was swallowed by a rapidly deepening twilight. Shadows bled from the base of every rock and cactus, merging until the landscape dissolved into vast, indistinct shapes under a sky pricked by the first sharp points of stars. The air cooled rapidly, carrying the scent of dust settling and the distant, high-pitched yip of a coyote. Amelia kept Moses moving at a steady, ground-eating pace. The rhythmic creak of the cartwheels and the soft thud of the mule's hooves, the only sounds breaking the profound silence. But the silence felt different now, charged, listening. Every rustle in the brittle scrub, every strange contour revealed by the rising moon, sent a fresh tremor of apprehension through her. She didn't look back towards the ridge where the figures had stood, but their presence lingered, a cold weight at the back of her mind. She felt stripped bare, exposed. Her camera, usually a comforting weight, a tool that gave her purpose, now felt like a liability, a beacon marking her as an outsider, vulnerable and alone. The desert she had sought for its raw beauty, its indifference, now seemed actively hostile, its vastness no longer freeing but menacing. The watchers on the ridge hadn't threatened her directly, hadn't made a move towards her, yet their stillness, their silent observation, felt more potent than any overt aggression. It was the gaze of those who belonged, marking her as one who fundamentally did not. Where eagles dare not land, the phrase drifted into her mind. An old saying referring to places too sacred, too dangerous, or too fiercely protected. She had trespassed, not just physically onto the land, but perhaps with her camera's eye, seeking to capture something she had no right to claim. The first scattered lights of Tucson appeared like fallen stars low on the horizon, a welcome, if imperfect, promise of sanctuary. The town emerged slowly from the darkness. Rough adobe buildings clustered along dusty streets, the yellow glow spilling from saloon windows, painting shifting patterns on the ground, the low murmur of voices, and the occasional burst of harsh laughter carrying on the night air. Compared to the immense watchful silence she'd just left, the sounds of human habitation felt almost jarring, yet undeniably reassuring. She guided Moses down the main thoroughfare, past the sutler's store, the assayer's office, and the handful of saloons already doing brisk business. Men lounged on wooden boardwalks, faces obscured by shadow and wide-brimmed hats, their eyes lingering on her, a lone woman driving a cart at this hour. She kept her gaze fixed straight ahead, accustomed to the scrutiny. But tonight it felt different, layered with the fresh memory of that other, more unsettling observation. Even here, amongst her own kind, safety felt provisional, a thin veneer over simmering tensions and casual dangers. Her rented room was a small, whitewashed adobe attached to the back of a larger casona, owned by Senora Flores, a stout, pragmatic widow, who supplemented her meager income by letting rooms to respectable temporary boarders. Amelia maneuvered the cart into the small, dusty courtyard, the scent of chili peppers and wood smoke hanging in the air. Senora Flores emerged from her kitchen door, wiping her hands on her apron, her dark eyes sharp but not unkind. "Ah, Senorita Hudson, late tonight," she observed, her voice carrying easily in the stillness of the yard. "The light fades quickly now." "Yes, Senora. I was trying to capture the ruins out past Sentinel Peak," Amelia replied, her voice sounding slightly strained to her own ears. She began unhitching Moses, her movement stiff from the long hours and the lingering tension. The Senora nodded, her expression unreadable. "Be careful out there alone, Senorita. These are troubled times. The soldiers ride out often now. They say Cochise gathers his people in the mountains. The Chiricahua." She spoke the name softly, almost a whisper, but it landed like a stone in the quiet yard. Cochise. The name resonated with the image of the tall, commanding figure on the ridge. Was it him she had seen? The thought sent a fresh chill down her spine. "I saw no soldiers," Amelia said, keeping her voice neutral. "Just the desert." She didn't mention the riders. Sharing that information felt unwise, potentially dangerous, drawing attention she didn't want. Senora Flores merely gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. "The desert sees much. It keeps its secrets. Take care it does not keep you too." She turned back towards her kitchen, leaving Amelia alone with her mule, her cumbersome equipment, and the heavy weight of unspoken fear. Unloading the camera, the tripod, the precious box of plates, and the folded dark tent felt like hauling stones. Each piece was a reminder of her vulnerability, her alien presence in this landscape. Moses nuzzled her shoulder, his warm breath a small comfort in the cool night air. She led him to the small corral behind the casona, ensuring he had water and feed, murmuring quiet reassurances as much for herself as for the animal. Back in her small, sparsely furnished room, a narrow bed, a washstand, a single wooden chair, and a small table crowded with her chemicals and printing frames. She lit an oil lamp. The flickering light cast long dancing shadows on the adobe walls, making the familiar space feel strange, less secure. The silence pressed in again, different from the desert silence, this one punctuated by the distant thrum of the town, the tinny piano from a saloon, the muffled shout, the barking of a dog, sounds of uneasy civilization clinging precariously to the edge of the wilderness. She needed to develop the plate properly to see what she had captured, but the urgency she usually felt, the excitement of seeing the image emerge, was muted tonight. The memory of the watchers overshadowed the image of the ruin. Still, the ritual, the familiar process, might offer some grounding. She set up her small washing trays near the basin, carefully measuring water from the pitcher. Handling the plate from the ruin, the glass cool against her fingers, she felt a disconnect. The image was technically sound, sharp focus. Good contrast between the sunlit walls and the deep shadows within. It captured the desolation, the stark beauty of decay she had aimed for. But looking at it now, it felt incomplete, hollow. It showed the shell, the physical remains, but nothing of the unseen life, the hidden currents of conflict and belonging that pulsed through this land. Currents she had only glimpsed, terrifyingly from afar. What had that man on the ridge seen when he looked towards her? A fool woman with a strange box? An easy target? Or something else? There had been an intensity in that distant gaze, a piercing quality that seemed to cut through the miles of shimmering heat and dust. It wasn't just observation. It felt like assessment, a weighing of her presence, her purpose. She finished washing and drying the plate, setting it carefully aside. Fatigue washed over her, bone deep and heavy. She sank onto the edge of the bed, the ropes creaking beneath her weight. Why was she doing this? Was it truly about capturing truth, or was it simply running from the suffocating expectations of the East? Running from the ghost of her father, whose quiet pride in her unusual pursuits now felt like a burden, an obligation to be brave when she felt anything but. He had given her her first camera, had patiently taught her the complex chemistry, the art of composition. He had seen the world through a lens of scientific curiosity, believing observation led to understanding. She had inherited his curiosity, but hers was tangled with something more volatile, a longing for connection, perhaps, a need to find her own place in a world that felt increasingly fractured and uncertain. Capturing images felt like grasping at permanence, fixing moments before they slipped away forever, just as her father had slipped away, leaving a void that the vast Arizona landscape seemed to somehow echo and amplify. She thought of the faces she might photograph here, not just the landscapes, but the people. The weathered settlers, the wary soldiers, the Mexican families who had lived here long before the Anglos arrived. And the Apache? The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. To capture their faces, their reality, not the distorted caricatures painted by fear and prejudice back east that would be a truth worth seeking. But the figures on the ridge hadn't looked like subjects waiting to be documented. They looked like guardians of a world she could only glimpse from the outside, a world fiercely protective of its secrets, a world where eagles dare not land, perhaps because the spirits of the place, the rightful inhabitants, held dominion. The name Cochise echoed again, a leader renowned for his intelligence, his strategic brilliance, and his fierce determination to protect his people and their way of life from the encroaching tide of American expansion. If it had been him, the implications were staggering. she had been observed by one of the most formidable figures in the territory. Restless, she rose and went to the small window, pushing aside the simple calico curtain. The moon, nearly full, bathed the courtyard in stark silver light, etching the shadows sharp and black. The town seemed quieter now, the saloon music softer, more distant, but the desert beyond the scattered adobes felt intensely alive, breathing under the vast, starry expanse. She imagined the watchers out there, perhaps around a hidden campfire in a canyon stronghold, their world utterly separate from this dusty outpost of flickering lamps and wary commerce. She picked up the glass plate negative of the ruin again, holding it up to the lamplight. The image was reversed, light and shadow swapped. The crumbling walls seemed starker, the empty windows like hollow sockets. It was a picture of absence, of something lost. But what haunted her now was the presence she couldn't capture, the life that existed just beyond the frame, embodied by those silent figures on the ridge. Her fear hadn't entirely subsided, but beneath it something else stirred, a powerful, insistent curiosity, a pull towards the very danger that frightened her. The camera felt less like a shield now, and more like a key, however inadequate, to a door she wasn't sure she was brave enough to open. To turn back, to retreat to the relative safety of portraiture in Tucson, felt like a betrayal of her father's belief in her, of her own restless search for meaning. The desert had shown her its teeth, but it had also hinted at its profound, hidden soul. The figures on the ridge were part of that soul. To understand this place, she would have to understand them, or at least acknowledge their existence beyond the fearful whispers and biased reports. It was a dangerous path, fraught with misunderstanding and the very real threat of violence that permeated the territory like the ever-present dust. Yet the thought of packing up, of returning east with only landscapes and settler portraits, felt like an admission of defeat, a shrinking away from the very truth she claimed to seek. The image on the glass plate seemed to shimmer, the ruin less important than the vast empty space surrounding it, the space where the unseen watchers dwelled. She had captured a fragment, a surface. The real story, the deeper truth, lay hidden in the shadows, in the silent gaze from the ridge, in the heart of the land where eagles dare not land. And despite the cold knot of fear tightening in her stomach, a reckless, determined part of her knew she had to try and find it. The click of the shutter out there today felt less like an ending and more like an accidental beginning, the first step onto a path far more perilous and profound than she could have ever imagined. The desert night outside her window seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her decision. Chapter 3. A Shadow in the Sunlight. Sunlight, sharp and clarifying, sliced through the narrow gap in Amelia's calico curtains, rousing her from a restless sleep, haunted by images of vast empty landscapes and silent watching figures. Morning in Tucson arrived not with gentle birdsong, but with the braying of a distant mule, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer already striking iron, and the low murmur of voices filtering through the adobe walls. The ordinary sounds of a town stirring to life felt both comforting and strangely discordant after the profound, watchful silence of the desert night. Pushing herself up, Amelia felt the lingering ache of fatigue in her muscles, a physical reminder of yesterday's tension. The fear hadn't vanished with the dawn, but huddled in a colder corner of her heart, overlaid now by a stubborn resolve that had solidified during the moonlit hours. She wouldn't run. She couldn't. Running would mean conceding defeat, not just to the dangers of the territory, but to the gnawing uncertainty within herself. The figures on the ridge, Cochise perhaps among them, were not just phantoms of the wilderness, they were part of the complex, breathing reality of this place. And her camera, her unforgiving lens, demanded she look, even if looking meant confronting truths that were deeply unsettling. After a simple breakfast of coffee and leftover tortillas, provided by Senora Flores, who offered no commentary on Amelia's previous night's late return, her silence more potent than questions, Amelia stepped out into the already warming day. Tucson sprawled under the brilliant blue sky, a jumble of flat-roofed adobe structures, dusty streets, and the occasional weathered wooden storefront. The sunlight was relentless, bleaching colors and casting sharp, dark shadows that seemed to hold secrets even at mid-morning. It was these shadows, these hidden corners, that drew her eye. The town presented a facade of rough-hewn commerce and survival, but beneath it, she sensed the thrum of deeper currents, suspicion, old grievances, and the ever-present tension between the encroaching American presence and the older, deeper roots of Mexican and indigenous life. She needed supplies, chemicals for her plates, distilled water, which was always scarce and expensive, perhaps some canvas to better protect her equipment from the pervasive dust. Her steps led her towards the main plaza, the heart of the town's activity. Soldiers from Fort Lowell were visible, their blue uniforms stark against the earth tones of the buildings. They moved with a purposeful stride, their faces set, eyes scanning the surroundings. Their presence was a constant reminder of the underlying conflict, the fragile peace maintained by force of arms. She saw settlers, their faces often etched with weariness and a wary toughness, bartering for goods, their conversations occasionally dropping to hushed tones when soldiers passed or when unfamiliar faces drew near. Mexican families, whose ancestors had perhaps built these very walls, moved with a quieter grace, their lives interwoven with the rhythms of the place in a way the newcomers could never fully replicate. At the sutler's store, a long, low building smelling of canvas, coffee beans, leather, and stale tobacco, she made her purchases. The proprietor, a portly man named Henderson, with eyes that missed little, regarded her with shrewd curiosity. "More picture taking, Miss Hudson?" he asked, weighing out a measure of silver nitrate crystals onto his brass scale. "Heard you was out towards the Sentinel yesterday." "Nothing much out there but rocks and trouble, begging your pardon." "Beauty can be found in unexpected places, Mr. Henderson," Amelia replied evenly, meeting his gaze. "Even amongst rocks." "Maybe so," he conceded, tipping the crystals carefully into a thick paper packet. "But trouble finds folks easy enough out there, too. Apache's been sighted more often lately. Cochise's band. Stirring things up again, seems like." He lowered his voice slightly. "General Crook's boys are itching for a fight. Best stay close to town, ma'am. A woman alone." He let the sentence hang, the implication clear. "I take precautions, Mr. Henderson," Amelia said, keeping her tone polite but firm. She wouldn't be deterred by veiled warnings, however well-intentioned. She paid for her supplies, the weight of the silver coins feeling substantial in her palm, a tangible link to the world of commerce and caution she was trying, in part, to escape. Leaving the store, the sun felt hotter, the shadows darker. She walked along the edge of the plaza, her heavy satchel containing the chemicals bumping against her hip. She considered setting up her camera here. capturing the life of the town square, the vendors selling dried chili ristras, the children chasing stray dogs, the Oodam women sitting patiently beside baskets woven with intricate geometric patterns. It felt safer, certainly, than venturing back into the open desert immediately. Perhaps she could practice here, hone her skills on subjects less fraught with peril, at least for today. She found a spot near the corner of the plaza, under the meager shade offered by a struggling mesquite tree whose branches clawed at the sky. As she began unpacking her tripod, the familiar actions grounding her, she felt eyes upon her. It was different from the casual glances she usually attracted. This was a more focused scrutiny, steady and unnerving. She scanned the faces around the plaza, soldiers chatting near the cantina, merchants haggling, families strolling but couldn't pinpoint the source. The feeling persisted, a prickle on the back of her neck, like the shadow of a hawk passing overhead, a shadow in the sunlight. Ignoring it as best she could, she set up the camera, aiming it towards the weathered facade of the San Agustin Mission Church across the plaza, its bell tower stark against the blue. She ducked under the focusing cloth, immersing herself in the inverted, red-tinged world, the familiar shapes of the church, the people moving like distant figures in a dream, the sharp lines of the adobe it should have been calming, this controlled framing of reality. But the feeling of being watched intensified within the enclosed darkness. It felt closer now, more specific. When she emerged, blinking, she scanned the area near her more carefully, and then she saw him. He wasn't standing close, not directly interacting with anyone. He leaned against the rough-hewn wooden post, supporting the porch roof of the cantina opposite her position, half hidden in the deep shadow cast by the overhang. Yet, even in the shade, he seemed to draw the sunlight towards him, a figure of stark contrasts. He was Apache, unmistakably. His features were strong, sharply defined, his cheekbones high, his jaw firm. His skin was the color of weathered copper, his black hair long and tied back with a simple leather thong. He wore worn buckskin leggings and a simple cotton shirt, different from the near nakedness often depicted in lurid Eastern illustrations, but still utterly distinct from the attire of the settlers or soldiers. What held her gaze, however, were his eyes, dark, piercing, intelligent eyes that were fixed directly on her. He wasn't menacing in his posture. He simply watched, his stillness profound amidst the low bustle of the plaza. There was no discernible expression on his face, not hostility, not curiosity, just an intense, unwavering focus. Was he one of the riders from the ridge? He possessed the same air of quiet authority, the same deep connection to the land that seemed to emanate from him, like heat from the desert floor. He looked like a man who understood silence, who could read the subtle shifts in the wind, the tracks left in the dust, the intentions hidden behind a stranger's eyes. Her breath caught in her throat. The plaza, the surrounding sounds, seemed to recede, leaving only the two of them locked in this silent exchange across the sun-drenched space. Her camera, the tool she used to observe others, suddenly felt reversed, turned upon her. She was the one being studied, assessed, her presence weighed. Fear, cold and sharp, lanced through her again. This wasn't the distant, impersonal observation from the ridge. This was here, now, in the heart of the town, a place she had assumed offered some measure of safety. The shadow was no longer just a feeling. It had taken form, lean and watchful, standing under the cantina porch. He made no move towards her, offered no sign, Yet his presence felt like a challenge, a silent question posed across the divide that separated their worlds. What was she doing here, with her strange machine, capturing images of a world on the brink? Was she just another white face, another part of the tide that threatened to engulf his people? Her first instinct was to pack up quickly, to retreat to the relative anonymity of Senora Flores's courtyard. But something held her rooted to the spot. Curiosity warred with fear. This was a chance, perhaps, to see beyond the stereotypes, beyond the fear-mongering. Her camera sat between them, a silent intermediary. Would he permit his image to be taken? The thought was audacious, reckless even. To ask would be to cross a line, to initiate contact that could have unforeseen consequences. For a long moment she simply stood there, meeting his gaze, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm against her ribs. The sunlight beat down, making the air shimmer between them. Then slowly, deliberately, he pushed himself away from the post. He didn't move towards her, but turned and melted back into the deeper shadows of the cantina's entryway, disappearing from view as silently and suddenly as he had appeared. The release of tension left Amelia feeling weak-kneed, trembling slightly. She took a shaky breath, the ordinary sounds of the plaza rushing back in the clatter of wagon wheels, a vendor calling out his wares, the laughter of children. Had anyone else noticed the silent exchange? She glanced around, but no one seemed to pay her any mind. The moment had been hers alone, brief, intense, and deeply unsettling. He was gone, but the space where he had stood seemed to retain an imprint, a lingering energy, a shadow in the sunlight. He had been real, tangible, a confirmation that the conflict wasn't just distant rumor or figures on a faraway ridge. It was here, woven into the fabric of daily life, capable of appearing without warning in the most ordinary places. She looked down at her camera, then back towards the cantina, the desire to capture his image, to fix that intense gaze, that quiet dignity onto a glass plate, warred with a profound sense of caution. He hadn't threatened her, but his presence was a stark reminder of the deep chasm between their worlds, a chasm bridged only by suspicion, fear, and the looming specter of violence. To photograph him without understanding, without permission, felt like a violation, a continuation of the very intrusion his people were fighting against. Slowly, mechanically, she began to pack her equipment. The sunlight no longer felt clarifying but harsh, exposing her vulnerability. The images she might capture of the church, the street scenes, felt trivial now, surface-level distractions from the deeper, more dangerous story unfolding around her. The shadow she had glimpsed wasn't just the Apache warrior. It was the weight of history, the clash of cultures, the unspoken grief and simmering rage that lay beneath the dusty surface of Tucson. She secured the last strap on her tripod, her hands steady now, her earlier resolve tempered with a new sobering awareness. Staying meant more than just facing the physical dangers of the desert. It meant navigating the treacherous landscape of human conflict, where every glance held meaning. Every silence was fraught with tension, and the line between observer and participant was dangerously thin. The warrior's silent gaze had not driven her away, but it had changed the nature of her quest. It wasn't enough to simply see, she had to understand. And understanding, she suspected, would come at a cost far greater than the price of silver nitrate or distilled water. As she turned away from the plaza, heading back towards the relative quiet of Senora Flores's courtyard, she felt the weight of that unseen cost settling upon her. heavy as the afternoon sun. The shadow had retreated, but she knew with chilling certainty that it would return. Chapter 4. The Soul Catcher's Gaze. Back within the thick, cool walls of her rented room, the door firmly shut against the glare and bustle of Tucson, Amelia felt the adrenaline ebb away, leaving behind a residue of unease that coated her thoughts like fine desert dust. The image of the Apache warrior, leaning against the cantina post, his gaze steady and piercing, was burned into her mind more vividly than any photograph she had ever captured. He hadn't threatened her, not overtly, but his presence, his silent scrutiny, had fundamentally shifted the ground beneath her feet. The familiar weight of her camera, usually a comfort, now felt charged with a volatile significance she hadn't fully grasped before. She moved automatically, unpacking the chemicals purchased from Henderson, arranging the glass bottles on the small table that served as her makeshift laboratory. Silver nitrate, collodion, developer, fixer, the tools of her trade, the agents of her alchemy. She ran a soft cloth over the polished brass lens of her camera, its curved glass eye reflecting the dim light of the room. Soul catcher. The phrase surfaced from the depths of her memory, something read in an article about encounters with Plains tribes further north, or perhaps whispered by a wary settler along the trail west, a belief held by some native peoples that the camera stole a part of the subject's spirit, trapping it within the glass plate, diminishing the individual. At the time, she had dismissed it as superstition, the fear of the unknown, the misunderstanding of technology. But now, remembering the intensity of the warrior's gaze, the way he had seemed to look through her, assessing her very essence, the idea resonated with a chilling discomfort. Had he seen her camera not as a tool for observation, but as a weapon? A device wielded by the encroaching world to capture, catalog, and ultimately diminish his own? The thought was deeply disturbing. Her intention, she insisted to herself, was preservation, understanding, to capture the fleeting moments, the unique faces, the stark beauty of this land and its inhabitants, before they were irrevocably changed or lost. It was an act of bearing witness, not of theft. Yet, looking at the camera now, she couldn't entirely shake the feeling that perhaps the line was finer than she had believed. The lens was, after all, an unblinking eye, capturing images without consent, reducing complex beings to static compositions of light and shadow. Whose truth did it capture? Hers? Or something inherent in the subject? And did she have the right to take that image, especially from someone whose people were fighting for their very survival against the world she represented? Senora Flores knocked softly before entering with a pitcher of fresh, cool water, drawn from the well, a daily courtesy that Amelia paid extra for, given the scarcity. The older woman's dark eyes swept the room, taking in the array of bottles and equipment, her expression carefully neutral. Yet Amelia sensed a flicker of something beneath the surface, perhaps caution, or a deep-seated understanding of the precariousness of life in this territory. "You work hard, señorita," the señora observed, setting the pitcher on the washstand. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the camera. "These things, they capture shadows, no?" Amelia hesitated. "They capture light, señora. Reflections of what is there." The señora nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. "Sometimes shadows tell more truth than light. Be careful what shadows you chase." She smoothed her apron. "There's talk in the town. More soldiers ride out towards the Dragoon Mountains. They say Cochise's stronghold is there. They seek him. She paused, her gaze meeting Amelia's directly. It is not a good time to wander far, especially alone, especially noticed. The implication hung in the air. Had Senora Flores heard something? Seen the warrior herself? Or was it just the general unease that permeated Tucson like the heat? Thank you, Senora. I will be careful, Amelia murmured, the words feeling inadequate. When the Senora left, the room felt smaller, the silence more pronounced. The warning, though gently delivered, echoed Henderson's concerns and amplified her own fears. She was noticed. The warrior had noticed her, and in a town simmering with tension, being noticed could be dangerous. Restless, needing to feel productive, she began preparing new glass plates, cleaning them meticulously, ensuring not a speck of dust marred the surface. The repetitive, familiar actions were usually calming, but today her hands felt clumsy. Her thoughts kept straying back to the plaza, to those dark, assessing eyes. She coated a plate with the viscous, ether-scented collodion, tilting it carefully to ensure an even layer. The process demanded focus, precision, a steady hand. Qualities she felt were slipping away from her. What would she do if she saw him again? Would she try to speak, offer a gesture of peace? Or would she simply flee? And the camera, could she bring herself to lift it, to aim that soul-catching lens towards him? The desire to capture his image, the sheer power and dignity he radiated even in stillness, was undeniable. Such a photograph would be unlike any she had ever taken. It would be a testament to the spirit resisting erasure, a counter-narrative to the dehumanizing portrayals common back east. But the risk, not just the physical danger, but the ethical weight of it, felt immense. She decided she couldn't stay confined to her room, letting fear paralyze her. She needed to understand the town's atmosphere, to gauge the level of tension herself. Leaving her camera behind, the thought surprised her. The first time she had willingly chosen to go out without it. She slipped out into the courtyard and then onto the street, feeling strangely lighter, less conspicuous, yet also oddly vulnerable without the familiar bulk of her equipment. The town pulsed with a nervous energy she hadn't perceived as acutely before. Soldiers moved in small groups, their rifles held ready, their glances towards the Mexican populace and the few Tohono O'odham visible in the market seeming sharper, more suspicious. Near the blacksmiths, a group of rough-looking settlers spoke in low, angry tones, gesturing towards the mountains. She caught fragments. Raid near Tubac. Stock driven off, damn savages. The air crackled with resentment and fear. She walked towards the plaza again, drawn by an invisible thread. She kept to the edges, trying to remain unobtrusive. The cantina where she had seen the warrior stood quiet in the afternoon heat, its doorway a dark maw of shadow. She scanned the faces, the shadowed porches, the alleyways. He wasn't there. Relief warred with a strange sense of disappointment. She found herself near the old mission church again, its thick adobe walls seeming to absorb the heat and the tension. She sat for a moment on a low wall in the shade, watching the play of light and shadow on the ancient facade. Without her camera, she saw differently. Details emerged that the focused frame of the ground glass often excluded the way an old woman's hands, gnarled as mesquite roots, carefully selected chilies from a vendor's basket. The brief, shy smile exchanged between a young Mexican couple passing in the street. The weary slump of a soldier leaning against a wall, momentarily forgetting his duty. Life continued, tenacious and complex, even under the shadow of conflict. Could her camera capture this intricate tapestry of resilience, fear, and everyday existence? Or did the act of framing, of selecting, inevitably distort? The warrior's gaze had planted a seed of doubt, making her question the very nature of her art. Was she merely collecting exotic images for an audience back east, reinforcing their sense of separation and superiority? Or could her photographs bridge the distance, foster empathy, reveal a shared humanity beneath the divisions of culture and conflict? A sudden commotion near the center of the plaza drew her attention. A group of soldiers were roughly questioning a young Mexican man, their voices loud, accusatory. The man stood rigidly, fear and defiance warring in his eyes. Bystanders watched, silent, tense. The air grew thick with hostility. Amelia felt a surge of helpless anger. This was the reality the warrior faced: daily suspicion, aggression, the constant threat of violence fueled by prejudice and the struggle for control of the land. The confrontation ended as abruptly as it began, the soldiers shoving the man away with a final warning before moving on, leaving a wake of simmering resentment. The incident, though minor, crystallized the pervasive tension. This wasn't a distant conflict fought only in remote canyons. It bled into the streets, poisoning daily interactions, creating an atmosphere where any spark could ignite a firestorm. Feeling chilled despite the heat, Amelia rose and began walking back towards Senora Flores' casona. Her steps were slow, her mind racing. The warrior's silent watchfulness seemed less like a personal threat now, and more like a symptom of this larger, fractured reality. He was observing her, yes, but perhaps he observed everything, everyone with that same intensity, reading the signs, gauging the threats, navigating a world that had become treacherous terrain for his people. As she turned the corner onto the quieter street where the casona stood, she saw him again. He wasn't leaning casually this time. He stood near the entrance to the alleyway beside the casona, partially obscured by the deep afternoon shadow. He held something in his hand, a small carved wooden object. He wasn't looking directly at her, but seemed focused on the casona itself, or perhaps the dusty courtyard beyond the gate. He was closer now than he had been in the plaza, close enough for her to see the intricate beadwork on the band holding his hair back, the faint lines etched around his eyes, lines that spoke of hardship and resilience. Her heart leaped into her throat. She stopped breathing, frozen in place. He must have sensed her presence, for his head turned slowly, his dark eyes meeting hers across the short distance. There was no surprise in his expression, only that same unnerving, assessing stillness. He held her gaze for a long moment, a silent communication passing between them that she couldn't decipher: a warning, a question, an acknowledgement of her presence in his world. Then, as deliberately as before, he shifted his gaze away from her, looked back towards the alley, and stepped into the shadows, vanishing completely. It was as if the solid wall had simply absorbed him. Amelia stood rooted to the spot, the dust motes dancing in the shaft of sunlight cutting across the street, her pulse hammered in her ears. He had been here, at her lodging. What did it mean? Was he watching her specifically? Was Senora Flores involved? Somehow connected? The Senora's earlier warning took on a more ominous tone. She forced herself to move, her legs stiff, towards the gate of the casona. She pushed it open, glancing nervously into the alleyway. It was empty, just discarded crates and drifting dust, but on the ground near where he had stood, something caught her eye. She stooped down, her fingers trembling slightly as she picked it up. It was the small object he had been holding, a piece of wood no longer than her thumb, carved into the shape of a hawk in flight. Its lines simple, yet evocative, capturing the essence of movement and freedom. The wood was smooth, polished by touch. He had left it. Deliberately, accidentally, it felt like a message, a symbol, but its meaning was utterly opaque. A gift, a warning, a marker. She clutched the small carving in her hand, its smooth surface a tangible link to the silent figure who moved like a shadow through her world. Back in the suffocating quiet of her room, she placed the carving on the table beside her camera. The two objects seemed worlds apart, the intricate machine of brass and glass, designed to capture the external world, and the simple piece of carved wood, emanating an internal spirit, a connection to something ancient and wild. The warrior's gaze, the camera's gaze, the town's gaze she felt caught between them, scrutinized, uncertain. The concept of the soul catcher no longer seemed like mere superstition. It felt like a reflection of the power inherent in seeing, in capturing, in defining. And the small wooden hawk felt like a challenge, a reminder of a different way of seeing, a different kind of power, one rooted not in mechanics, but in spirit. She looked at her camera, then at the hawk. The path forward was no clearer, the dangers no less real. But the question had shifted. It was no longer just about whether she could take the pictures she sought, but whether she should, and what price she was willing to pay, not just in silver or safety, but in understanding the true weight of the soul catcher's gaze. The small hawk lay silent on the table, its carved wings poised for flight into an unknown, perilous sky. Chapter 5. Whispers like dry grass. The small carved hawk sat on the rough-hewn table beside Amelia's camera, a stark juxtaposition of worlds. Its smooth, dark wood seemed to absorb the hesitant morning light filtering into the room, while the brass fittings of the camera gleamed, reflecting it back with cold precision. Amelia traced the hawk's outstretched wings with a fingertip, the wood warm, almost alive beneath her touch. It felt ancient, imbued with a spirit utterly alien to the mechanical exactitude of her photographic equipment. A message, a marker, or simply a discarded trinket, imbued with significance only by her own overwrought imagination? She hadn't slept well. The image of the Apache warrior appearing and disappearing, like smoke, first in the plaza, then practically on her doorstep, had played behind her eyelids. His silence was more potent than any words, his gaze holding depths she couldn't fathom. And the hawk, it felt like a piece of that silence, given form, a tangible mystery dropped into her hands. Was it Cochise himself she kept encountering? The thought was both terrifying and electrifying. If so, why reveal himself? Why leave this token? Her unease wasn't just about the warrior. It was tangled with the growing disquiet about her own purpose here, the very nature of her work. The phrase soul catcher echoed persistently. Was she, in her quest for truth and beauty, merely participating in a different kind of conquest? Cataloging a people, a way of life, even as it was being systematically threatened? The faces she had captured back east, stiff portraits of merchants, posed families in Sunday best, seemed uncomplicated in comparison. Here, every potential subject was fraught with complexity, entangled in the simmering conflict that permeated the very air. The lens felt heavier in her hands now, its potential implications casting long shadows. She forced herself to rise, to engage with the routines of the day. Coffee, strong and slightly bitter, helped clear some of the fog from her mind, but not the underlying tremor of anxiety. Stepping out into the courtyard, she found Senora Flores sweeping the packed earth near her kitchen door, her movements rhythmic, almost meditative. The scent of wood smoke and roasting chilies hung comfortingly in the air, a pocket of domesticity amidst the larger uncertainties. Buenos dias, señorita. The señora greeted her, pausing in her sweeping. Her dark eyes scanned Amelia's face with an unnerving perceptiveness. You seem troubled this morning. The desert spirits, perhaps, they whisper in the night? Amelia hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. She held up the small wooden hawk, letting it rest in her palm. I found this yesterday, Senora, near the alleyway. The Senora's gaze sharpened, almost imperceptibly, as she looked at the carving. She didn't reach for it, didn't lean closer. Her expression remained carefully composed, but a flicker of something recognition, caution, passed through her eyes before being smoothed away. Ah, she said softly, her voice neutral. A small thing, perhaps lost by a child. Perhaps, Amelia agreed, though she didn't believe it. The craftsmanship felt deliberate, mature. Have you seen anyone unusual near the Casona recently? Strangers? Senora Flores resumed her sweeping, her movements slow, deliberate. Tucson is full of strangers, senorita. Soldiers, prospectors, men seeking fortune or trouble. They come and go like the summer rains. She swept a small pile of dust and stray leaves towards the edge of the courtyard. Some shadows linger longer than others. It is best not to invite them into the sunlight. She looked up, meeting Amelia's eyes directly. This carving, it is a hawk. Hawks fly high, they see much, but they also hunt. Remember that. The cryptic advice settled uneasily in Amelia's stomach. The senora knew more than she was letting on. Amelia felt certain of it. But whether her caution stemmed from fear, loyalty, or something else entirely remained hidden behind her impassive facade. The conversation felt like walking through tall, dry grass. Every step rustled with hidden meanings, potential dangers unseen. Deciding she needed to gauge the town's mood further, Amelia ventured out again, deliberately leaving the hawk and her camera behind. The simple act of walking through Tucson without the heavy equipment felt like shedding a skin, allowing her to blend more easily, to observe rather than being the observed. Yet she felt incomplete, her purpose diffused. The whispers were louder today, more insistent, rustling through the town like wind through parched grass. Near the sutler's store, she heard Henderson talking with two anxious-looking ranchers, their voices low but urgent. Third time this month, the tracks head straight for the Dragoons. Cochise's devils. Henderson shook his head, his usual mercantile cheerfulness replaced by a grim resignation. Crook won't stand for it much longer. Mark my words, blood will flow. Further on, near the stables, two soldiers spoke quietly, their expressions hard. Patrol ambushed near Apache Pass. Lost Miller and Jones. Damn Chiricahua ghosts. Their words were clipped, edged with grief and a barely suppressed fury. The tension was palpable, a physical presence coiling in the hot, still air. Fear and anger fed each other, creating a volatile atmosphere where rumor spread like wildfire and suspicion attached itself to any unfamiliar face, any deviation from the norm. Amelia felt the weight of glances as she passed, more questioning than usual. Her solitary presence, her Eastern clothes, her known excursions into the desert, it all marked her as an outsider, potentially suspect in this climate of heightened paranoia. Someone might wonder if she was a spy, a sympathizer, a fool tempting fate. The freedom she had initially felt in the anonymity of the West was evaporating, replaced by a sense of being watched, judged, categorized by all sides. She found herself drawn towards the mission church once more, seeking the relative quiet of its shadow. Sitting on the low wall, she watched the life of the plaza unfold, but saw it now through a different filter. The ordinary interactions seemed fragile, poised on the edge of disruption. The laughter of children playing near the fountain sounded thin against the backdrop of overheard whispers and the sight of armed men. A sudden thought occurred to her. Perhaps she could photograph the soldiers, document their lives, their anxieties, the burden of their duty in this remote outpost. It felt safer, more acceptable than trying to capture images of the Apache. It would still be a form of truth, wouldn't it? The reality of the military presence, the faces of the young men sent here to enforce a policy forged far away in Washington. But even as the idea formed, it felt inadequate, incomplete. It was only one side of the story, the side already being written in official reports and newspaper accounts. The other side remained elusive, hidden in the mountains, glimpsed only in fleeting shadows and silent, challenging gazes. The hawk carving felt warm in her pocket, a constant reminder of that other, unseen reality. Later that afternoon, driven by a need to do something, to reclaim some sense of purpose, she decided to try photographing within the Casona's courtyard. It felt like a compromise, a controlled environment, yet still part of this place, this atmosphere. Senora Flores consented with a non-committal shrug, seemingly preoccupied with her chores. Amelia set up her tripod near the old, gnarled mesquite tree that dominated one corner of the yard. Its twisted branches reached like arthritic fingers towards the sky, offering dappled shade. She chose her subject carefully. Not the senora herself, who seemed unlikely to agree, but a cluster of terracotta pots filled with vibrant red geraniums, sitting on a weathered wooden bench against the sun-baked adobe wall. A simple composition, peaceful, domestic. Yet as she ducked under the focusing cloth, the inverted image shimmering on the ground glass felt strangely flat. The vibrant red of the geraniums appeared as shades of gray, their life muted. The sharp sunlight and deep shadows seemed less like artistic elements and more like harsh divisions, reflecting the fractured reality outside the courtyard walls. Her hand hesitated on the focusing knob. The image felt irrelevant, trivial. Frustration pricked at her. What was wrong? Was it the light, the composition, or was it her own internal state, her own doubts bleeding into her perception? She thought of the warrior's intense gaze, the silent power he projected. How could she capture that kind of truth with mere chemicals and glass? How could these geraniums compare to the raw, untamed spirit she had glimpsed on the ridge and in the plaza? She pulled back from the camera, breathing in the dusty air. Perhaps the soul catcher superstition held a grain of truth after all. Perhaps the camera could only capture surfaces, reflections, failing to penetrate the deeper essence of things, especially here, where essences felt so potent, so fiercely guarded. As she stood there, undecided, wrestling with her frustration, a small sound made her turn. A young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, peeked around the edge of the main Casona building. He was Mexican, barefoot, clad in simple patched trousers and a loose shirt, his dark eyes wide with curiosity as he stared at the camera. He must have been related to the senora, or perhaps the child of another tenant. Seeing him, Amelia felt a flicker of her old enthusiasm return, a child's face, unguarded, natural. She offered him a small, tentative smile. Hola, she said softly. The boy didn't reply, just watched her, his gaze flicking between her and the strange wooden box on 3 legs. He took a hesitant step forward, then another, drawn by curiosity. It's a camera, Amelia explained gently, pointing to it. It makes pictures like drawings, but with light. He edged closer, his initial shyness warring with fascination. He circled the tripod slowly, examining it from all angles. Then his eyes landed on the small wooden hawk carving, which Amelia had inadvertently left sitting on top of her nearby chemical case. The boy's eyes widened further, and he darted forward, snatching the carving before Amelia could react. He held it tightly, protectively, backing away towards the corner of the building again. That's mine, Amelia said, startled, taking a step towards him. Please give it back. The boy shook his head vehemently, clutching the hawk to his chest. He looked frightened now, his eyes darting towards the alleyway entrance as if expecting someone. He muttered something in rapid Spanish, too fast for Amelia to fully catch, but she heard the word peligro, danger. Before she could press him further, Senora Flores appeared suddenly in the doorway, her expression stern. Mateo, ¿qué haces? Leave the señorita alone. Come here now. The boy, Mateo, looked from the senora to Amelia, then back at the hawk in his hand. With a final worried glance towards the alley, he scurried past the senora and disappeared inside the main house. Senora Flores turned to Amelia, her face unreadable. Forgive him, señorita. Mateo, he is young. Sometimes he takes things that are not his. He seemed frightened, senora, Amelia said, troubled. He mentioned danger. She paused, and he seemed to recognize the carving. The senora's lips thinned. She picked up her broom again, avoiding Amelia's gaze. Children have active imaginations. They hear the whispers in the town, the talk of soldiers and raids. It frightens them. She began sweeping again, with short, agitated strokes this time. It is nothing. But Amelia knew it wasn't nothing. Mateo's reaction, his recognition of the hawk, his fear it was another piece of the puzzle, another whisper hinting at connection she didn't understand. Had the warrior given the carving to the boy? Or was it a known symbol, perhaps a sign of protection or warning within the hidden networks of communication that surely existed between the town and the surrounding peoples? The incident shattered the fragile peace of the courtyard, reinforcing the feeling that the conflict wasn't just out there in the mountains. It reached right here, into the supposedly safe confines of the Casona, carried on whispers, embodied in small carved objects reflected in the fearful eyes of a child. She abandoned any further attempt at photography for the day. The image of the geraniums seemed utterly meaningless now. Carefully, methodically, she packed her equipment, her mind racing. The whispers were growing louder, closer. They spoke of military movements, of fear, of a hawk that symbolized both sight and predation. And they hinted that she, the woman with the camera, was somehow entangled in these currents, whether she wished to be or not. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet, she stood by her window, looking out towards the darkening mountains. The hawk carving was back on her table, but Mateo's fearful grip seemed to linger on it. The town outside was settling into the uneasy quiet of evening, but the whispers seemed to intensify in the twilight, rustling like dry grass promising fire. A decision was forming within her, hazy but insistent. She couldn't remain passive, merely observing, questioning her own tools. She had to understand, and understanding might require stepping out of the shadows herself, seeking not just images but answers, however dangerous the path might be. The silence from the mountains felt less empty tonight, more like a held breath, waiting. Chapter 6. Beneath the Palo Verde moon. The moon, swollen and luminous, climbed the vast, velvet dark sky, bathing the dusty courtyard of the Casona in an ethereal, silvery light. It wasn't the soft, forgiving moon of the east, but a stark, high-desert moon that etched shadows, black as pitch, and illuminated the landscape with an almost unnerving clarity. Amelia stood near the gnarled trunk of the old mesquite tree, the rough bark cool beneath her hand, breathing in the night air. It carried the dry, mineral scent of the cooling earth, the faint sweetness of unseen desert blossoms, and the ever-present tang of wood smoke from Senora Flores's hearth, now banked low for the night. Tucson huddled under the moonlight, its sharp angles softened, its daytime harshness momentarily veiled. The distant sounds, a dog barking intermittently, the faint, melancholic strain of a guitar from a hidden patio, the low murmur of voices from the cantina down the street, only seemed to emphasize the profound quiet that lay beneath, the vast, watchful silence of the surrounding wilderness, pressing in on the small outpost of civilization. In her pocket, Amelia's fingers closed around the smooth contours of the carved wooden hawk. It felt like a talisman, a secret weight connecting her to the unsettling events of the past days. Mateo's frightened eyes, his instinctive clutching of the carving, the Senora's veiled warnings, and above all, the silent, assessing gaze of the Apache warrior. These images circled in her mind, refusing to settle. The whispers like dry grass had followed her into the night, rustling with unspoken meanings. She had tried to work earlier, reviewing her negatives, contemplating her next steps, but concentration eluded her. The camera sat idle in her room, its brass lens reflecting the lamplight like a vacant eye. It felt inadequate, almost irrelevant, faced with the depth of the human mystery unfolding around her. How could she capture the fear in a child's eyes, the guarded wisdom in an old woman's gaze, the silent challenge of a warrior standing on the precarious edge between two worlds? The soul catcher seemed like a hollow boast now, capable only of stealing superficial likenesses, missing the vital spark within. Her decision, formed in the heat of the afternoon's frustration and fear, had solidified under the cool indifference of the moon. She couldn't simply wait, passively observing, letting events unfold around her. She needed to understand, not just for the sake of her photography, but for herself, to quiet the restless unease that churned within her, the feeling of being adrift in a sea of dangerous currents she couldn't navigate. Understanding felt like the only anchor available. But how? Marching out to the Dragoon Mountains was suicide. Confronting the soldiers with questions would likely brand her a sympathizer, inviting suspicion and trouble. That left Senora Flores, the gatekeeper of this small sanctuary, whose silence seemed as layered and ancient as the adobe walls surrounding them. As if summoned by her thoughts, the wooden door to the Senora's quarters creaked open. The older woman emerged, wrapped in a dark shawl despite the mildness of the night. She carried a small clay cup, steam rising faintly from it in the moonlight. She didn't seem surprised to see Amelia standing there. Perhaps she had been watching from her window. "The moon is bright tonight, señorita," Senora Flores said, her voice soft, blending with the night sounds. A palo verde moon, some call it, when it shines on their yellow blossoms in the spring, though the blossoms are long gone now. She walked slowly towards the weathered bench where Amelia had tried to photograph the geraniums earlier, settling onto it with a quiet sigh. Amelia moved away from the tree, drawn towards the Senora's calm presence. It's beautiful, but the shadows seem deeper. The Senora took a slow sip from her cup, the scent of chamomile drifting faintly on the air. Shadows hold secrets, Senorita. And rest. The desert comes alive in the darkness. She patted the space beside her on the bench. Sit, child. The night air is cool. Amelia hesitated for only a moment before accepting the invitation. Sitting beside the Senora felt strangely intimate, a shared moment of quiet contemplation under the vast, indifferent sky. The silence stretched between them, comfortable rather than strained. Senora, Amelia began tentatively, tracing the pattern of the hawk in her pocket. Mateo, he seemed to know this carving. He was afraid. Senora Flores looked out across the moonlit courtyard, her gaze distant. Mateo sees much, she said after a moment. His father rode with the Apache long ago, before he settled here, before he met my daughter. There are ties, Senorita, old ties that the desert remembers even when men try to forget. She sighed, a soft, weary sound. The boy hears the whispers, he feels the tension, and he fears for those ghosts from his father's past. It wasn't a full explanation, but it was more than Amelia had expected. A connection, a past entanglement that touched this very household. And the man I saw, Amelia pressed gently, the one who dropped this, is he one of those ghosts? The Senora turned her head, her dark eyes meeting Amelia's in the moonlight. Her expression was serious, etched with a deep sadness. Some men cast long shadows, Senorita. They walk between worlds, belonging fully to neither. They carry burdens we cannot imagine. She paused, choosing her words carefully. The man you saw, he watches. He protects what he believes needs protecting, sometimes from the soldiers, sometimes from his own people, sometimes from foolishness. Her gaze was pointed. Is he Cochise? Amelia asked, the name barely a whisper. The Senora looked away, back towards the dark silhouette of the mountains visible beyond the town rooftops. Cochise is a great chief, a spirit of the Chiricahua. He is hunted. He moves like the wind. To see him is like seeing the mountain lion rare, dangerous, and a sign of power. She didn't confirm or deny, her ambiguity as effective as any wall. The man you saw, let us just say he walks with purpose and his path sometimes crosses this place. Because of Mateo? Or his father's past? Perhaps. Or perhaps because some places, some people become anchors in a storm. She took another sip of her chamomile tea. He left the hawk for you, Senorita. Did you know? Amelia's breath hitched. How? How do you know? I know his ways. He does not leave things by accident. It is a sign, a message. What message in her? Amelia felt a tremor run through her. That he sees you, the Senora said simply. That he knows you are here. That you carry the shadow catcher. She gestured vaguely towards Amelia's room, where the camera lay. He watches you. He wonders, perhaps, what is in your heart. Are you like the others, who come to take, to catalog, to steal, or do you seek something else? The question hung in the cool night air, heavy and demanding. It was the same question Amelia had been asking herself. I don't know anymore, Senora, she admitted, her voice barely audible. I thought I came seeking truth. But the truth here is complicated, dangerous. All truth worth knowing is dangerous, child, the senora said, her voice gentle but firm. It demands courage and respect. She finished her tea, setting the cup down beside her. The hawk is a symbol of clear sight, of swiftness, of spirit, but it is also a bird of prey. He offers you a choice, perhaps, to see clearly, even the danger, or to turn away. Amelia looked down at her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Turn away? Go back east, back to the safe, predictable world she had fled? The thought felt like suffocation. Despite the fear, despite the confusion, something had taken root in her here, something wild and tenacious like the desert plants clinging to life in the rocky soil. I don't want to turn away, she said softly, but I don't know how to go forward. Perhaps, the senora mused, rising slowly from the bench, her shawl pulled tighter around her shoulders. You simply need to stand still for a moment to listen, not just to the whispers of men, but to the breathing of the night, to the heartbeat of the land. She looked towards the gate that led out of the courtyard. Sometimes answers come when you stop chasing them. With a soft, Buenas noches, señorita, she retreated back into the shadows of her doorway, leaving Amelia alone once more under the stark brilliance of the Palo Verde moon. Stand still. Listen. The advice resonated within her. She had been so focused on setting up her camera, seeking subjects, questioning, worrying that perhaps she had failed to simply be present, to absorb the atmosphere, to let the place speak to her in its own language. She rose from the bench and walked slowly towards the courtyard gate, pushing it open just enough to look out onto the empty moon-washed street. The air felt charged, expectant. She strained her ears trying to filter out the distant town sounds, listening for, what? Hoofbeats, a footstep in the dust, the breathing of the night. Silence. A deep, profound silence that seemed to emanate from the vast, dark expanse beyond the town. It wasn't empty, though. It felt full, holding its breath. She stepped out onto the street, the dust soft beneath her worn boots. The moonlight cast her shadow long and thin behind her. She looked towards the alley where he had vanished, then towards the distant, hulking shapes of the mountains, silvered by the moon. Was he out there now watching? That intense, assessing gaze fixed on her solitary figure? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. But it wasn't entirely fear this time. There was something else mixed in a strange sense of connection, a shared solitude under the immense desert sky. Two beings from different worlds, caught in the cross currents of history, observing each other across a divide that felt both impassable and, paradoxically, intensely intimate. She thought of her camera again. If she had it now, would she try to capture this? The moonlight on the adobe walls, the profound silence, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes? No, the impulse wasn't there. The senora was right. This moment wasn't about capturing, it was about experiencing, about listening. She stood there for a long time, letting the silence wash over her, letting the moonlight soak into her skin. She tried to empty her mind of fear, of questions, focusing instead on the feel of the cool air, the scent of dust and creosote, the immense presence of the land stretching away into the darkness. She felt small, insignificant, yet strangely grounded, anchored to this specific point in space and time. Then a flicker of movement at the far end of the street, where the last adobe structures gave way to open desert scrub. Not a person, but something low to the ground. A coyote, perhaps, its silhouette lean and sharp, as it trotted across the moonlit patch before melting back into the shadows. A creature of the night, perfectly adapted, belonging here in a way she never could. As she watched the spot where the coyote had disappeared, her eyes caught something else. Almost invisible against the shadowed earth, near the base of a skeletal cholla cactus, was a faint disturbance, not tracks exactly, but a subtle impression in the dust, as if something had rested there briefly. And beside it, glinting faintly in the moonlight, lay a single, dark feather, smaller than an eagle's feather, softer, a hawk's feather. Her heart gave a sudden lurch. He had been here, watching, not from the alley this time, but from the edge, from the threshold between the town and the wilderness. He had stood still, listening just as she was doing now, and he had left another sign, not dropped accidentally, but placed for her to find. She didn't go towards it, and she stayed where she was, her gaze fixed on the small, dark shape against the pale dust. It felt like a response, a silent acknowledgement across the moonlit space. He saw her. He was listening too. A wave of emotion washed over her fear. Yes, but also profound, aching curiosity, and something else, something fragile and tentative that felt dangerously like understanding. Not a full understanding, but the dawning recognition of a shared humanity, a shared vulnerability beneath the hunter's moon. He wasn't just a symbol of the conflict, a dangerous other. He was a man, walking a perilous path, leaving cryptic signs in the darkness. Slowly, she turned and walked back towards the Casona gate, pulling it quietly shut behind her. She didn't look back towards the feather. She didn't need to retrieve it. Its image and its implication were etched firmly in her mind. Back in her room, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hawk carving on the table. It no longer seemed quite so alien beside her camera. Both were tools, in their own way, for seeing, for interpreting the world, but one captured light, while the other seemed to hold a deeper, more elusive spirit. She hadn't found concrete answers tonight, but she had found a different kind of clarity, a stillness, a sense that the path forward required not bold action, but quiet attention, a willingness to listen to the silence, to read the subtle signs left in the dust beneath the Palo Verde moon. The encounter had been entirely unspoken, yet it felt more profound, more consequential than any conversation. The whispers had led her not to explanations, but to a deeper, more dangerous level of engagement, a silent dialogue begun in the shadows. And as she finally lay down to sleep, the image of the lone hawk feather resting on the moonlit earth stayed with her, a fragile symbol of the perilous connection tightening around her heart. Chapter 7. Scars the Desert Remembers. Dawn arrived not with a gentle awakening, but as a slow bleed of pale light across the immense dark canvas of the eastern sky. Amelia watched it from her window, the small wooden hawk clutched loosely in her hand, its polished surface a familiar weight against her palm. The memory of the previous night, the luminous moon, the profound silence, the hawk feather, left like a deliberate whisper in the dust, felt both dreamlike and intensely real. It had shifted something within her, a subtle recalibration of her senses, her purpose. The restless urgency that had driven her initially had eased, replaced by a quieter, more watchful state, the one Senora Flores had advised, standing still, listening. The feather was gone this morning, claimed by the dawn wind, or perhaps retrieved by the one who left it. But its absence didn't diminish its significance. It was a confirmation, a fragile thread of communication spun across the chasm of silence and suspicion. He saw her. He knew she was listening. But what did he want her to hear? She dressed slowly, deliberately choosing sturdy walking boots and practical earth-toned clothing, leaving behind the slightly more formal attire she sometimes wore in town. Today wasn't about fitting in or making impressions. It was about walking the land, trying to read the stories etched into its surface, the scars the desert remembered long after human memories faded or were deliberately erased. She hesitated before picking up her camera bag. The heavy wooden box, the tripod, the case of chemicals and plates, they felt like an encumbrance today, a barrier rather than a tool. The soul catcher. The warrior's unwavering gaze seemed embedded in the brass lens. Could she truly see, truly listen, while burdened by the impulse to capture, to frame, to possess an image? After a moment's deliberation, she left it behind, tucked away in the corner of her room like a sleeping beast. Instead, she slipped a small sketchbook and a piece of charcoal into her satchel, alongside a canteen of water and a piece of dried fruit. It felt freeing, lighter, though also strangely vulnerable, like stepping out without armor. Senora Flores was already tending a small pot, simmering over an outdoor fire pit in the courtyard, the scent of coffee rich and inviting. She offered Amelia a cup with a simple nod, her eyes holding a knowing glint, perhaps noticing the absence of the camera bag. "You walk out today, señorita?" she asked mildly, handing her the steaming mug. "Yes, señora. Just to walk, to see the land." The señora nodded slowly. "The land has a long memory, longer than ours. Be careful what memories you stir." Another cryptic warning delivered with quiet gravity. Amelia drank the coffee, letting its warmth seep into her. "I will be careful." She didn't elaborate, and the señora didn't pry. Their communication had settled into a pattern of hints and ellipses, understanding conveyed more through silence and observation than direct words. Leaving the casona, she walked not towards the bustling center of Tucson, but away from it, heading southwest back towards the area near Sentinel Peak, where she had photographed the crumbling adobe ruin just days before. That encounter felt like a lifetime ago, viewed through the lens of subsequent events. She wanted to see that place again, but with different eyes, eyes unburdened by the camera's frame, open to the subtle narratives held within the landscape itself. The morning air was still relatively cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of creosote and dry earth. The sun climbed higher, its light growing stronger, sharper, defining the contours of the land with brutal clarity. The distant mountains, the Rancones to the east, and the Tucson Mountains closer by seemed to watch her progress, their ancient faces impassive. As she left the last scattered adobes behind, the town sounds faded, replaced by the whisper of the wind through brittle bush, the crunch of her boots on the gravelly soil, the occasional startled cry of a quail bursting from cover. The silence here was different from the night silence, less profound perhaps, but filled with the small sounds of life persisting in a harsh environment. She walked slowly, deliberately paying attention to the ground beneath her feet, the nuances of the terrain. She noticed things she might have missed while burdened by her equipment, or focused on finding a specific composition. An almost obliterated track, barely more than a faint depression in the earth, heading off towards the rugged folds of the nearby hills, an old trail, perhaps used by travelers or hunters long before the main wagon roads were established. Patches where the vegetation grew differently, thicker or sparser, hinting at past disturbances, a long abandoned field maybe, or the site of an old encampment where fires had sterilized the soil. She saw the ruin from a distance, its broken silhouette stark against the vast blue sky. It looked smaller today, less significant than the land itself. As she drew closer, she bypassed the spot where she had set up her tripod, circling around the crumbling walls, observing them not as a potential photograph, but as a testament to human effort swallowed by time and the elements. Who had built it? What dreams had crumbled along with the sun-dried mud bricks? A stagecoach stop? A prospector's hopeful homestead? The desert held the answer close, offering only silence and the slow work of erosion. She sat on a sun-warmed rock, facing away from the ruin, looking out across the wide expanse of the valley floor, towards the hazy line of the Santa Cruz River, marked by a darker ribbon of cottonwoods and willows in the distance. This land had seen so much. Waves of people had passed through, each leaving their mark, their scars, the Hohokam, centuries before, leaving behind their enigmatic petroglyphs and irrigation canals, faint traces still visible if one knew where to look. The Tohono O'odham and the Pima, ancient inhabitants who understood the desert's rhythms. The Spanish missionaries and soldiers, building churches and presidios, imposing their faith and their rule. The Mexicans inheriting the Spanish legacy, adapting to the harsh realities of the frontier. And now the Anglos, the soldiers, the settlers, the miners, the ranchers pushing westward, driven by manifest destiny, bringing with them new forms of violence, new laws, new ways of carving up the land. And the Apache, the Chiricahua, the Coyotero, the Membrano, people fiercely bound to these mountains and deserts, their ancestral homelands, resisting encroachment, fighting for their freedom, their way of life. Cochise, Geronimo, names whispered with fear by settlers, spoken with reverence by those who understood their struggle. Their presence was woven into the fabric of this place, into the names of mountains and passes, into the fearful memories of raids and ambushes, into the determined resistance that kept General Crook's soldiers riding out from Fort Lowell. Where did the warrior who watched her fit into this tapestry? Was he Chiricahua, one of Cochise's band? His bearing suggested leadership, quiet authority. His knowledge of her movements, his appearance in town and near the Casona, hinted at a network, eyes and ears extending beyond the mountain strongholds. Why the hawk carving? Why the feather? Tokens left by a ghost, gestures across an impassable divide. Senora Flores had spoken of protection, of watching. Was he protecting something from her, or warning her, or something else entirely? She pulled out her sketchbook, the rough paper feeling unfamiliar compared to the smooth glass plates she usually handled. She didn't try to draw the ruin or the grand vista. Instead, her charcoal found itself tracing the gnarled, resilient form of a nearby ironwood tree, its bark deeply furrowed, its branches twisted by wind and time, a living scar, a testament to endurance. She sketched the sharp, defensive spines of a prickly pear cactus, the delicate, almost invisible flowers, clinging to a seemingly dead ocotillo stem, waiting for rain. Details, textures, signs of life persisting against the odds. It felt different from photography, slower, more intimate, less about capturing a definitive image, and more about understanding the essence, the feeling. As she sketched, a sense of peace settled over her, tentative but real. Away from the charged atmosphere of Tucson, away from the silent challenge of her camera, she felt a quiet connection to the land, to the slow, deep rhythms of the desert. The sun climbed higher, the heat intensifying, pressing down, forcing life into stillness, into shadow. She drank from her canteen, the water tasting metallic and precious. After a while, she rose and continued her walk, letting instinct guide her feet, moving parallel to the base of the low hills where she had first seen the riders. She scanned the slopes, half expecting to see them again, silhouetted against the sky. But there was nothing, only rock, cactus, and shimmering heat waves rising from the ground. Yet the feeling of being observed lingered, less specific now, more like the land itself was watching, aware of her passage. She came upon a shallow arroyo, its sandy bottom dry and cracked, following its winding course upstream, deeper into a fold of the hills. The air grew slightly cooler, the shade denser beneath stands of palo verde trees, their green bark vibrant against the muted earth tones. Here, sheltered from the direct sun, the silence felt older, deeper. She noticed faint markings on a smooth rock face, geometric shapes, spirals, stick-like figures, petroglyphs left by ancient hands. Another layer of memory, another scar whispered by the stones. Further up the arroyo, where the bank steepened, she saw it, almost hidden beneath an overhanging ledge. Shielded from the casual glance was a small collection of stones, arranged deliberately. Not a natural formation. It was too ordered, too intentional. Several larger, flat stones leaned against each other, forming a small cairn, perhaps half collapsed by time or weather. Around its base, smaller rocks formed a rough outline overgrown with brittle grass and desert marigold. Her breath caught. An unmarked grave, or something else, a shrine, a place of remembrance. She approached slowly, hesitantly, feeling like an intruder stepping onto sacred ground. There were no markings, no crosses, no names, just the silent stones, bearing witness to something lost, something remembered only by the desert itself. Whose final resting place was this? A prospector lost in the wilderness? A traveler ambushed on an old trail? Or perhaps someone caught in the crossfire of the ongoing conflict? A casualty of a forgotten skirmish, buried hastily, remembered only by the wind and the stones? She crouched down near the cairn, her fingers tracing the rough texture of one of the larger stones. It felt cool despite the day's heat. She felt a profound sense of sorrow emanating from the spot, a palpable weight of grief lingering in the shaded air. This was a scar, tangible and deep, hidden away in the folds of the land. As her eyes adjusted to the deeper shade beneath the ledge, she noticed something tucked into a crevice between two of the base stones, something small, dark, almost identical to the one she had found the night before. Another hawk feather. A cold shiver traced its way down her spine. He had been here, or at least someone connected to him, someone who carried his sign. This place held significance for him, for his people, a place of memory, of loss. By leaving the feather, was he acknowledging her presence here, guiding her? Or was it a warning, tread carefully? This ground holds pain. She didn't touch the feather this time. She simply observed it, letting the implications sink in. This hidden grave, marked by his sign, spoke volumes more than any conversation could. It spoke of loss connected to this land, of memory held sacred, of a presence that watched over these forgotten places. It linked the silent warrior, not just to the present conflict, but to the deep historical wounds that festered beneath the surface of the territory. The sense of connection she had felt the previous night intensified, but it was now laced with a profound sadness, an understanding of the grief that must shadow his life, the lives of his people. Her own internal struggles, her artistic dilemmas felt small, insignificant, compared to the weight of history embodied in this simple, hidden grave. Suddenly, the distant sound she'd been unconsciously listening for materialized. Hoofbeats, not the stealthy tread of unshod ponies, but the rhythmic, purposeful drumming of shod horses, accompanied by the faint jingle of cavalry equipment. Soldiers, moving along the base of the hills, perhaps on patrol, perhaps heading towards a specific destination, towards the dragoons, towards other places marked by scars only they knew. The sound was still distant, but growing steadily closer. Adrenaline surged through her, being found here, alone, near this clearly indigenous marker. By a suspicious army patrol, the possibilities were chilling. She quickly gathered her sketchbook and canteen, scrambling back down the arroyo the way she had come, seeking the cover of the open desert, wanting to put distance between herself and the hidden grave before the soldiers drew near. She didn't run but moved quickly, purposefully, keeping low, using the sparse vegetation and folds in the land for cover as she angled back towards Tucson. The hoofbeats faded behind her as the patrol passed further down the valley, but the echo of their passage remained, a harsh reminder of the power enforcing the boundaries, the power that hunted the man who left feathers by hidden graves. The walk back felt different. The land was no longer just a beautiful, indifferent landscape. It was a repository of secrets, of pain, of resilience. Every shadow seemed deeper, every silence more profound. The scars were everywhere, if one knew how to look, and the hawk feather, resting unseen in the arroyo, felt like a key, unlocking a deeper, more perilous layer of understanding. She had sought truth, and the desert was beginning to show it to her, etched not in silver on glass plates, but in stone, in dust, and in the silent grief the land itself remembered. The path forward remained uncertain, but its direction felt irrevocably altered. It led deeper into the heart of the conflict, towards the source of those scars, and perhaps inevitably, towards the man who watched over them. Chapter 8. Between Two Fires Burning. Returning to Tucson felt like crossing back into a different, more discordant reality. The dust, the noise, the palpable tension in the air, it all seemed amplified. After the profound quiet and unsettling discoveries out in the desert hills, the memory of the hidden grave, the hawk feather, nestled amongst the stones, clung to Amelia like the fine grit that coated her clothes and skin. It was a secret knowledge, heavy and dangerous, setting her further apart from the everyday concerns of the townspeople swirling around her. She slipped back into the relative sanctuary of the Casona courtyard unnoticed, feeling the need to wash away the physical dust and, if possible, the emotional weight of the morning's revelations. Senora Flores glanced up from tending her chilies drying on a rack in the sun, her dark eyes assessing Amelia's dusty appearance and the absence, once again, of her camera. She offered no comment, merely a slight inclination of her head, an acknowledgement that seemed to encompass both Amelia's safe return and the unspoken burdens she carried back with her. In the cool dimness of her room, Amelia splashed water on her face from the pitcher, the coolness a brief shock against her heated skin. She looked at her reflection in the small, wavy mirror above the washstand. Her face was smudged with dust, her hair escaping its pins, her eyes holding a new wariness, a shadow that hadn't been there before. The woman who had arrived in the Arizona territory, Seeking truth through a camera lens seemed like a naive stranger now. The desert wasn't just offering truths, it was demanding a transformation, stripping away layers of detachment, forcing an engagement she hadn't anticipated. The hidden grave, marked by the Apache warrior's sign, shifted everything. He wasn't just a watcher, a silent challenger. He was connected to the grief held by this land, a guardian of its painful memories. The feather wasn't just a message to her. It was an act of remembrance, a testament to loss, and the proximity of the Army patrol underscored the perilousness of that remembrance, the danger inherent in acknowledging the scars the dominant power sought to erase or ignore. She felt caught between the encroaching military force, represented by the suspicious soldiers and the anxious settlers, and the elusive resisting Apache, embodied by the silent warrior and his cryptic signs between two fires burning. To sympathize openly with the Apache invited ostracization, suspicion, even violence from the settlers and authorities. To align herself with the townspeople, to ignore the hidden grave and the meaning of the hawk feathers, felt like a betrayal of the deeper truth. She was beginning to glimpse a betrayal of her own conscience. Neutrality, she was rapidly discovering, was a luxury this land did not afford. Simply being here, observing, asking questions, marked her. Her camera, sitting inert in the corner, seemed to mock her dilemma. What images could she possibly capture now that would reflect this complex, dangerous reality? A photograph of the hidden grave? Unthinkable. It would be a desecration, a violation of the trust implied by the feather, potentially leading soldiers right to it. A photograph of the soldiers? It would tell only half the story, reinforcing the official narrative of order versus savagery. Portraits of the townspeople? Their faces, etched with fear and hardship, were part of the truth, but capturing them felt somehow incomplete, detached from the deeper currents running beneath the surface. She spent the afternoon indoors, sketching distractedly from memory the gnarled ironwood, the curve of the arroyo, the simple lines of the hawk carving. The act of drawing felt less intrusive than photography, more meditative, allowing her thoughts to drift. But the images kept circling back to the warrior. His face, seen clearly only fleetingly in the plaza, was hard to recall with precision. Yet the intensity of his gaze, the air of quiet authority, remained vivid. Who was he mourning at that hidden grave? A family member? A fellow warrior? A victim of some forgotten massacre? The need to know, to understand his perspective grew stronger, overriding her fear. But how? Seeking him out seemed impossible, suicidal even. He appeared and disappeared like smoke, operating by rules she didn't comprehend. Waiting for him to reveal himself further felt passive, agonizingly slow. As evening approached, the sounds of increased activity filtered in from the street. Raised voices, the clatter of wagons arriving, the tramp of booted feet. Curiosity, mixed with a sense of foreboding, drew Amelia to her window. A supply train had arrived, escorted by a larger contingent of soldiers than usual. Dust-covered wagons creaked to a halt near the sutler's store, and weary-looking troopers dismounted, their faces grim beneath the brims of their hats. More men, more guns, more supplies pouring into the tinderbox. She saw Mr. Henderson emerge from his store, wiping his hands on his apron, his usual mercantile bonhomie replaced by a worried frown as he conferred with an officer. Other townspeople gathered, watching, their expressions a mixture of relief at the reinforcement and anxiety about what it signified. The whispers intensified, no longer like dry grass, but like the hiss of a lit fuse. Trouble brewing, Crook's making his move, gonna clean out the dragoons for good this time. Amelia's stomach tightened. A major campaign seemed imminent. The fragile, simmering peace was about to boil over. And the warrior, the watcher, Cochise perhaps, would be at the heart of it, fighting for his people's survival against this escalating force. Her encounters with him, the feathers, the grave, they suddenly felt less like personal messages and more like fleeting moments snatched from the edge of a coming storm. Feeling suffocated by the confines of her room, by the weight of her thoughts, she decided to risk venturing out into the town again, needing to feel the pulse of the place, however agitated it might be. She pinned her hair up more securely, donned her least conspicuous dress, and slipped out, melting into the growing twilight shadows. The plaza was crowded, buzzing with nervous energy. Soldiers mingled with settlers. Conversations were louder, more animated, fueled perhaps by liquor from the cantinas and the shared anxiety. She kept to the periphery, observing, listening. The talk was all of the Apache, of past grievances and anticipated battles. Stories were exchanged, often exaggerated, painting the Chiricahua as inhuman monsters, justifying the impending military action. There was little room for nuance, for empathy, for acknowledging the Apache perspective. Fear and hatred formed a thick, suffocating blanket over the town. She saw men she recognized, the ranchers who had spoken with Henderson, their faces hard with resolve. The soldiers who had hassled the young Mexican man, their postures arrogant, confident. It felt like standing on the edge of a mob, the collective anger and fear building towards a dangerous release. Then, amidst the throng near the main cantina, she saw a familiar uniform, but one that stood slightly apart. Captain Marcus Thorne. She had met him briefly a few weeks prior at a small, formal gathering hosted by one of Tucson's more established merchant families, an event she had attended out of a sense of obligation, feeling awkward and out of place. Thorne commanded the cavalry detachment frequently patrolling the area, a man perhaps in his late 30s with sharp blue eyes, a neatly trimmed mustache, and an air of professional competence that bordered on sternness. He projected an image of order, of controlled force, the embodiment of the military presence tasked with taming this territory. He wasn't joining in the boisterous talk, but stood observing the scene, his expression thoughtful, almost weary. He caught her eye across the crowded plaza, a flicker of recognition, perhaps surprise in his gaze. He offered a brief, formal nod. Amelia hesitated. Should she approach him? He represented the force actively hunting the people the warrior belonged to, the force that likely created the need for hidden graves. Yet perhaps he held answers, or at least a different perspective, one grounded in the military reality rather than civilian rumor. Could she glean anything from him without revealing her own confusing allegiances, her own secret knowledge? It was a risk, stepping closer to one of the fires. Taking a breath, she navigated through the small knots of people, approaching him where he stood slightly apart from the main flow of traffic near the cantina entrance. "Captain Thorne," she greeted him, keeping her voice steady. He turned fully towards her, his posture relaxing slightly from its formal rigidity. "Miss Hudson, an unexpected pleasure to see you out this evening. The town seems agitated." His blue eyes held a hint of questioning. "Indeed, the arrival of the supply train seems to have stirred things up," Amelia replied carefully. "There's much talk of impending action. Thorne sighed, rubbing his temples briefly, a gesture of fatigue that momentarily softened his stern features. War talk always flies thickest in towns, Miss Hudson, often fueled by more whiskey than fact. He looked out at the milling crowd, his gaze distant. But yes, tensions are high. General Crook is determined to bring this conflict to a resolution for the safety of the settlers, the security of the territory. Resolution? Amelia echoed softly. What kind of resolution does the general envision? Thorne's gaze returned to her, sharp, assessing. One where the Apache bands accept the government's terms, reside peacefully on the designated reservations, and cease their raiding and hostilities. And if they refuse, his expression hardened slightly, then the army has its orders, Miss Hudson. We are soldiers. We follow orders to establish peace and order through whatever means necessary. The euphemism hung heavy in the air. Whatever means necessary. It meant force, violence, destruction. But, Captain, Amelia pressed gently, choosing her words with care, these people, the Chiricahua, this is their ancestral land. They fight for their homes, their way of life, wouldn't you say? Is confining them to reservations truly peace? Thorne looked at her intently, a flicker of surprise, perhaps disapproval, in his eyes. It was not the sort of question typically posed by civilians, certainly not by unaccompanied women in this frontier town. Miss Hudson, the situation is complex. There have been atrocities on both sides, regrettable incidents, fueled by decades of misunderstanding and conflict. But the reality is that westward expansion is inevitable. The Apache way of life, based on raiding and nomadic movement, is incompatible with settlement, with progress. He sounded as if reciting from an official manual. Incompatible or inconvenient? Amelia countered softly, unable to stop herself. The image of the hidden grave, the hawk feather, flashed in her mind. A muscle twitched in Thorne's jaw. He studied her for a long moment, his blue eyes narrowed slightly. You seem to have strong views on the matter, Miss Hudson. Unusual, perhaps, for someone newly arrived from the East. Have you had some personal encounter? The question landed like a stone, direct, probing. He was sharp, observant. Had he heard rumors, seen her near the plaza when the warrior was there? Was her interest too obvious? She felt the heat rise in her cheeks, caught in the beam of his scrutiny. I am merely trying to understand, Captain. She deflected, striving for a neutral tone. As an observer, my work involves seeing things clearly from all angles if possible. Seeing things clearly, Thorne mused, his gaze still fixed on her. A difficult task in this country, Miss Hudson. The light can be blinding, the shadows deceptive, and sometimes getting too close to the subject can distort the perspective. He paused, or put the observer in danger. This is not Philadelphia. There are forces at play here, best left undisturbed by those who don't understand the rules of engagement. It was a warning, couched in polite, measured terms, but unmistakable. Amelia met his gaze, refusing to look away, though her heart hammered against her ribs. Perhaps understanding the rules requires observing them firsthand, Captain, even the uncomfortable ones. A faint, unreadable expression crossed Thorne's face, perhaps reluctant respect, perhaps annoyance. Be careful, Miss Hudson, he said, his voice dropping slightly, losing some of its official stiffness. This isn't a subject for sketching in a notebook. People get hurt when they stray into the middle of a fight. Good intentions pave the road to, well, you know the saying. He gave her another curt nod. If you'll excuse me, duty calls. He turned and strode purposefully towards a group of his troopers, leaving Amelia standing alone, the noise of the plaza swirling around her, feeling the chill of his warning despite the warm night air. She had stepped closer to one fire and felt its heat, its potential to burn. Thorn, despite his controlled demeanor, represented the implacable force of the U.S. Army, the driving engine of manifest destiny, convinced of its righteousness, prepared to use overwhelming power to achieve its ends. His warning was clear: stay out, observe from a distance, don't interfere. But the other fire, the one represented by the silent warrior and the hidden grave, pulled at her with a different kind of intensity. It spoke of resistance, of grief, of a deep connection to the land that the soldiers, for all their power, seemed unable to comprehend. The hawk feathers felt like embers from that fire, glowing with a secret heat. She was caught between them, her loyalties fractured, her purpose uncertain. The path of the observer felt increasingly untenable, dishonest even. Yet choosing a side felt impossible, dangerous. As she turned away from the noisy plaza, retreating back towards the casona, the weight of her position settled upon her. She was a solitary figure, navigating a landscape scarred by conflict, watched by both sides, trusted by neither. The desert remembered its scars, and she was beginning to feel their imprint on her own soul, caught between two fires burning, with the wind rising and the distinct feeling that the flames were about to leap higher. Chapter 9. The Soldier's Uneasy Eyes. The encounter with Captain Thorne left a residue of unease that lingered long after Amelia had retreated to the relative quiet of her room. His warning, though politely delivered, had been clear. Maintain distance. Do not interfere. He saw her as an outsider, perhaps naive, potentially meddlesome, playing with fire in a situation she didn't comprehend. His perspective was stark, grounded in military necessity and the prevailing belief in the inevitability, the righteousness even, of westward expansion. The Apache were an obstacle, a problem to be managed, contained, or eliminated. There was little room in his worldview, it seemed, for the nuances of ancestral rights, cultural survival, or the deep scars of loss that Amelia had glimpsed at the hidden grave. Yet, beneath his professional exterior, she thought she had detected something else, a fleeting weariness, a hint of doubt, perhaps, so quickly suppressed. Or was that just wishful thinking, her own desire to find complexity where there might only be rigid adherence to duty? His blue eyes, sharp and assessing, had held no warmth, only a cool caution. He represented one fire, disciplined, powerful, and convinced of its purpose. Sleep offered little respite. Her dreams were fragmented, filled with images of burning landscapes, silent watchers in the shadows, and the accusing stare of the hawk carving. She awoke feeling unrested, the tension coiling tighter within her. The town outside seemed subdued in the early morning light, as if holding its breath after the previous night's agitation. Bracing for the storm everyone felt was coming. She decided she needed to work, to immerse herself in the familiar, tangible process of photography, even if its purpose felt increasingly uncertain. Perhaps focusing on the technical aspects, the chemistry and mechanics, could provide a temporary anchor in the swirling currents of her thoughts. She wouldn't venture far today. The risk felt too high, Thorne's warning too fresh. The Casona courtyard, or perhaps a quiet street nearby, would have to suffice. As she began assembling her equipment in the courtyard, polishing the lens, setting up the tripod, Preparing the collodion, she felt Senora Flores's eyes on her. The older woman worked quietly nearby, grinding corn with a smooth stone pestle, her movements rhythmic, practiced. She didn't speak, but Amelia felt her presence, a silent commentary on the return of the shadow catcher. Was the senora disappointed or simply resigned? Mateo, the young boy who had snatched the hawk carving, peered out from the doorway for a moment, his eyes wide as he saw the camera. He quickly darted back inside, a flicker of the fear she had seen before crossing his face. The camera was a symbol, she realized, and not just to the Apache, but perhaps to anyone living under the shadow of the conflict. It represented observation, documentation, the power of the outsider to capture and potentially expose. Resolutely, Amelia focused on her task. She decided to photograph the intricate pattern of shadows cast by the mesquite leaves on the sun-baked adobe wall. An abstract composition, devoid of human subjects, seemingly safe. She ducked under the focusing cloth, the familiar red-tinged inverted world enveloping her. Adjusting the focus, framing the delicate tracery of light and dark, she felt a sliver of her old professional calm return. Here, at least, was something she could control, shape, fix in time. She prepared a wet plate, sensitized it in the dark tent, and slid it into the camera holder. Emerging back into the sunlight, she paused before removing the lens cap, her senses on alert. The courtyard felt quiet, enclosed, yet the tension from the town seemed to seep through the walls. She could hear the distant clang of the blacksmith, the murmur of voices from the street, the occasional shout of a soldier. As she began the exposure, counting the seconds silently, a figure appeared at the courtyard gate. Not the Apache warrior, not Captain Thorne. It was a young soldier, one she vaguely recognized from the plaza patrols, perhaps one of the men who had been with Thorne the previous evening. He looked barely out of his teens, his uniform dusty, his face thin and marked by sunburn and the beginnings of a beard he couldn't quite cultivate. He seemed hesitant, glancing back towards the street before stepping uncertainly into the courtyard. He saw Amelia, saw the camera, and stopped abruptly, his expression shifting from uncertainty to surprise, then suspicion. His hand instinctively went to the Colt revolver holstered at his hip. Amelia quickly replaced the lens cap, her heart giving a sudden jolt. The exposure was likely ruined, but the soldier's wary posture demanded her immediate attention. "Can I help you, soldier?" she asked, keeping her voice calm, even. The young man swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. His eyes, pale blue and bloodshot, darted around the courtyard, lingering on Senora Flores, who had stopped her grinding and now watched him impassively, then returning to Amelia and her camera. They were uneasy eyes, filled with a nervousness that didn't quite fit the hardened image soldiers usually projected. "Ma'am," he began, his voice raspy, "Captain Thorne. He sent me. Said to check if you were all right. After last night, the commotion." It sounded like a poorly rehearsed excuse. Thorne hadn't struck her as the type for solicitous follow-ups, especially not delegated to a nervous private. "I'm quite all right, thank you," Amelia replied, studying him closely. He seemed wound tight as a spring, his gaze constantly shifting, never quite settling. "Is there something else?" He shuffled his feet, kicking at a loose stone. "No, ma'am. Just orders." He glanced towards her camera again, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Curiosity? Fear? "Taking pictures, ma'am?" "Yes, trying to capture the light here. It's very unique." "Light," he repeated vaguely, his gaze drifting towards the alleyway beside the casona, the same alley where the Apache warrior had vanished. He seemed distracted, jumpy. Yeah, it's bright, all right. Blinding sometime. He shifted his weight again, his hand still hovering near his revolver. Ma'am, you been here long? In Tucson? A few weeks, Amelia answered, wary. Why the questions? See much going on? He pressed, lowering his voice slightly, leaning forward conspiratorially. Things happening out there? He gestured vaguely towards the desert beyond the town. Amelia felt a prickle of alarm. Was this an interrogation disguised as casual conversation? Was Thorne trying to gauge what she knew, whom she might have spoken to? Or was this young soldier acting on his own, driven by some personal anxiety? I mostly keep to myself, soldier, she said carefully. I photograph landscapes, old buildings. I'm not involved in local affairs. His uneasy eyes searched her face, seeming unconvinced. People talk, he muttered, almost to himself, whispers, about them Chiricahua. Say they got spies right here in town watching us. He glanced towards Senora Flores again, who remained silent, her expression unreadable. The implication was ugly, obvious. I wouldn't know anything about that, Amelia said firmly, feeling a surge of protectiveness towards the senora. Senora Flores has been very kind to me. The soldier flushed slightly. Yeah, sure. Look, ma'am. He hesitated, seeming to wrestle with himself. He took a half step closer, his voice dropping further, becoming urgent, almost desperate. You see things, right? With that, box? He nodded towards the camera. You see things others miss? What was he getting at? Sometimes, Amelia conceded cautiously. Have you seen him? The question was barely a breath, fraught with a significance that felt intensely personal. Him? Amelia repeated, her mind racing. Did he mean the warrior? Cochise? The soldier's eyes darted nervously towards the gate again. The Apache, he whispered, the word loaded with fear. The tall one, dark eyes, moves like smoke. They say he comes into town sometimes, watches. Amelia's blood ran cold. He was talking about the warrior. This young soldier knew he came here. How? Had he seen him too? Or was this just more rumor, amplified by fear? I've heard stories, she said non-committally, trying to gauge his reaction. His face crumpled slightly, a mixture of fear and something else, desperation. Stories, he scoffed weakly. It ain't just stories, ma'am. He's real. I seen him. I think I seen him. He ran a trembling hand through his dusty hair. Out on patrol, near the canyon pass. Just for a second, vanished, like he was never there. But the look in his eyes, he shuddered. Felt like he could see right through you, know everything you were thinking. He looked utterly terrified, not with the blustering fear of the men in the plaza, but with a deeper, more existential dread. The dread of facing something inexplicable, something that defied the rigid order of military life. Why are you telling me this, soldier? Amelia asked quietly, her initial suspicion softening slightly into concern. He seemed genuinely distressed, on the verge of breaking. He looked at her, his uneasy eyes pleading, because Captain Thorne, he thinks I'm imagining things. Said I got heat stroke or nerves. He swallowed hard. But I know what I saw, and I heard whispers about you, that you go out alone, that you ain't scared like the others, that maybe you seen him too? He clearly wasn't here on Thorne's orders. Not for this purpose anyway. This was personal. He was seeking validation, perhaps absolution from the strange woman with the camera, the one rumored to see things differently. "Why does seeing him frighten you so much?" Amelia asked gently. "More than the thought of battle?" He flinched. "Battle. Battle, you know what to expect. Orders, lines, shooting. You know the enemy. But him," his voice dropped again. "He's different. It's not just fighting. It's like he's part of the land, like the mountains are watching through his eyes. And when he looks at you," he trailed off, unable to articulate the feeling. "There was this fella in my company," he continued after a moment, his gaze unfocused and looking past her. "Corporal Davies, good soldier, steady. We were on patrol last month near Dos Cabezas, ambush, quick, brutal, over in minutes. Davy, he went missing, just gone. No body, no tracks, nothing, like the desert swallowed him whole." He looked back at Amelia, his eyes wide with remembered horror. They say he took him, the tall one, that he collects souls, like your box, maybe." The soul catcher myth, twisted by fear and grief into something monstrous. Amelia felt a chill despite the courtyard's warmth. The soldier's fear was infectious, feeding the tendrils of her own apprehension. Yet his terror also highlighted the profound gulf of understanding between the soldiers and the Apache. They saw the warrior not as a man defending his homeland, but as a supernatural specter, an embodiment of their deepest fears about this alien, untamable land. "Soldier," Amelia said, trying to inject calm into her voice, "fear can play tricks on the mind, especially out here. The heat, the stress." "It wasn't tricks," he insisted, his voice rising slightly before he caught himself glancing nervously towards the gate. "It was real. And Davies, he ain't the only one gone missing." He leaned closer again, his breath hot and smelling faintly of stale rations. "Something ain't right, ma'am. Thorn, the brass. They talk about campaigns, reservations, but there's something else going on, something older, darker, in these hills." His uneasy eyes seemed to plead for understanding, for confirmation that he wasn't losing his mind. Amelia felt trapped. To confirm his fears, to admit she too had seen the warrior, felt dangerous, potentially exposing herself and possibly the warrior. To dismiss his terror felt cruel, abandoning this clearly fragile young man to his anxieties. She thought of the hidden grave, the hawk feathers. There was something deeper going on, a layer of grief and memory that the military narrative completely ignored. But it wasn't necessarily darker or supernatural, just human, painfully human. "This land holds many stories," Amelia said carefully, "many sorrows. Perhaps what you're sensing is the weight of that history, the echoes of past conflicts." He stared at her, seeming unsatisfied, still searching for something more concrete. "Maybe," he mumbled, unconvinced. He looked down at his dusty boots. "Look, ma'am, but if you see him again, why, the tall one, would you tell me?" The request hung in the air, fraught with implications. Why did he want to know? To report it? To confront the warrior? Or simply to know he wasn't alone in his sightings? "Why?" Amelia asked directly. He hesitated, glancing around again as if fearing unseen listeners. I need to know," he whispered. "Need to know if I'm crazy. Need to know if he's watching me." Before Amelia could formulate a response, the sound of approaching footsteps and voices came from the street. The young soldier stiffened, his eyes widening in panic. "Gotta go," he stammered. Don't tell Thorne I was asking things. Please." Without waiting for an answer, He turned and almost bolted out of the courtyard gate, nearly colliding with two other troopers who were passing by. They looked after him with surprised, slightly contemptuous expressions before continuing on their way. Amelia watched him disappear, her mind reeling. The encounter had been deeply unsettling. The young soldier's raw fear, his fragmented stories of missing comrades, his conviction that the warrior was some kind of supernatural entity, it painted a stark picture of the psychological toll the conflict was taking on the men sent to fight it. They were isolated, afraid, grappling with an enemy and a landscape they didn't understand, resorting to superstition to explain the inexplicable. And his plea for her to report any sightings of the warrior, it put her in an even more precarious position. She was now potentially caught not just between the broader forces of the army and the Apache, but between a wary Captain Thorne and his terrified, possibly unstable subordinate. She looked over at Senora Flores, who had watched the entire exchange in silence, her hand still now resting on the stone pestle. The Senora's dark eyes met Amelia's, holding a deep, sorrowful understanding. "His fear is real, Senorita," the Senora said quietly, though perhaps misplaced. "The desert does not swallow men. Men swallow each other." She sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of long-witnessed tragedies. "That young man, he looks for monsters in the shadows because it is easier than looking at the monster within his own ranks, within his own heart." The words resonated with a chilling clarity. Easier to fear an Apache catcher than to confront the brutality of the conflict, the disappearance of comrades, the possibility of desertion, or the simple, grim reality of death in an unforgiving land. Amelia looked down at her camera, then back towards the empty gateway where the soldier had stood. His uneasy eyes seemed to linger in the air. He was another casualty of this war, wounded not by bullets but by fear and uncertainty, and he had inadvertently drawn her deeper into the tangled web of suspicion and desperation that lay beneath the surface of Tucson. The fires were burning hotter, and she could feel their heat scorching the edges of her carefully constructed neutrality. Chapter 10. A Truth. Etched in silver. The young soldier's frightened eyes haunted Amelia long after he had fled the courtyard. His raw terror, his desperate plea for validation, his whispered fears of soul catchers and swallowed men. It was a stark, unsettling counterpoint to Captain Thorne's cool, calculated pronouncements about order and resolution. Thorne represented the polished surface of military certainty, while the young private, whose name she didn't even know, embodied the cracking foundation beneath. Riddled with fear, superstition, and the psychological wounds of a brutal, disorienting conflict. Senora Flores's words echoed, "He looks for monsters in the shadows because it is easier than looking at the monster within." Amelia abandoned any further attempt at photographing the mesquite shadows. The interruption had broken the fragile spell of concentration, and the soldier's desperate energy lingered in the air, tainting the peacefulness she had sought. She retreated to her room, the heavy wooden camera and tripod seeming more like burdensome artifacts than tools of insight. She felt adrift, caught in a rip current of conflicting narratives and loyalties, the solid ground of objective observation washing away beneath her feet. She found herself staring at the glass plate she had started to expose when the soldier appeared. It was likely ruined, fogged by the abrupt replacement of the lens cap or simply by the disturbed atmosphere. Ordinarily, she would have cleaned it off immediately, reusing the precious glass for a fresh attempt. But today, driven by a strange compulsion, a need to see something tangible emerge from the confusion, she decided to develop it anyway. Inside the suffocating darkness of her portable tent, the familiar chemical smells, ether, alcohol, silver nitrate usually grounding, now felt cloying, heavy. Working by the dim ruby glow of the safety lantern, she poured the developer over the plate, her movements less precise than usual, her thoughts elsewhere. She watched the slick surface waiting for an image to bloom from the seemingly blank expanse. Slowly, shapes began to emerge, ghostlier than usual. The sharp lines of the adobe wall, the intricate pattern of the mesquite shadows she had intended to capture. But the image was weak, fogged, lacking contrast, as she had expected, and overlaid, like a double exposure caused by her distraction, or the disturbed light, was a faint, translucent silhouette near the edge of the frame, the hesitant form of the young soldier stepping into the courtyard gate. He was blurred, almost spectral, captured in that instant of uncertainty before suspicion hardened his features. And his eyes. Even in the dim, flawed image, his eyes were distinct, wide, unfocused, filled with that pervasive, consuming unease she had witnessed firsthand. It wasn't the clear, sharp truth she usually sought in her photographs, the kind etched decisively in silver. This was a different kind of truth, murky, distorted, spectral, the truth of fear itself, captured accidentally on the flawed plate. She fixed the image, the chemical fumes stinging her nostrils. Staring at the ghostly soldier trapped in the emulsion, she felt a pang of pity, sharp and unexpected. He was so young, so clearly out of his depth, consumed by anxieties that his superiors dismissed as weakness or heat stroke. Was he truly seeing ghosts? Or was he simply more attuned, in his terror, to the pervasive atmosphere of violence and loss that saturated this land? His talk of missing soldiers, of Corporal Davies vanishing like smoke, dismissed by Thorne, perhaps, but was it entirely unfounded? Men did disappear out here. Ambush, desertion, getting lost, succumbing to the harsh elements, or something else? The image on the plate offered no answers, only reflected the questions back at her. It was a truth etched in silver. Yes, but a fragmented, unsettling one. The truth of a mind hovering on the edge, caught in the psychic crossfire of the war. She washed the plate carefully, her movements becoming more deliberate again. This flawed image, this accidental capture of fear, felt more significant somehow than a technically perfect shot of the landscape might have. It was a glimpse beneath the surface, a tear in the fabric of official narratives. Leaving the plate to dry, she emerged from the dark tent, blinking in the courtyard's brightness. Senora Flores was gone, likely retreated indoors during the midday heat. The courtyard felt empty, amplifying Amelia's sense of isolation. She sat on the bench, the small wooden hawk, retrieved from her room, resting heavy in her lap. She turned it over and over, feeling the smooth, worn wood tracing the powerful lines of the carved wings. A symbol of clear sight, the Senora had said, and a bird of prey, a watcher, a protector, a mourner perhaps, visiting hidden graves. What did he see when he watched her? Did he perceive her confusion, her fractured loyalties? Did he see the camera as a threat, a tool of the enemy? Or did he sense something else, a shared searching, perhaps, that prompted him to leave his cryptic tokens? The soldier's plea echoed. If you see him again, would you tell me? What would she do? Reporting his presence felt like a betrayal, not just of the warrior himself, but of the fragile, unspoken understanding that seemed to be forming between them, symbolized by the feathers and the carving. It would be aligning herself definitively with the military, becoming an instrument, however unwillingly, in their hunt. Yet ignoring the soldier's desperate need felt callous, abandoning him to his fear. Could she warn the warrior somehow? Utterly impossible. She had no way to find him, no way to communicate beyond receiving his silent messages. She felt paralyzed by the impossibility of her position. Every choice seemed fraught with danger, weighted with consequences she couldn't fully anticipate. To act felt reckless, to remain passive felt like complicity. Restless, she began pacing the small confines of the courtyard, the dust rising in little puffs around her boots. Her gaze kept drifting towards the alleyway, towards the street beyond the gate. Was the warrior watching now? Was the frightened young soldier lurking nearby, hoping for a sign? Was Captain Thorne receiving reports about her movements, her conversations? The feeling of being observed, scrutinized from all sides, was becoming almost unbearable. She needed information, context, something more solid than whispers and spectral photographs. The local newspaper, the Arizonian, was notoriously biased as reflecting the pro-settler, anti-Apache sentiment prevalent in town. But perhaps reading it, filtering through the rhetoric, might offer some clues about recent events, troop movements, official pronouncements. Steeling herself, she decided to walk to the small adobe building near the plaza that housed the newspaper office and print shop. Leaving the hawk carving safely in her room, she stepped out into the simmering afternoon heat. The town felt quieter than the previous evening, a lull before the anticipated storm, but the undercurrent of tension remained. Soldiers were less visible on the main thoroughfares, perhaps confined to barracks or preparing for deployment. Settlers went about their business with a determined, slightly forced normality. The newspaper office smelled sharply of ink and newsprint. A harried-looking man with ink-stained fingers, presumably the editor and printer, barely glanced up from setting type as Amelia purchased the latest weekly edition. Finding a relatively shaded spot on a bench outside the land registry office, she unfolded the brittle pages. The headline screamed predictable outrage. Savage depredations continue near Tubac. Army poised to strike Apache stronghold. Settlers demand action. The articles were filled with inflammatory language recounting tales of stolen livestock, burned ranches, and alleged Apache atrocities, often based on rumor and hearsay. Cochise was portrayed as a bloodthirsty villain, his warriors as inhuman devils. There was no mention of broken treaties, stolen land, or the systematic pressures forcing the Apache into resistance. She scanned the columns, searching for specific details amongst the rhetoric. There was a brief dismissive report about the ambush near Apache Pass where the young soldiers' comrades, Miller and Jones, had been killed. It minimized the Army's losses and emphasized the cowardly tactics of the attackers. Further down, buried in smaller print, was a short notice about a Corporal Davies being listed as missing, presumed deserted after a patrol near Dos Cabezas. Presumed deserted. That was the official explanation for the man the young soldier believed had been swallowed by the desert, or stolen by the Apache. Easier perhaps than admitting a soldier might have been captured, killed and left unfound, or simply vanished under inexplicable circumstances. Easier than acknowledging the fear gripping the ranks. Reading the stark, biased print, Amelia felt a wave of revulsion. This was the truth, being offered to the world, a deliberately skewed narrative, designed to justify conquest and dehumanize the enemy. The complex reality she was beginning to perceive, the grief-stricken warrior, the terrified young soldier, the wise and wary Senora Flores, the hidden grave, the hawk feathers, none of it fit within these narrow, angry columns. She folded the newspaper carefully, the cheap ink smudging her fingers. Holding it felt like holding a weapon, one used to shape perception, incite hatred, and erase inconvenient truths. Her own work, her photography, suddenly felt like a potential counter-narrative, a way to offer a different perspective, a more nuanced truth. But how? Without endangering herself or others. As she sat there grappling with these thoughts, she saw Captain Thorne approaching, walking down the street from the direction of the main garrison buildings. He moved with his usual purposeful stride, his uniform immaculate despite the dust and heat. His sharp eyes scanned the street, missing little. He saw her on the bench, the newspaper in her lap, and his steps faltered almost imperceptibly before he continued towards her. "Miss Hudson," he greeted her, his tone polite but cool. He stopped in front of her bench, forcing her to look up at him. His shadow fell over her, blocking the sun. "Still pursuing your observations of local affairs, I see." His gaze flickered towards the newspaper she held. "Just trying to stay informed, Captain," Amelia replied, keeping her voice neutral. "A commendable goal," he said, though his tone suggested skepticism. "Though I would caution you against believing everything you read in that particular publication. Enthusiasm sometimes outpaces accuracy in Mr. Dillon's reporting." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as they studied her face. "You look, troubled, Miss Hudson. I hope your encounters in town haven't been disagreeable." Was he subtly referencing their conversation the night before? Or perhaps the young soldier's visit? "The climate is intense, Captain," she admitted carefully. "It's difficult not to be affected by the prevailing anxieties." "Anxiety is understandable," Thorne conceded. "But discipline and order are the necessary antidotes. The Army is here to provide that." He seemed about to say more, perhaps reiterate his warning, when a commotion further down the street caught his attention. A group of soldiers were escorting a prisoner, an Apache man. Bound tightly, his face bruised and impassive, his eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to meet the hostile stares of the onlookers who quickly gathered. Shouts erupted from the small crowd. "Murderer! String him up, devil!" The hatred was raw, visceral. Thorne's expression tightened. "Excuse me, Miss Hudson," he said curtly, and strode quickly towards the scene, barking orders to his men to control the crowd and proceed directly to the makeshift stockade. Amelia watched, her stomach churning. The prisoner wasn't the warrior she had encountered. He was older, stockier, but seeing him paraded through the streets, subjected to the mob's fury, felt like a physical blow. This was the reality of the conflict, stripped bare: capture, humiliation, hatred, and the ever-present threat of summary violence. This was the peace and order Thorne's army provided. And in that moment, looking from the bound prisoner to the hostile crowd to the disciplined figure of Captain Thorne attempting to impose control, a different kind of truth settled upon Amelia, cold and hard as the silver on her flawed photographic plate. There were no clear lines, no easy answers, no safe position. The young soldier's fear wasn't just superstition. It was a reflection of the brutal reality they were all caught in. The warrior's silence wasn't just stoicism. It was the quiet grief of a people facing erasure. Thorne's order wasn't just discipline. It was the instrument of that erasure. The truth wasn't singular. It was fractured, multifaceted, composed of fear, grief, hatred, and resilience, all etched onto the landscape and the people living upon it. Her camera couldn't capture all of it, perhaps only fragments, reflections, but maybe even fragments honestly rendered held value. Maybe the spectral image of the frightened soldier, the flawed truth etched in silver, was a starting point. Acknowledging the fear, the vulnerability on both sides, felt like the only way to begin seeing beyond the blinding light and deceptive shadows Thorne had warned her about. As Thorne's men hustled the prisoner away and the captain worked to disperse the angry crowd, Amelia quietly rose from the bench, leaving the inflammatory newspaper behind. She walked back towards the Casona, not with answers, but with a heavier burden of questions and a chilling clarity about the complexity of the truth she sought. The path forward still wasn't clear, but the need to bear witness somehow felt more urgent than ever. The silver plate in her room held one sliver of that truth. Finding the others would require more than just looking. It would require understanding, empathy, and a courage she wasn't yet sure she possessed. Chapter 11. The Serpent in the Camp. The image of the bound Apache prisoner, his face a mask of bruised stoicism against the backdrop of the jeering crowd, stayed with Amelia long after the dust had settled in the plaza. It was a raw, brutal distillation of the conflict, stripping away any pretense of civility or negotiated peace. Juxtaposed with the spectral, fear-filled eyes of Private Evans on her flawed glass plate, it painted a picture of a war that consumed its victims on all sides, leaving behind scars both visible and hidden deep within. The truth wasn't merely fractured, it was bleeding. In the relative quiet of her room, she found herself drawn back to the damaged negative. Holding it up to the light filtering through the window, she studied the ghostly image of the young soldier. Evans. She needed to give him a name, even if only in her thoughts. His terror had been palpable, visceral. Was it simply the stress of impending battle, the fear of a formidable enemy? Or was there something more specific, something festering within the confines of the fort itself, the place meant to represent order and security? Something ain't right in there, he'd whispered, his eyes darting nervously. Someone's watching? The phrase echoed Senora Flores's cryptic warning about shadows lingering and inviting them into the sunlight. It resonated with the young soldier's belief that the warrior, the tall Apache, moved like smoke, watching, unseen. But Evan's fear felt directed inward as much as outward. A serpent in the camp. The phrase coiled in Amelia's mind. Betrayal? Paranoia? Or a genuine hidden danger lurking amongst the blue-uniformed men? She felt a growing compulsion to see Fort Lowell for herself. Not to infiltrate it, of course, but to observe it from a distance, to try and capture something of its atmosphere now, on the cusp of what seemed like a major campaign. Perhaps the camera, used cautiously, could reveal something the naked eye might miss: the subtle expressions on the soldiers' faces, the body language, the overall mood. It was a risk. Captain Thorne's warning still felt fresh, and being seen observing the fort could easily be misconstrued. But the need to understand, to gather more pieces of this dangerous puzzle, outweighed her caution. Packing her equipment felt different today, less like preparing for an artistic endeavor, more like arming herself for reconnaissance. She chose a smaller, less conspicuous lens if possible, though her gear remained bulky. She slipped the flawed plate of Private Evans into a protective sleeve, tucking it carefully into her satchel alongside fresh plates. It felt important somehow to keep that image close. She informed Senora Flores she was going out to photograph near the Mission Gardens on the edge of town, a plausible, relatively safe destination. The Senora merely nodded, her gaze searching Amelia's face for a moment before returning to her mending. The sweetest flowers sometimes grow closest to the thorns, Senorita, she murmured, another oblique piece of wisdom that Amelia tucked away. Fort Lowell lay a few miles northeast of Tucson, situated near the Relito River. Amelia guided Moses and the cart along the dusty track leading out of town, keeping a steady pace, trying to appear like she was simply seeking a landscape view. The air hummed with an unusual level of activity. Small groups of soldiers passed her, heading towards the fort, their faces set, their equipment rattling. Supply wagons rumbled along the road. The sense of imminent departure was palpable. She found a slight rise overlooking the Relito, partially screened by a stand of mesquite and palo verde trees. From here, she had a clear, if distant, view of the fort's adobe walls, the parade ground within, and the cluster of buildings housing the barracks, officers' quarters, and stables. It wasn't close enough for detailed portraiture, but perfect for capturing the overall scene, the sense of scale and activity. Quickly, efficiently, she set up her camera, working with a focused intensity that helped keep her nerves at bay. The fort bustled like an anthill stirred with a stick. Lines of cavalry horses were being led out, groomed and saddled. Men drilled on the parade ground, their movements precise, synchronized, yet lacking the crisp energy Amelia might have expected. There was an underlying weariness, a tension visible even from this distance. Figures hurried back and forth, carrying supplies, checking equipment. She ducked under the focusing cloth. The magnified inverted image showed her the scene with stark clarity. She adjusted the focus, bringing the distant figures into sharp relief. There was Captain Thorne, instantly recognizable even at this distance, standing near the main gate, conferring with several other officers, gesturing emphatically. He projected an aura of command, of control, yet even through the lens, Amelia fancied she could see the strain around his shoulders, the weight of responsibility. She prepared a plate, slid it in, and made the exposure, capturing the panorama of organized chaos. As she worked, preparing a second plate, her gaze swept the scene again, searching for, what? Private Evans? A sign of the serpent he feared. She saw small groups of soldiers standing about, waiting, some talking quietly, others staring blankly, lost in thought. Their faces, even blurred by distance, seemed young, vulnerable beneath the veneer of military discipline. She saw a group near the stables, their body language tense, exclusionary, as they spoke to a lone trooper who stood slumped, head down. Was that Evans? She couldn't be sure from this distance, but the scene hinted at the internal dynamics, the cliques and tensions that must exist within any closed, high-stress environment. Suddenly, a commotion near the makeshift stockade, a low adobe structure near the edge of the fort, drew her attention. Several soldiers were clustered there. She refocused the lens, straining to see. They seemed to be guarding the Apache prisoner captured the previous day. Another figure approached them, not a soldier but a civilian, a stout man in dusty clothes, Henderson, the sutler. He spoke animatedly with the guards, gesturing towards the prisoner. One of the guards shook his head, but Henderson persisted, producing a piece of paper. After a moment, the guard reluctantly nodded, and Henderson was allowed brief access, speaking to the impassive Apache prisoner for a moment before walking away, stuffing the paper back into his pocket. What was that about? Why would the sutler be interacting with a prisoner? It seemed irregular, suspicious. Was Henderson acting as an intermediary, passing messages? Or was it something more mercenary? Information could be valuable, bought and sold like any other commodity in this territory. Could this be connected to the unease, the sense that something was wrong? Henderson, with his shrewd eyes and access to both the military and civilian populations, was certainly well positioned to be a conduit for something. Amelia quickly captured the scene, the stockade, the guards, Henderson walking away before the moment passed. The image felt significant, another piece of the fractured truth. She was preparing a third plate when she felt it again, the prickle on the back of her neck, the distinct sensation of being watched, not by the distant soldiers in the fort, but by someone closer, much closer. Slowly, deliberately, she finished inserting the plate holder, trying not to betray her sudden tension. She kept her head down, pretending to adjust the camera's tilt. Then casually, she straightened up, letting her gaze sweep the surrounding mesquite grove and the banks of the dry riverbed behind her. At first she saw nothing but the dappled sunlight, the heat haze, the familiar desert vegetation. Then a flicker of movement, low down, near the base of a thick clump of prickly pear cactus 50 yards away. Not movement exactly, but a subtle shift in the pattern of light and shadow. Her eyes strained, trying to resolve the shape. It was him, the warrior, crouched low, almost invisible against the earth tones, his stillness absolute. He wasn't looking at the fort. He was looking directly at her. His dark eyes, even from this distance, seemed to pierce through the heat waves, holding that same unnerving blend of assessment and profound stillness. Her breath caught. He had followed her? Or had he simply been here already, observing the fort himself, his presence coinciding with hers? He made no threatening move, simply watched, his gaze steady. It felt less like an accusation today, more like acknowledgement. A shared observation post, perhaps, on the edge of the enemy camp. And then she noticed something else. He wasn't entirely still. His hand moved, slowly, deliberately, tracing something in the dust beside him. A shape, a symbol. Not a hawk this time, something sinuous, curving like a snake. Amelia's blood ran cold. A snake, the serpent in the camp. Was he confirming the danger, warning her specifically? Or was it merely a symbol of the land, of the dangers inherent in this place? His expression remained impassive, offering no clue. He held her gaze for another long moment, the silence stretching, thick with unspoken questions. Then, as fluidly and silently as smoke, he rose slightly, faded back into the deeper shadows of the riverbank vegetation, and was gone, vanished, leaving behind only the shimmering heat, the image of the snake drawn in the dust, and Amelia's wildly pounding heart. She stood frozen, grappling with the implications. He knew. He knew about the danger, the potential betrayal within the fort, the thing that terrified Private Evans. And he had chosen to share that knowledge, that warning, with her, the white woman with the camera. Why? Did he see her as a potential unwitting ally? Did he believe she could somehow intervene, expose the serpent? Or was he simply acknowledging a shared perception of the rottenness hidden beneath the surface? The sound of distant bugle calls from the fort jerked her back to the present. The soldiers were forming up, preparing to move out. The campaign was beginning. The air crackled with a new urgency. Shaking, her hands clumsy, Amelia quickly began packing her equipment. The photograph she had taken of the fort, of Henderson near the stockade, felt charged with a new dangerous significance. They might hold clues, visual evidence of the thing the warrior had warned her about, but developing them, showing them, could put her in extreme peril, exposing her own knowledge, potentially implicating Henderson, drawing the direct ire of Thorne and the military establishment. She felt the net tightening around her. The warrior's silent warnings, Evans's terrified pleas, Thorne's cool suspicion, Henderson's suspicious actions, the Signora's cryptic wisdom, they were all threads pulling her deeper into the heart of the conflict, far beyond the role of detached observer. As she guided Moses and the cart back towards Tucson, the image of the snake, drawn in the dust, burned in her mind. The serpent wasn't just a metaphor for paranoia or corruption. It felt real, tangible, coiled somewhere within the fort's walls, or the town's dusty streets, ready to strike. And the warrior, the silent watcher from the shadows, had just placed the knowledge of its presence, like a dangerous double-edged gift, directly in her path. The fires on either side seemed to roar higher, threatening to consume everything between them, including a lone woman armed only with a camera and too many dangerous secrets. Chapter 12. Stolen Light. Stolen Time. The stifling heat of the afternoon pressed down on Tucson, mirroring the suffocating weight of secrets Amelia carried back from the rise overlooking Fort Lowell. The warrior's warning, etched fleetingly in the dust, the sinuous shape of a snake, felt branded onto her mind. It coiled around the image of Henderson conferring with the Apache prisoner, around Private Evans's terrified whispers of unseen watchers and missing men, around Captain Thorne's cool, dismissive authority. Something was wrong. A hidden current of betrayal or corruption flowing beneath the surface of military order. And now she held fragile, potentially explosive proof on undeveloped glass plates. Back in the cloying privacy of her room, the air thick with the smell of residual chemicals and dust, she carefully unpacked her equipment. Her hands, usually steady during the familiar ritual, trembled slightly. The plates she had exposed felt physically heavy, dangerous. Each one represented a stolen moment, light captured illicitly. Freezing seconds that powerful people might prefer remained unrecorded, unseen. Stolen light, and with the army mobilizing, a rapidly dwindling reserve of stolen time before the situation ignited completely. She knew she had to develop the plates immediately. Waiting increased the risk of accidental exposure, degradation, or even discovery. Anyone searching her room, a paranoid soldier like Evans, a suspicious officer sent by Thorne, or someone connected to Henderson's murky dealings, would immediately recognize the significance of undeveloped plates taken near the fort. The process itself felt fraught. The pungent smell of chemicals, usually a comfort, now seemed like a beacon, advertising her activity. The need for water, drawn from the Casona's well, felt like another point of vulnerability, potentially attracting Senora Flores's perceptive gaze or unwanted questions. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she began the preparations, moving with quiet urgency. She drew the heavy curtains tighter, ensuring no stray sliver of sunlight could penetrate. She set up her trays, measured her chemicals with meticulous care, her focus narrowed to the task, a shield against the rising tide of anxiety. The small wooden hawk sat on the table beside the trays, its carved eyes seeming to watch her, a silent witness to her perilous alchemy. First, the plate, capturing the overall activity of the fort. She slipped it into the holder and retreated into the stifling darkness of the portable tent. The ruby light cast grotesque shadows. Pouring the developer, she watched the image swim into existence. The sharp lines of the adobe walls, the rows of tents, the tiny figures moving with purpose on the parade ground, the lines of horses. It was a clear, well-executed shot, capturing the organized tension of imminent departure. A document of a moment in time. But it told her nothing new, nothing specific about the unease that gnawed at her. She fixed and washed the plate quickly, setting it aside before reaching for the next one, the one showing Henderson near the stockade. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This felt different. This held the potential for revelation, for danger. Repeating the process, she submerged herself again in the red-tinged darkness, the chemical fumes thick in her lungs. As the developer flowed across the glass, she held her breath, her eyes straining in the dim light. The stockade appeared, stark and crude, the figures of the guards lounging with a casual indifference that belied their duty, the impassive shape of the Apache prisoner within the small enclosure, and Henderson. He stood slightly turned away from the camera, his back partially obscuring his interaction with the prisoner. Yet the angle was just enough, yes. His hand was outstretched, passing something small, dark, almost indistinguishable, towards the prisoner, who seemed to accept it with no visible reaction, before Henderson turned away, stuffing the paper, presumably his authorization, back into his pocket. What was it, money? A weapon, a message? The photograph didn't specify. The detail lost in the distance and the limitations of the medium. But it confirmed the interaction, the secretive exchange. It proved Henderson wasn't just offering condolences or idle chat. He was doing something, conducting business of a sort, with a captive enemy right under the noses of the guards. It was concrete evidence of irregularity, fuel for the fire of suspicion. Looking closer, straining her eyes, Amelia thought she detected something else, a faint shape in the deep shadow near the corner of the stockade, partially obscured by a pile of discarded lumber. A watcher? Or just a trick of the light? A flaw in the emulsion? Impossible to say for sure. The image offered a clue, a significant one, but retained its frustrating ambiguity. She fixed the plate, her hands shaking more noticeably now. This image was poison. Proof of something, even if unclear precisely what. Proof that could ruin Henderson, certainly, but could also place her in extreme danger if he, or whoever he might be working with or for, discovered its existence. The serpent felt closer now, its presence confirmed, though its exact nature remained hidden. Finally, she reached for the plate she had exposed just as Private Evans arrived, the flawed one she had already developed partially, revealing his spectral, fear-filled eyes. Driven by a need for comparison, for context, she decided to re-examine it alongside the new images. Holding the fragile glass, the ghost of the young soldier staring back at her, she felt a renewed wave of pity and apprehension. His fear wasn't baseless. Whether the threat was internal corruption, represented by Henderson, or the external pressure of the warrior's watchful presence, or some tangled combination of both, Evans was caught in the middle, cracking under the strain. Emerging from the dark tent, for the last time, Amelia felt exhausted, drained, the adrenaline leaving behind a shaky weakness. She carefully washed the Henderson plate, her movements furtive, constantly glancing towards the door, listening for any sound outside. The courtyard remained quiet, lost in the heavy stupor of the afternoon heat. She lined up the 3 plates near the window, letting the filtered light illuminate them. The bustling fort, a picture of military might on the move. The subtle, suspicious transaction at the stockade, hinting at secrets within the walls. The terrified eyes of a young soldier, reflecting the psychological cost. 3 fragments of a larger, dangerous truth. Her possession of these images felt like holding live coals. What should she do? Show them to Captain Thorne? He might dismiss the Henderson image as inconclusive, might be angered by her spying on the fort, might even suspect her of being involved, and revealing the image of Evans could bring trouble down on the already fragile private. Show them to Senora Flores? The senora was wise, perhaps connected, but involving her felt like putting her in danger too. Confront Henderson? Unthinkable. He was a respected merchant, powerful in his own way, and if involved in something nefarious, cornering him would be foolishly dangerous. Destroy the plates? The thought was tempting. Cleaning the glass, erasing the images would lift this immediate burden. Remove the tangible evidence, but wouldn't that be a betrayal? A betrayal of Private Evans's desperate plea for validation, a betrayal of the warrior's silent warnings, a betrayal of her own quest for truth, however perilous it had become. To erase the images felt like choosing blindness, siding with the forces that sought to suppress uncomfortable realities. She carefully dried the plates, her mind racing. She needed to hide them, securely, not just tucked away in her luggage, but somewhere less obvious. Her eyes scanned the small room. Beneath a loose floorboard? Too cliché, perhaps too difficult to arrange. Inside one of the hollow posts of the simple bed frame? Maybe. She wrapped each plate meticulously in soft, dark cloth, then placed them inside a sturdy wooden box meant for sensitive paper negatives, sliding it deep beneath the bed, hidden behind her travel trunk. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best she could do for now. Out of sight, but not destroyed. A compromise born of fear and unresolved conviction. As the afternoon waned, the light outside shifting from harsh white to softer gold, Amelia remained in her room, feeling like a prisoner herself. The knowledge she possessed, the images hidden beneath her bed, created invisible bars. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the paranoia amplified by Warrior's symbol of the snake. Every creak of the Casona's old timbers, every distant shout from the street, made her jump. She thought about Private Evans. Where was he now? Had he ridden out with the main column, heading towards the dragoons, towards the anticipated battle, carrying his terror with him? Or was he left behind, perhaps confined, deemed unfit for duty? His fate felt linked to hers now, tangled together by shared knowledge and fear. And Henderson. She pictured him behind the counter of his store, dispensing supplies and platitudes, his face impassive, hiding whatever secrets lay beneath. Was his interaction at the stockade an isolated incident, or part of a larger pattern? Selling information, supplies, weapons. To whom? Disgruntled elements within the Apache Nation? Or perhaps to competing factions within the territory's power structure? The possibilities were dizzying, dangerous. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and crimson colors that seemed to echo the blood and violence looming over the territory. Twilight brought no relief. only deeper shadows, longer silences. Amelia lit her lamp, the small flame casting flickering light on the adobe walls, creating dancing shapes that seemed to writhe like serpents. She tried to read, but the words blurred, meaningless. She tried to sketch, but her hand felt heavy, unresponsive. Her mind kept returning to the hidden plates, to the silent warrior, to the frightened soldier, to the serpent coiled somewhere nearby. A soft knock on her door made her heart leap into her throat. She froze, listening. Señorita, Senora Flores's voice, calm and low. Amelia forced herself to breathe, to unlock the door. The senora stood there holding a small bowl. You did not come for supper, she said simply. I brought you some stew. You must eat. Her dark eyes scanned Amelia's face, then glanced briefly, almost imperceptibly, towards the corner where the camera equipment sat. Amelia felt exposed, transparent under that wise, assessing gaze. Did the senora guess what she had been doing? What she had found? Thank you, senora, Amelia murmured, taking the bowl. The aroma of beef and chilies was rich, comforting, yet she felt little appetite. The town is quiet tonight, the senora observed, her gaze drifting towards the window. Too quiet, like the air before a storm breaks. Many soldiers rode out today. Yes, I saw them. The senora nodded slowly. Pray for them, senorita, all of them, even the ones who carry serpents in their hearts. She met Amelia's eyes again, a profound sadness, a deep understanding reflected in their depths. Then with a quiet, buenas noches, she turned and left Amelia alone with the stew, the flickering lamplight, and the heavy weight of her dangerous knowledge. The senora knew, or suspected. Her warning about serpents wasn't random. It was confirmation. Amelia sat down heavily on the edge of her bed, the hidden box of plates pressing against the floorboards beneath her feet. The stolen light felt like it was burning a hole through the wood, through the floor, exposing her to unseen eyes. Time was running out, and the path forward remained shrouded in perilous shadow, with the serpent seemingly aware and coiled ever closer. Chapter 13. When the sky bled red. The quiet that descended upon Tucson after the main body of troops rode out was deceptive, thin as stretched hide over a drum beaten taut by fear. It wasn't peace, it was the held breath before the thunderclap, the strained silence where every distant sound seemed magnified, every shadow held a potential threat. Days bled into one another under the relentless glare of the sun, each sunrise bringing renewed anxiety, each sunset offering no respite, only a deeper darkness filled with rumor and speculation. Amelia felt trapped within this waiting game, confined as much by her own cautious fear as by the casona's thick adobe walls. The hidden box of glass plates beneath her bed felt like a physical weight, pressing up through the floorboards, a constant, throbbing reminder of the dangerous knowledge she possessed. The spectral image of Private Evans, the suspicious transaction involving Henderson, the panorama of the fort, poised for action. These stolen moments of light felt increasingly volatile as time stretched on. She tried to occupy herself. She sketched the patterns of cracked earth in the courtyard, the intricate weave of Senora Flores's shawl, the stoic profile of Moses the mule, patiently enduring the flies and the heat. But her charcoal lines felt hesitant, lacking conviction. Her focus kept drifting. Every time she heard footsteps approach the Casona gate, her pulse would quicken. Was it the warrior, returning with another cryptic message? Was it Private Evans, seeking solace or confirmation? Was it Captain Thorne? His suspicions sharpened, coming to question her more directly, or worse, someone connected to Henderson, someone tasked with silencing inconvenient observers. The town itself seemed to exist in a state of suspended animation. Business continued, but with a subdued urgency. Men gathered in tighter knots near the saloons and the sutler's store, their voices low, their glances towards the mountains more frequent, more anxious. Women hurried through their errands, eyes downcast, exchanging worried whispers. Even the children's play seemed less boisterous, tinged with the pervasive unease. News was scarce, unreliable, filtered through rumor and conjecture. Some claimed to have seen smoke signals rising from the dragoons. Others spoke of lone prospectors returning with tales of skirmishes deep in the canyons. The Arizonian printed inflammatory editorials based on speculation, further fueling the town's anxiety. Amelia ventured out cautiously only when necessary, usually to fetch water or purchase meager supplies, avoiding the main plaza and the areas where soldiers or known gossips congregated. She felt eyes on her, more than usual. Was it just her heightened awareness, her paranoia? Or had Thorne's warning, Evans's visit, her own visible unease somehow marked her? Henderson, when she encountered him briefly at his store, acted with an almost exaggerated normalcy, inquiring politely about her photographic pursuits, his gaze bland, revealing nothing. It was this very lack of reaction, this careful blankness, that she found most unsettling. It felt like a mask, deliberately worn. Senora Flores remained a steady, grounding presence, though her silence seemed heavier too. She offered Amelia quiet companionship, shared meals, and cryptic pronouncements that hinted at a deep understanding of the land's sorrows and the follies of men. "The desert tests everyone, señorita," she said one evening, watching Amelia trace patterns in the dust with a twig. "It reveals the strength and the poison within." Her gaze held a warning, an encouragement, woven together. She never asked directly about the photographs, about the warrior, about Amelia's fears, but Amelia felt certain the señora perceived more than she let on, her wisdom a silent shield around the Casona. One particularly sweltering afternoon, nearly a week after the troops had departed, the thin veneer of quiet finally shattered. A lone rider appeared on the track from the northeast, urging his exhausted horse towards the town. He wasn't a soldier, but a civilian scout. Lean and weathered, his face grim beneath a layer of dust and sweat. He rode directly towards the small cluster of buildings that served as the remaining garrison headquarters, dismounting stiffly before disappearing inside. Within minutes, the news spread like tumbleweed driven by a storm wind. A dispatch rider. Contact had been made. There had been fighting in the foothills of the dragoons, near Cochise's supposed stronghold. Details were scarce, contradictory. Some said it was a decisive victory for the army. Others whispered of a brutal ambush, heavy losses. The scout had ridden hard. His horse nearly foundered, carrying messages for the commanding officer left in charge. The town erupted. The strained quiet evaporated, replaced by a cacophony of voices, anxious questions, fearful speculation, angry pronouncements. People spilled out of homes and businesses, gathering near the garrison buildings, desperate for information. Amelia found herself drawn out with the rest, standing on the periphery of the growing crowd near the plaza, trying to glean something concrete from the swirl of rumor. She saw Henderson standing near the front, conferring intently with several other prominent townsmen, his face serious. She saw familiar faces from the saloons, their expressions a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She saw Mexican families watching silently from the edges, their faces revealing little, perhaps accustomed to the ebb and flow of conflicts that rarely considered their interests. The garrison commander, a harried-looking lieutenant, left with the unenviable task of maintaining order in Thorne's absence, emerged briefly. He offered vague assurances, spoke of ongoing operations, urged calm, and promised updates when confirmed reports arrived. His words did little to quell the rising tide of anxiety. The crowd remained, buzzing, waiting, needing something more. As the afternoon wore on, the waiting grew heavier, more desperate. The sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in increasingly vivid hues. And then they came. Not a triumphant returning column, but a small, ragged group. A handful of cavalrymen, slumped in their saddles, their uniforms torn and stained, their faces etched with exhaustion and shock. They escorted two makeshift travois, dragged by weary horses, carrying figures covered by rough blankets, wounded, perhaps dead, bringing the reality of the conflict back from the distant mountains. A collective gasp went through the crowd. A wave of people surged forward, then fell back as the lieutenant and his few remaining men moved to create a cordon, guiding the grim procession towards the crude structure that served as the post hospital. Voices cried out questions, names of sons, husbands, brothers. The returning soldiers stared ahead blankly, their eyes haunted, seeing horrors the onlookers could only imagine. Amelia felt frozen, her breath trapped in her chest. The abstract fear, the distant conflict, had suddenly materialized, raw and bleeding, onto the dusty streets of Tucson. She scanned the faces of the returning troopers, searching instinctively for Private Evans. She didn't see him among the mounted soldiers, her gaze fixed on the travois, a cold dread gripping her. Were those motionless forms Miller and Jones, the ones Evans had mentioned? Or Corporal Davies, the one presumed deserted? Or Evans himself? One of the figures on the travois stirred, groaning, his face visible for a moment as the blanket shifted. It wasn't Evans, but the man's face pale, contorted in pain, eyes wide with trauma, was a horrific testament to the battle's ferocity. As the small, grim procession passed, the setting sun reached its zenith, igniting the entire western sky. Clouds that had been gathering previously unnoticed caught the light, turning impossible shades of crimson, scarlet, and deep bloody orange. It looked, quite literally, as if the sky itself was bleeding, weeping tears of fire for the violence unfolding below. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful and profoundly terrible, a vast celestial wound mirroring the suffering on the ground. The crowd fell silent, awestruck and horrified by the celestial display, the raw emotion of the moment, the arrival of the wounded, the palpable grief and fear, amplified by the apocalyptic sunset, created a profound shared experience of dread. This was it. The war had come home, painted across the heavens. Amelia stood rooted to the spot, overwhelmed, the beauty and the horror intertwined, inseparable. Her camera, back in her room, felt utterly inadequate. How could she possibly capture this visceral wave of collective emotion, this terrible beauty, this moment when the sky bled red? Some truths, she realized, defied the lens, demanding only witness and demanding feeling. As the last light drained from the sky, leaving behind bruised purples and deepening indigos, the crowd began to disperse slowly, subdued now, the earlier clamor replaced by hushed tones and shaken heads. The reality was worse than the rumors. Losses had been taken. The Apache were fighting back fiercely, Effectively, the promise of a quick, decisive campaign dissolved in the bloody sunset. Amelia turned to walk back towards the Casona, her legs unsteady. She felt hollowed out, scoured by the intensity of the afternoon. As she passed the alleyway near the cantina, a flicker of movement in the deep shadows made her start. Her heart leaped, expecting the warrior. But it wasn't him. It was a different figure, slighter, huddled against the wall. Private Evans. He looked worse than before. Filthy, his uniform torn, a crude bandage wrapped around his forearm, dark stains soaking through. His eyes, when they met hers, were wide, frantic, burning with a feverish intensity that went beyond mere fear. He hadn't ridden out with the main column. He was still here, wounded, or had he deserted, hiding in the town's shadows? He saw her, recognized her, and stumbled forward, grabbing her arm with surprising strength. His hand was trembling violently. "Ma'am!" he rasped, his voice hoarse, cracked. "You gotta help me, please." "Soldier, Evans, what happened? Are you hurt?" Amelia asked, shocked by his sudden appearance, his desperate state. "Hurt!" He laughed, a broken, jagged sound. "Yeah, I'm hurt. But not just this." He gestured vaguely at his bandaged arm. "It's him, ma'am. The serpent. I know who it is." His eyes darted around the alley, wild with paranoia. "He knows I know. He tried to shut me up." "Who? Evans? Who tried to hurt you?" Amelia felt a surge of adrenaline. The serpent. He knew. "Can't talk here," Evans whispered frantically, pulling her deeper into the shadows. "He's got eyes everywhere, listening." He glanced towards the Casona, then back at her, his gaze pleading. "Your room, ma'am, is it safe? Can I hide just till I can figure out what to do? He'll kill me if he finds me." Amelia hesitated for only a fraction of a second. His terror was absolute, convincing, and he claimed to know the identity of the serpent. Bringing him into the Casona was incredibly risky, endangering herself, endangering Senora Flores. But leaving him here, alone, wounded, terrified, felt impossible. He was a casualty, caught in the crossfire, holding dangerous information. Protecting him felt like the only human response, regardless of the potential consequences. "All right," she whispered back, making the decision. "Quickly, stay in the shadows. Follow me. Don't let anyone see you." And she led the trembling, wounded soldier towards the relative safety of the Casona gate, under the sky still faintly glowing with the embers of its fiery demise. Amelia felt the last vestiges of her detachment burn away. She was no longer an observer. She was involved, deeply, perilously, hiding a potential deserter, perhaps hunted by a traitor within the army. Privy to the warrior's warning, she was caught firmly between the burning fires, and the night was just beginning. The sky had bled red, and she had a terrible feeling that more blood was yet to flow. Chapter 14, The Cost of Witness. Smuggling Private Evans into the Casona under the cloak of the deepening twilight felt like crossing an irrevocable threshold. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen watchers, every distant sound magnified into a potential alarm. Evans moved like a phantom beside her, stumbling slightly, his breath coming in ragged gasps, fueled by adrenaline and terror. His grip on his wounded arm tightened, pain momentarily overriding his fear as they slipped through the courtyard gate, which Amelia pushed open just wide enough for them to pass before closing it softly behind them. The courtyard itself was empty, bathed in the faint, bruised light lingering from the blood-red sunset. Senora Flores's door was closed, her windows dark, though Amelia couldn't shake the feeling. that the older woman's awareness permeated the very walls around them. Guiding Evans quickly across the packed earth towards her own small room felt like walking on eggshells. The weight of her decision pressed down on her harboring a wounded soldier, possibly a deserter, one who claimed knowledge of a conspiracy within the fort, was an act that could bring disastrous consequences upon them all. Yet looking at Evans's terrified face, the raw panic in his eyes, she couldn't have turned him away. Compassion, reckless as it might be, had overridden caution. Inside her room, the single lamp cast long, dancing shadows, amplifying the sense of confinement, of hidden danger. Evans practically collapsed onto the narrow bed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Amelia quickly bolted the door, leaning back against it for a moment, her own heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The small space felt suddenly crowded, charged with the soldier's fear and the secrets he carried. "All right, Evans," she said softly, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. "You're safe here for now. Let me look at that arm." He flinched as she approached, his eyes darting towards the window, the door. "He knows, ma'am," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "He knows I saw him with the sutler, Henderson." Amelia froze. Henderson. The serpent was Henderson, or connected to him. The image on her glass plate, the suspicious transaction at the stockade, flashed in her mind. "What did you see, Evans? Tell me clearly." He took a shuddering breath, trying to gather himself after the ambush near the pass, when Miller and Jones got hit. His voice choked on the names. "We fell back, lost, scattered. I was hiding, trying to find my way back. Saw a campfire, thought it was our boys." He shook his head, eyes wide with remembered horror. "It wasn't. It was Chiricahua and someone else, a white man talking to them, giving them something." "Who?" Amelia pressed urgently. "Who was the white man?" "Couldn't see his face clearly," Evans stammered. "Too dark. But he was built like Henderson. And he rode off towards Tucson." He swallowed hard. "Later, back at the fort, I saw Henderson talking low with Sergeant O'Malley. O'Malley, he's bad news, ma'am. Mean streak, always looking for trouble." He gestured towards his crudely bandaged arm. "Last night, O'Malley found me near the stables, said I knew too much, said I should keep my mouth shut if I knew what was good for me. Then he jumped me, said it was an accident, a stumble in the dark. But I know he did this." His voice trembled with a mixture of fear and rage. "He works for Henderson, I think, or they work together, selling things, information, to the Apache." The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Henderson, the seemingly innocuous sutler, trading with the enemy. Sergeant O'Malley, the enforcer, silencing those who saw too much. And Evans, the terrified witness, caught in the crosshairs. The missing soldiers, like Corporal Davies, had they also seen something they shouldn't have? Had they been silenced permanently? Their disappearances conveniently blamed on Apache raids or desertion? The Serpent wasn't just one person, it was a network, a corruption festering within the fort, profiting from the conflict, perhaps even prolonging it. "You need water," Amelia said, forcing herself back to the immediate need. "And that bandage needs changing." She moved to the washstand, pouring water into the basin with hands that shook slightly. The implications of Evan's story were staggering, terrifying. This went far beyond simple profiteering. It was treason, betrayal on a scale that could explain troop movements, failed patrols, maybe even the recent ambush itself. as she gently unwrapped the dirty bandage from Evan's forearm, revealing an ugly gash, clearly not from a simple fall. He continued talking, the words tumbling out in a torrent, as if the dam of his fear had finally broken. They talk about Cochise like he's the devil, Evans muttered, wincing as Amelia cleaned the wound with precious water and antiseptic from her small medical kit. But maybe the real devils are wearing blue uniforms, making deals in the shadows. He looked up at her, his eyes pleading. What do I do, ma'am? Who do I tell? Thorne? He didn't believe me before. He'll think I'm crazy or lying to cover up desertion. O'Malley, he'll kill me for sure if he finds out I talked. Amelia finished cleaning the wound, applying a clean dressing from her supplies. Her mind raced. Evans was right. Going to Captain Thorne was risky, unpredictable. Thorne seemed bound by duty and procedure. Would he believe such an explosive accusation from a terrified private against a respected merchant and a non-commissioned officer without concrete proof? And presenting her photographic evidence felt equally perilous, potentially implicating herself. For now, Amelia said, keeping her voice low and steady, you stay hidden. Rest. You've lost blood, you're exhausted. She gave him a drink of water, which he gulped down greedily. We need to think. We need proof that Thorne can't ignore. Proof? Evans looked around the room helplessly. O'Malley took my rifle. I got nothing. Amelia thought of the hidden plates. They were proof of a sort. Proof of Henderson's clandestine meeting at the stockade. Proof, perhaps, if examined closely, of O'Malley's presence or other suspicious activities around the fort. But retrieving them, using them, that was the agonizing dilemma. It was the cost of witness. To possess knowledge was one thing. To act upon it was another, infinitely more dangerous step. Acting would mean shedding the last vestiges of neutrality, painting a target firmly on her own back. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Evans froze, his eyes wide with panic, scrambling instinctively towards the darkest corner of the room, behind Amelia's travel trunk. Amelia put a finger to her lips, motioning for him to stay absolutely still, before moving cautiously towards the door. Señorita? Señora Flores's voice again, soft but insistent. Amelia hesitated. Could she trust the señora with this? With Evans's presence? The señora knew things, saw things, her warnings about serpents, her connection, however oblique, to the warrior. She existed in the gray spaces between the warring factions. Perhaps she was the only one Amelia could trust. Taking another deep breath, she opened the door a crack. The señora stood there, her face grave in the lamplight spilling from the room. Her eyes didn't flicker past Amelia into the room's interior, but her gaze was knowing. There is trouble, señorita, she said quietly. Sergeant O'Malley. He's asking questions in the street, looking for the young soldier Evans. He looks angry. Amelia's blood ran cold. O'Malley was actively hunting Evans. Right now, right outside. Thank you, señora, Amelia whispered, her voice barely audible. The señora nodded almost imperceptibly. The back wall of the courtyard, she murmured, her voice dropping even lower. Near the old fig tree, there is a loose adobe brick, big enough for a man to slip through if he is motivated. Leads to the narrow alley behind the casona. From there, she shrugged slightly. From there, fate must guide him. She met Amelia's eyes. Some birds must fly free, señorita, even with wounded wings. A cage attracts the hunter. Amelia understood. The señora was offering a way out, a desperate escape route. She wouldn't shelter Evans directly, wouldn't explicitly involve herself, but she provided the means for flight. It was a profound act of trust, of solidarity, offered silently, without judgment. Gracias, Senora, Amelia breathed, immensely grateful. The Senora merely pressed a small bundle into Amelia's hand, a piece of bread, some dried meat, a small water skin. Vaya con Dios, she whispered, before melting back into the shadows of the courtyard. Amelia quickly closed and bolted the door again, her heart pounding. O'Malley was close. There was no time to think, no time for proof. Escape was the only option. She turned to Evans, who had heard the exchange, his face pale, terrified, but also flickering with a desperate hope. "You heard her," Amelia said urgently. "The back wall, the fig tree. You have to go now." She pressed the Senora's bundle into his hands. "Take this. It's not much, but—" Evans nodded jerkily, scrambling to his feet, wincing as he put weight on his injured arm. Where do I go?" he stammered, looking utterly lost. "Away from Tucson," Amelia said firmly. "Head south, maybe. Towards Mexico or west into the desert. Just disappear, like Corporal Davies, but stay alive, Evans. Find somewhere safe." "But the proof? Henderson? O'Malley? Leave that to me," Amelia said, the words sounding braver than she felt. "Just go. Survive." She felt a surge of responsibility for him, this frightened boy caught in a deadly game. Getting him out safely felt paramount. She unbolted the door again, peering cautiously into the moonlit courtyard. It was deserted. The sounds of O'Malley's inquiries seemed further down the street now. "Come on," she whispered, pulling Evans towards the back of the courtyard, keeping low, hugging the shadows of the adobe walls. They reached the old fig tree, its leaves rustling softly in the night breeze. Following the Senor's instructions, Amelia felt along the base of the wall behind it. Her fingers found it a large adobe brick, slightly loose. Working together, quickly, silently, they managed to dislodge it, revealing a dark, narrow opening barely large enough for a man to squeeze through. The scent of dust and damp earth wafted out. Evans hesitated, peering into the darkness. "Ma'am," he began, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you. You saved my life." "Just go, Evans," Amelia urged, pushing him gently towards the opening. "Be careful. Trust no one." He gave her one last haunted look, then turned and awkwardly scrambled through the hole, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Amelia quickly pushed the heavy brick back into place, scraping her knuckles in the process. It wasn't a perfect fit, but in the deep shadow of the fig tree, it might escape casual notice. She leaned against the cool adobe wall, her body trembling with reaction. Evans was gone, hopefully toward safety, though his chances alone in the desert, wounded and hunted, felt slim. She had done what she could, but now she was alone again, holding even more dangerous knowledge, confirmed by Evans's testimony. Henderson, O'Malley, a conspiracy reaching into the heart of the fort. And O'Malley was still out there, searching, angry, violent. Would he suspect the Casona? Suspect her? Had anyone seen Evans approach her in the alley? She crept back to her room, bolting the door, her sense of security completely shattered. The room felt both empty and suffocatingly full of secrets. The hidden plates beneath the bed seemed to pulse with latent energy. They were the proof Evans lacked. They were the key, perhaps, to exposing the serpent. But using them? That was the cost of witness. It meant stepping out of the shadows, directly confronting powerful, dangerous men. It meant risking her reputation, her freedom, perhaps even her life. Could she do it? Did she have the courage? She looked at the small wooden hawk resting on her table. Clear sight, bird of prey. The warrior's message seemed clearer now. See the danger, the corruption. But seeing wasn't enough. A hawk hunted, it acted. The decision settled upon her, heavy but resolute. She couldn't remain passive. She couldn't let Evan's testimony, his terror, be in vain. She couldn't let Henderson and O'Malley continue their betrayal, potentially costing more lives, fueling the very conflict that was tearing the territory apart. She had images. She had the witness, however flawed and fugitive. She had to try. The cost of witness might be high, devastatingly so, but the cost of silence, she now realized, was even higher. It was the cost of complicity, the cost of letting the serpent continue its deadly work unchallenged. As the moon climbed higher, casting long, searching shadows across her floor, Amelia knew her path was set. She had to find a way to bring the hidden truths, etched in silver and fear, into the light, whatever the personal price. Chapter 15. The drums began to beat. Sleep was an impossibility. After Evans scrambled through the escape hole and melted into the anonymous darkness behind the cassona, Amelia was left vibrating with adrenaline and the chilling weight of her decision. The knowledge Evans had imparted, confirming her suspicions about Henderson and implicating Sergeant O'Malley, transformed the hidden glass plates beneath her bed from mere artifacts of observation into dangerous weapons. Weapons she now felt compelled, ethically and perhaps foolishly, to wield. The silence of the cassona seemed amplified, broken only by the frantic drumming of her own heart and the distant, unsettling sounds of a town holding its breath. O'Malley was out there hunting. Would he trace Evans back here? Would his frustration and anger lead him to harass the senora, to demand entry, to search? Every creak of the old building, every bark of a stray dog sent fresh waves of anxiety through her. She sat rigidly on the edge of her bed, the rough blanket pulled around her shoulders despite the warmth of the night, straining her ears, imagining shadows moving outside her window. Her mind raced, exploring possibilities, discarding them just as quickly. Go directly to Captain Thorne? Evans's fear of Thorne's disbelief, combined with Thorne's own previous warnings to her, made that feel like a desperate gamble. Without Evans himself to testify, her photographs, especially the ambiguous one of Henderson at the stockade, might be easily dismissed or explained away. Thorne might see her as a hysterical woman, meddling in military affairs, perhaps even accuse her of fabricating evidence or collaborating with the enemy, given her known solitary excursions and the Apache warrior's apparent interest in her. Confront Henderson? Utterly foolhardy. If he was involved in treason, potentially supplying the Apache and arranging the silencing of witnesses like Davies and Evans through O'Malley, he was ruthless and well-connected. Approaching him directly would be like walking into a snake pit. Use the newspaper? The Arizonian's editor was clearly biased against the Apache and likely aligned with the town's established powers, including Henderson. He would sooner print accusations against her than against a prominent merchant based on her word and ambiguous photographs. That left, what? Trying to get a message out somehow to General Crook himself bypassing Thorne? Impossible. Sending word back east, hoping for intervention from higher authorities. Too slow, too uncertain. The situation here was immediate, volatile. O'Malley was hunting Evans now. Henderson's operation, whatever its full extent, was ongoing. The army was actively engaged in the dragoons, potentially being undermined from within. As the first faint hint of dawn began to soften the eastern horizon, painting the sky in delicate shades of gray and rose, an idea began to form, audacious and fraught with risk, yet feeling like the only viable path forward. Captain Thorne. It had to be Thorne, but not approached directly, not relying solely on her word or the plates themselves. She needed leverage. She needed unimpeachable corroboration, and she needed to force his hand, make it impossible for him to dismiss her claims or sweep them under the rug for the sake of military expediency or protecting the army's reputation. The key, she realized, lay not just in the photographs, but in connecting them to the tangible fears within the fort itself. Fears embodied by Private Evans, but likely shared perhaps silently by others. The missing soldiers, the rumors, the palpable unease. If she could somehow present her evidence in a way that resonated with those undercurrents, perhaps find another soldier willing to speak, however cautiously. It was a long shot, requiring careful planning and precise timing, and it meant deliberately putting herself back in the path of danger, going towards the fire instead of retreating from it. First, she needed to secure the plates even better. Hiding them under the bed felt too vulnerable. She retrieved the wooden box, her hands steady now with newfound resolve. Her eyes scanned the room again. The small, crude fireplace, unused in the summer heat, offered possibilities. Carefully, she removed a few loose bricks from the back of the firebox, creating a small cavity. She wrapped the box containing the plates in an extra layer of thick cloth to protect it from soot and moisture, then tucked it deep into the hidden space, replacing the bricks carefully. It was better, less likely to be discovered in a casual search. Next, she needed to prepare herself. She couldn't approach Thorne, looking like a frightened conspirator. She needed to project confidence, credibility. She washed her face, tidied her hair, and dressed in her most practical, respectable attire. She gathered her sketchbook and charcoal tools of her trade, reinforcing her identity as an observer, albeit one who had seen too much. She waited until the sun was fully risen, until the sounds of the town stirring offered some measure of anonymity, before slipping out of her room. The courtyard was quiet. Senora Flores was sweeping near her doorway, her back to Amelia. As Amelia passed, the senora spoke without turning around. "The hawk flies highest just before the storm breaks, senorita," she murmured. "Be sure of your wings." Amelia paused. "Thank you, senora, for everything." The senora simply continued her sweeping, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Amelia walked towards the center of town, her senses hyper-alert. She scanned faces, watched doorways, listened intently. There was no sign of O'Malley, nor of Evans. Henderson's store was open, the man himself visible inside, chatting with a customer, the picture of mundane commerce. It was chilling how effectively normalcy could mask potential evil. Her plan was simple, yet terrifying. She would go back towards Fort Lowell, not to the rise where she had photographed before, that felt too exposed now, potentially watched, but closer, along the main track, near the river crossing where patrols often passed, where soldiers might be found watering their horses or taking a brief respite. She wouldn't take her camera this time, just a sketchbook. She would make herself visible, appearing to be sketching the landscape, a harmless artist absorbed in her work. Her hope, fragile as it was that she might encounter soldiers returning from patrol, perhaps even someone from Thorne's immediate command staff, someone less volatile than O'Malley, someone potentially more receptive, or at least someone whose reaction she could gauge. More importantly, she hoped her visible presence near the fort might draw attention, perhaps even flush out O'Malley or someone connected to Henderson, forcing their hand, revealing their concern about her activities. It was like baiting a trap, with herself as the bait. As she walked the dusty track out of town, the heat quickly intensifying, doubt gnawed at her. Was this madness? Deliberately making herself a target? What if O'Malley found her alone out here? He had already attacked Evans. He wouldn't hesitate to silence her permanently. But the alternative, hiding, waiting, letting the corruption continue unchecked, felt impossible now. The cost of witness demanded action. She reached a spot near the Relito crossing where scattered cottonwoods offered patches of shade. The riverbed was mostly dry sand, but a small trickle of water still flowed, enough to attract riders. She settled under a tree, positioning herself with a clear view of the track leading to the fort, and opened her sketchbook. She began to draw the skeletal branches of a dead cottonwood reaching towards the sky, forcing her hand to remain steady, her breathing even. She tried to appear absorbed, calm, just another eccentric Easterner captivated by the stark beauty of the territory. Inside, however, her nerves screamed. Every distant rider, every cloud of dust made her heart leap. Time crawled, an hour passed, then another. The sun beat down mercilessly. A few riders passed prospectors, a Mexican farmer leading a laden burro, but no soldiers. Was her gamble failing? Had the patrols been suspended? Or were they avoiding this main route? Just as she was beginning to consider abandoning the attempt, succumbing to the heat and the rising fear, she heard them. The unmistakable sound of multiple horses approaching at a steady trot from the direction of the fort. Not a large column, but a small detachment. Cavalry. Her breath hitched. She kept her head down, pretending intense concentration on her drawing, her charcoal moving automatically across the page, creating meaningless lines. She could feel their approach, the vibrations in the ground, the jingle of harness. They slowed as they reached the river crossing, pausing to let their horses drink from the meager stream. She risked a quick glance from beneath the brim of her hat. 6 troopers, and leading them, Captain Thorne himself. Her heart hammered so hard, she thought it might be audible. This was it, her chance, or her undoing. Thorne dismounted, stretching stiffly, speaking to his men. He looked tired, grim, the strain of command visible in the lines around his eyes. His gaze swept the surroundings, automatically assessing the terrain. It paused on her, sitting under the cottonwood. She saw recognition flicker, then suspicion, then a deep weariness. He hadn't expected to see her here, so close to the fort again, especially after his warning. He hesitated for a moment, then with a resigned sigh, began walking towards her, leaving his men by the water's edge. This was the moment. Could she do it? Could she convey the urgency, the danger, without sounding hysterical, without revealing too much too soon? "Miss Hudson," he said, his voice flat, devoid of pleasantry, as he stopped a few feet away. "We meet again. You seem determined to explore the immediate vicinity of my post." Amelia looked up, meeting his gaze directly, forcing herself to appear calm, composed. "Captain Thorne, I find the landscape near the river particularly evocative." She held up her sketchbook slightly. "Just sketching." He glanced at the meaningless lines on her page, his expression skeptical. "Indeed." He crossed his arms, his stance indicating impatience. "I trust you recall our conversation regarding the complexities of this region and the potential dangers for observers who stray too close? I recall it well, Captain, Amelia said, her voice steady despite the tremor threatening beneath it. In fact, it's those complexities, those dangers, that I feel compelled to discuss with you, urgently. Thorne raised an eyebrow, surprised by her directness. Oh, and what urgent complexities have captured your artistic attention today, Miss Hudson? There was a faint edge of sarcasm in his tone. Complexities that involve treason, Captain, Amelia said quietly, letting the word hang in the hot, still air. Corruption within your fort, and the potential silencing of witnesses. Thorne's posture stiffened instantly. The weariness vanished, replaced by sharp, focused attention. His eyes narrowed, boring into hers. Those are extremely serious accusations, Miss Hudson, bordering on seditious libel. You had better have substantial evidence to support such claims. His voice was low, cold, dangerous. I believe I do, Captain, Amelia replied, holding his gaze, refusing to be intimidated. Evidence that connects a prominent merchant in Tucson to illicit dealings with captive Apache prisoners. Evidence that suggests one of your own non-commissioned officers may be involved in assault and potentially silencing soldiers who know too much. Evidence that might explain unexplained losses and disappearances. She saw a flicker of something in his eyes, not disbelief perhaps, but a sudden guarded intensity. Had he heard whispers himself? Had Evans's disappearance, or the stories of others, planted seeds of doubt he couldn't entirely dismiss? Specifically, Thorne demanded, his voice clipped. Specifically, Henderson, the sutler, and Sergeant O'Malley. Amelia laid the names out, watching his reaction closely. Thorne's face remained impassive, a disciplined mask, but she saw a muscle twitch in his jaw again. He knew O'Malley's reputation clearly, and Henderson. Thorne had likely dealt with the man himself, perhaps even harbored private suspicions. And your evidence? He pressed, beyond rumor and speculation? Photographic evidence, Captain, Amelia said, taken yesterday, overlooking your fort, showing Henderson interacting suspiciously with the Apache prisoner at the stockade. She deliberately didn't mention Evans yet, holding that back, and testimony from a soldier who witnessed Henderson meeting with Apache warriors in the field and who was subsequently attacked by Sergeant O'Malley. Thorne stared at her, absorbing the information, his mind clearly working rapidly behind the mask of command. He glanced back towards his men who were watching the exchange with idle curiosity, then back at her. This testimony. Where is the soldier now? He is frightened for his life, Captain, Amelia said carefully. He believes O'Malley will kill him if he speaks out. He came to me, seeking help, fearing you wouldn't believe him. Thorne's expression tightened further. The idea that one of his men feared him, or trusted an outsider more, clearly stung his pride, his sense of order. And these photographs, you have them with you? No, Captain, Amelia said firmly. They are hidden, safely. Forgive me, but given the circumstances, I felt it unwise to carry them. Proof is fragile, easily destroyed. She let the implication hang. Destroying the proof might be convenient for someone wanting to avoid scandal or internal investigation. Thorne understood. He was caught. Dismissing her now, without seeing the evidence, without investigating, would look like negligence, possibly even complicity, especially if she somehow managed to get the information out through other channels. She had forced his hand. He stood silent for a long moment. The only sounds the buzzing of insects, the soft murmur of the river. the impatient stamp of a horse's hoof. The sun beat down. The tension stretched taut between them. Finally, he spoke, his voice low, decisive. "All right, Miss Hudson, you have my attention and potentially my cooperation. But this conversation cannot happen here." He glanced around pointedly. "Ride back to Tucson. Go to your room, stay there, speak to no one. I will, make arrangements. I will contact you discreetly when it is safe to proceed. Do you understand?" "I understand, Captain," Amelia said, relief washing over her. So potent it almost buckled her knees. He was going to act. He had taken the bait. "And Miss Hudson," he added, his eyes locking onto hers with a renewed intensity, "for your own safety, do not attempt to retrieve or show those photographs to anyone else. The situation you've stumbled into, it may be more dangerous than you comprehend. Trust no one until you hear from me." The warning felt genuine this time, stripped of sarcasm, heavy with unspoken knowledge. He turned abruptly and strode back towards his men, barking orders for them to mount up. Within moments, the patrol was riding back towards the fort, leaving Amelia alone beneath the cottonwood, her sketchbook lying forgotten beside her. She had done it. She had presented her case, baited the trap, and Thorne had taken it, but the victory felt precarious, overshadowed by the captain's final warning and the chilling realization that she had just painted an even larger target on her back. The drums of the impending military campaign against Cochise were beating louder, but now a different, more insidious rhythm had joined them, the silent, deadly beat of conspiracy and betrayal, closer than ever, and she was standing right in its path. Chapter 16. No Safe Harbor Found. The ride back to Tucson was fraught with a different kind of tension than the journey out. The immediate fear of confrontation had subsided, replaced by the heavy weight of Captain Thorne's warning and the gnawing uncertainty of what came next. Trust no one. The words echoed in Amelia's mind, bouncing off the silence left by the departing cavalry patrol. Thorne had promised to contact her, to make arrangements, but when? How? And could she truly trust him? He was part of the system, bound by its codes, its loyalties, its potential for cover-ups. Had she merely traded one danger for another, placing her faith and her evidence in the hands of a man who might ultimately prioritize the Army's reputation over justice? The sun climbed towards its zenith, beating down with punishing intensity. The landscape shimmered, offering no shade, no comfort. Every distant rider, every isolated adobe structure she passed seemed potentially menacing. Was O'Malley still searching for Evans? Did Henderson already suspect her? Had Thorne's troopers noticed the intensity of their conversation? Reported her accusations back at the fort? Paranoia felt less like an irrational fear and more like a sensible precaution. Reaching the outskirts of Tucson provided little relief. The town felt watchful, suspicious. Faces turned as she passed, glances lingering longer than usual. Had word of her meeting with Thorne already spread? Or was it simply the heightened anxiety that gripped everyone, making them view any deviation from the norm with distrust? She guided Moses and the cart towards the Casona, acutely aware of every detail, the way a curtain twitched in a window, the sudden silence as a group of men stopped talking near the saloon, the way Henderson, standing in the doorway of his store, seemed to follow her progress with an unnervingly blank gaze. Trust no one. The relative sanctuary of the Casona courtyard felt more like a gilded cage. She unhitched Moses, her movements automatic, her mind racing. She saw Senora Flores watching from her kitchen window, her expression unreadable. Did the senora know about her meeting with Thorn? Did her network of whispers extend even to the conversations held out by the Relito crossing? Amelia offered a brief, tense nod, unsure what else to convey. The senora simply inclined her head in return, her silence a heavy cloak. Inside her room, the oppressive heat seemed less bothersome than the suffocating weight of waiting. She bolted the door, leaned against it, trying to regulate her breathing. The hidden plates in the fireplace felt like a dormant volcano, capable of erupting at any moment. Thorne had told her not to retrieve them, but the urge to check on them, to reassure herself they were still there, still safe, was almost overwhelming. She resisted, forcing herself to heed his warning. Hours crawled by. The relentless sun beat down on the adobe roof. The sounds of the town filtered in muffled voices, the creak of wagon wheels, the distant, angry shouts from a cantina brawl. But no discreet knock came at her door. No message arrived. Thorne's promise of contact remained unfulfilled. Doubt began to fester. Had he dismissed her claims after all? Was he investigating quietly, gathering his own information before acting? Or worse, was he consulting with higher authorities, perhaps even being ordered to suppress the potentially scandalous information? Had she been naive to trust him, to reveal what she knew? Restless, unable to settle, she paced the small room like a trapped animal. She tried sketching, but the charcoal felt alien in her hand. She tried reading, but the words wouldn't focus. Her gaze kept returning to the fireplace, to the hidden cavity behind the loose bricks. The urge to retrieve the plates, to have the evidence physically in hand, grew stronger. What if Thorne didn't contact her? What if O'Malley or Henderson somehow discovered her secret and came for the proof? Leaving them hidden felt both necessary, as Thorne advised, and incredibly risky. As afternoon bled into evening, bringing no word, no sign, Amelia's anxiety reached a fever pitch. The waiting was torture, worse almost than the direct confrontation. She felt utterly isolated, cut off from any potential ally. Evans was gone, hopefully safe, but unable to help. The warrior remained an enigma, his warnings potent, but his presence unpredictable. Senora Flores offered silent support, but Amelia couldn't burden her further, couldn't risk implicating her directly. She was alone with her dangerous knowledge, waiting for a knock on the door that might bring salvation or destruction. The setting sun once again painted the sky in dramatic, unsettling colors, though not with the bloody intensity of the previous evening. Tonight, the hues were bruised purples, sullen oranges, streaks of angry gray. It felt like a brooding sky, mirroring the turmoil within her. Darkness fell, thick and heavy. Still no word from Thorne. Had something happened to him? Had O'Malley or Henderson somehow intercepted him, warned him off, threatened him? Or was this silence deliberate, a test of her nerve, or worse, a prelude to silencing her? Trust no one. Suddenly, a sharp, insistent rapping came not at her room door, but at the main Casona gate. It wasn't a discreet knock. It was loud, demanding, official sounding. Amelia froze, her blood turning to ice. Through the cracks in her shutters, she saw the flickering light of torches in the courtyard. Voices, harsh and commanding. Soldiers. She scrambled away from the window, flattening herself against the wall, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. Was this Thorne? Had he finally come? Or was it O'Malley, using his authority to force entry, searching for Evans or for her? She heard Senora Flores's voice, calm but firm, speaking with the soldiers at the gate. There was a muffled exchange, then the sound of the heavy gate groaning open. Footsteps crunched on the courtyard dust, multiple sets of footsteps, coming closer, stopping outside her door. Another knock, sharp, authoritative. "Miss Hudson?" A man's voice, rough, impatient, not Thorne's measured tone. "Open up, army business." Panic seized her. This wasn't Thorne. This felt wrong, aggressive. O'Malley? Her mind raced frantically. The plates! She had to protect the plates! She darted towards the fireplace, fumbling with the loose bricks, her hands shaking violently. She pulled out the cloth-wrapped box just as the knocking intensified, becoming pounding. "Miss Hudson, open this door, or we'll break it down," the voice bellowed. Where could she hide them now? There was no time. Her eyes fell on her camera bag, lying open near the bed. A desperate idea sparked. She ripped the plates out of the box, tearing away the protective cloth, her breath coming in sobs. She grabbed a few other, innocuous landscape negatives she had processed earlier, mixing them randomly with the crucial plates, the fort panorama, Henderson at the stockade, the spectral image of Evans. Shoving the jumbled stack of glass plates back into the wooden box, she quickly placed it inside her main camera case, amidst the clutter of lenses, focusing cloths, and chemical bottles. It wasn't ideal, but perhaps, just perhaps, they might overlook them in a quick search, mistaking them for ordinary photographic work. She kicked the empty cloth wrapping under the bed and scrambled away from the fireplace just as the door burst inward with a splintering crash. Two soldiers filled the doorway, rifles held ready. Behind them stood Sergeant O'Malley, his face contorted in a mask of fury and suspicion, his eyes small and hard, immediately fixing on her. He looked like a predator cornering its prey. "Well, well," O'Malley sneered, stepping into the room, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over her, then flicking around the small space. "Playing hard to get, Miss Hudson?" "What is the meaning of this, Sergeant?" Amelia demanded, forcing her voice to remain steady, though she was trembling violently inside. "You have no right to break down my door." "Got every right, ma'am," O'Malley growled, taking another step closer, invading her personal space. He smelled of sweat, stale whiskey, and menace. "Looking for Private Evans. Deserter. Seen him skulking around here. Heard he might have bothered you." His eyes narrowed. "Or maybe you helped him?" "I haven't seen Private Evans since yesterday afternoon in town." Amelia lied, praying her voice didn't betray her terror. "And he certainly isn't here." O'Malley chuckled, a low, unpleasant sound. "Funny, 'cause someone fitting your description was seen talking real cozy with Captain Thorne out by the river today, talking about evidence, witnesses." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "You've been sticking your nose where it don't belong, Miss Picture Taker. Asking questions, seeing things you shouldn't ought to see." He knew. Someone had reported her conversation with Thorne, or Thorne himself had unwisely mentioned it. The trap she thought she had set for Thorne had sprung on her instead. "Search the room," O'Malley barked at the two soldiers who began roughly pulling things aside, opening her trunk, tossing clothes onto the floor. Amelia watched, helpless, her heart sinking. They would find the plates. It was only a matter of time. O'Malley kept his eyes fixed on her, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Where is he, Miss Hudson? Where's Evans? And what did you tell Thorne?" "I told you, I don't know where he is," Amelia repeated, clutching her hands together to stop them shaking. "And my conversation with Captain Thorne is none of your concern, Sergeant." "Everything is my concern when it involves Army discipline," O'Malley snapped. His eyes flicked towards the fireplace, then back at her. looking for something. One of the soldiers pulled her camera case forward. Just her picture-taking gear, Sarge. Open it, O'Malley commanded. The soldier fumbled with the latches, pulling out lenses, cloths, bottles. Then the wooden box containing the glass plates. He lifted the lid. Just pictures, Sarge. Negatives. O'Malley took the box, his thick fingers rifling through the stack of glass plates. Amelia held her breath, praying the crucial images were buried amongst the innocuous landscapes, that his ignorance of photography would prevent him from recognizing their significance in the dim, flickering lamplight. He held up one plate, a landscape, the mission church. He held up another, the ruin near Sentinel Peak. He grunted, seeming unimpressed. He picked up a third. Amelia's heart stopped. It was the plate showing Henderson at the stockade. O'Malley squinted at it, holding it closer to the lamp. His brow furrowed. He clearly recognized the location, the figures. He might not grasp the full implication, but the image was undeniably suspicious. He looked from the plate to Amelia, his eyes narrowing into slits. What's this then? Spying on the fort now, are we? Before Amelia could answer, before O'Malley could decide what to do with the incriminating plate, another voice cut through the tension, sharp and authoritative, from the doorway. Sergeant O'Malley, what in God's name is going on here? Captain Thorne stood framed in the broken doorway, his face thunderous, his eyes blazing with cold fury. Behind him stood several more troopers, their rifles held ready. He had come after all. But too late? O'Malley spun around, visibly startled, snapping to a semblance of attention, though his face remained sullen. Captain! Just conducting a search for the deserter Evans, following leads. By breaking down the civilian's door? Terrorizing Miss Hudson? Thorne's voice was dangerously quiet. He stepped fully into the room, his gaze taking in the scene, the ransacked belongings, the frightened Amelia, the two soldiers looking suddenly uncomfortable, and O'Malley holding the glass plate. Thorne's eyes fixed on the plate in O'Malley's hand. And what is that, Sergeant? O'Malley hesitated, glancing from Thorne to Amelia, caught. Just one of her pictures, Captain. Found it in her case. Give it to me, Thorne commanded, holding out his hand. Reluctantly, O'Malley handed over the plate. Thorne held it up to the light, his expression unreadable, as he examined the image of Henderson at the stockade. He looked at it for a long moment, then slowly lowered it, his gaze shifting to O'Malley, cold and hard as flint. You seem unusually interested in Miss Hudson's photographs, Sergeant, Thorne said, his voice like ice. Perhaps you'd care to explain why? And perhaps you can also explain your assault on Private Evans last night and your subsequent attempts to locate him. O'Malley paled, realizing he was trapped. Thorne knew, or at least suspected enough to call his bluff. Sir, there must be some mistake, he stammered. The only mistake, Sergeant, Thorne cut him off, was thinking you could operate with impunity under my command. He turned to his troopers. Arrest Sergeant O'Malley. Confine him under guard. We'll get to the bottom of this. And escort these two men back to barracks. They'll have some explaining to do as well. The troopers moved quickly, efficiently, disarming a stunned O'Malley and leading him, sputtering protests, out of the room along with the other two soldiers. Thorne remained, standing amidst the mess, the incriminating glass plate still in his hand. He looked at Amelia, his expression softening slightly, though still grim. Miss Hudson, he said, his voice weary. It seems your observations were accurate and timely. He sighed. I received word shortly after our meeting. Evans, the soldier you mentioned, he managed to reach one of my loyal patrols out near San Xavier, told them everything, confirmed your story, and implicated O'Malley directly. It seems Henderson has been running a profitable side business, selling information, supplies, possibly even army movements to certain Apache bands using O'Malley as his muscle and go-between. Explains some things we couldn't understand. Relief washed over Amelia. So intense she felt dizzy. Evans was alive. He had found help. Thorne knew the truth. This photograph, Thorne continued, holding up the plate, corroborates Evans's account of Henderson's access to prisoners. It may be crucial. He looked around the ransacked room. I apologize for O'Malley's actions, for this intrusion. He will be dealt with according to military justice, as will Henderson. He paused. You took a significant risk, Miss Hudson, coming to me, trusting me. You told me to trust no one, Captain, Amelia replied quietly, but sometimes a witness has to choose. Thorne nodded slowly, a flicker of respect in his eyes. Indeed. He carefully placed the glass plate back into the wooden box with the others. These other plates, I suspect they hold further evidence. They might, Amelia admitted, including an image of Private Evans himself, taken accidentally. Keep them safe, Thorne advised. They may be needed. I will post a guard outside your door tonight for your protection. Tomorrow, we will need a formal statement from you and from Evans. He looked weary, burdened. This complicates things immensely with the campaign underway, a scandal like this, but it has to be dealt with. He turned to leave, pausing in the broken doorway. You have courage, Miss Hudson, he said quietly. More than many men I know, but courage has a cost. Be careful. He then departed, leaving Amelia alone in the wreckage of her room. The silence, broken only by the distant sounds of the fort, preparing for war, and the closer, more immediate presence of the guard taking up his post outside her door. No safe harbor had been found. Instead, she had navigated the storm, faced the serpent, and emerged somehow onto an even more precarious shore. She had borne witness, and the cost, she suspected, was only beginning to be tallied. The drums of war beat on, but now mingled with the slow grinding gears of military justice and the certainty of retribution from those whose betrayals she had helped expose. Chapter 17. The Warrior's Silent Grief. The presence of the soldier posted outside her door was both a comfort and a confinement. Amelia spent a restless night amidst the wreckage O'Malley's search had left behind, sleep offering only fleeting, troubled refuge. The adrenaline had faded, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and the heavy weight of consequence. Evans was safe. Thorne knew the truth. O'Malley was under arrest. These were victories of a sort. But the serpent's head, Henderson, remained untouched for now, likely alerted, plotting his defense or escape. And the larger conflict, the war being waged in the mountains against Cochise and his people, ground relentlessly onward, indifferent to the petty betrayals and internal dramas unfolding back in Tucson. Morning brought a semblance of order. Captain Thorne sent word via a tight-lipped corporal that Amelia should remain within the Casona until he could arrange for her formal statement. He also sent apologies for the damage and assurances of her safety, but the underlying message was clear. She was now a key witness, under protective custody, her movements restricted. The Casona, once sanctuary, now felt undeniably like a holding cell. Senora Flores moved through the chaos with quiet efficiency. helping Amelia restore some order to her room, her presence a calming balm amidst the lingering tension. She asked no direct questions about the previous night's events, but her eyes held a deep understanding. When Amelia murmured apologies for bringing danger to her doorstep, the senora simply patted her hand. "Danger finds its own way, senorita," she said softly, like the river seeking the sea. "Sometimes all we can do is try not to drown." She glanced towards the fireplace where the plates had been hidden. Secrets are heavy burdens. Sometimes sharing them, even with the law, is the only way to lighten the load, though the law, too, can be a treacherous current. Amelia spent the day waiting, oscillating between relief that the immediate threat from O'Malley had been neutralized and a growing anxiety about what Henderson might do. Would he try to flee? Would he attempt to discredit her or Evans? Would he have allies within the fort or the town who could interfere with Thorne's investigation? The silence from Thorne himself was unnerving. Was he encountering resistance, bureaucratic hurdles, or was the process of military justice simply slow, methodical, grinding forward at its own pace while the war raged elsewhere? She found herself drawn repeatedly to the window, looking out not towards the town, but towards the distant, hazy blue shapes of the mountains. Out there, the warrior moved like smoke and shadow. What did he know of these events? Had news of O'Malley's arrest, of Henderson's likely exposure, reached the hidden Apache camps? Did he understand the role Amelia had played, the risks she had taken? The hawk carving sat on her table, a silent, enigmatic presence. Had his warnings been intended to prompt her action, or merely to ensure her own survival? His motives remained as opaque as the desert mirages. Late in the afternoon, as the heat began to lessen and long shadows stretched across the courtyard, the expected summons finally arrived. Not from Thorne directly, but from the lieutenant left in charge at the garrison headquarters. A formal request for Miss Hudson to provide her statement regarding recent events. 2 troopers arrived to escort her, their demeanor professional but wary. Clearly, news of her involvement, however garbled, had spread. Walking through Tucson towards the garrison office felt like running a gauntlet. Faces turned, conversation ceased. Eyes followed her progress with open curiosity, suspicion, and perhaps from some, a grudging respect. She felt intensely conspicuous, aware that her actions had irrevocably altered her position in this small, tightly wound community. She was no longer just the eccentric photographer. She was the woman who had accused the sutler, who had evidence against a sergeant, who had somehow become entangled in the fort's dangerous secrets. The garrison office was stark, functional, smelling of dust, ink, and stale tobacco. The lieutenant, a young man burdened by responsibility beyond his years, conducted the interview formally, taking down her deposition in careful longhand. Captain Thorne was present, observing silently assault on Evans, her own observation of Henderson at the stockade, his face impassive, offering no commentary. Amelia recounted the events as clearly and objectively as she could. Her initial encounter with the frightened Private Evans, his claims about Henderson and O'Malley, O'Malley's violent intrusion into her room, and Thorne's timely intervention. She presented the photographic plates, explaining their context. Thorne examined the crucial ones again: Henderson at the stockade, the spectral image of Evans handling them with care. He confirmed that Evans, currently recovering under guard at the post hospital, had corroborated her account of O'Malley's attack, and Henderson suspected treasonous activities. The lieutenant wrote furiously, his expression growing increasingly grim as the details unfolded. When she finished, there was a heavy silence in the small office. Thorne finally spoke, his voice quiet but carrying weight. Miss Hudson, your testimony, corroborated by Private Evans and supported by this photographic evidence, is compelling. An official investigation into Henderson's activities and Sergeant O'Malley's conduct is underway. Henderson has been detained for questioning. He paused. This information is highly sensitive. Its premature release could compromise the investigation and potentially incite further unrest. I must ask for your absolute discretion. Of course, Captain, Amelia agreed, though the thought of Henderson being merely detained sent a chill through her. He was slippery, resourceful. For your safety, Thorne continued, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain within the Casona, under guard until this matter is fully resolved. Or perhaps, he hesitated, considering, perhaps leaving Tucson altogether might be the wisest course. Returning east, I can arrange passage, an escort. Leave? Now! The thought felt like a betrayal of Evans, of the Senora, perhaps even of the silent warrior whose warnings had set these events in motion. A betrayal of her own commitment to see this through, to witness the outcome. Thank you, Captain, Amelia said firmly, but I believe I will stay, at least for now. I started this. I feel I should see it through. Thorne studied her for a moment, a flicker of surprise, perhaps grudging admiration, in his eyes. As you wish, Miss Hudson, but understand the risks remain high. Henderson has friends, and news from the front is not encouraging. The campaign is proving more difficult than anticipated. He looked weary again, the burden of command settling heavily upon him. You will retain your guard. Report any concerns immediately. The escort back to the Casona felt different. The soldiers seemed less wary, more respectful. She had faced the authorities, provided her evidence, stood her ground, but the sense of resolution was fleeting, replaced by a deeper unease. Henderson was detained, not convicted. O'Malley was under arrest, but military justice could be slow, uncertain, and the war ground on. Back in her room, the familiar space felt both safer and more confining than ever. The immediate threat from O'Malley was gone, but the larger dangers remained, perhaps even amplified by her actions. She felt exhausted, emotionally drained, yet strangely restless. The need to escape the confines of the room, the town, the oppressive weight of human conflict became overwhelming. As twilight deepened, casting long shadows across the courtyard, she made a decision. She wouldn't flee Tucson, but she needed air, space, a connection to something larger, something less fraught than the tangled affairs of men. Slipping past her guard with a murmured explanation about needing fresh air within the courtyard, she retrieved the small wooden hawk carving and quietly let herself out the back escape route. Senora Flores had revealed the loose brick behind the fig tree. She didn't know where she was going, only that she needed to walk away from the stifling atmosphere of the town, towards the open desert, towards the silence. She moved quickly through the back alleys, avoiding the main streets, until she reached the edge of Tucson, where the last adobes gave way to scattered creosote and palo verde. The moon, a few days past full, was rising, casting a pale, ethereal light over the landscape. Guided by instinct, by an invisible pull she couldn't explain, her feet led her southwest, back towards the familiar territory near Sentinel Peak, towards the area where she had found the hidden grave marked by the hawk feather. It felt like completing a circle, returning to the place where the desert's deeper secrets had first begun to unveil themselves to her. The walk was long, tiring, but invigorating. The cool night air, the vast silence, broken only by the cry of a distant coyote or the rustle of unseen creatures in the brush, the immense star-dusted sky overhead, it all served to cleanse her mind, to put the recent turmoil into a different perspective. The dramas of Tucson, the conspiracies within the fort, seemed small, transient, compared to the ancient, enduring presence of the desert night. She found the shallow arroyo easily, the moonlight silvering the sandy bottom. She followed its winding course upwards, into the fold of the hills, towards the place of memory. The air grew cooler, the silence deeper. She reached the overhanging ledge, her heart beating a little faster now. Would there be another sign, another feather? She approached the small cairn, cautiously, respectfully. It sat undisturbed, bathed in the soft moonlight, filtering through the Palo Verde branches overhead. There was no new feather. The place felt still, peaceful, yet imbued with a profound sense of sorrow, a silent grief that seemed to emanate from the very stones. She sank down onto the cool sand near the cairn, not touching it, simply being present in its aura of remembrance. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, letting the silence seep into her. Why had she been drawn back here? What was she seeking? Absolution? Understanding? Connection? A faint sound, almost imperceptible, made her eyes snap open. The soft crunch of a footstep on sand. Not the heavy tread of a booted soldier, but the light, almost soundless step of someone moving with practiced stealth, someone who belonged to this landscape. Her heart leaped into her throat. She wasn't alone. Slowly, she turned her head towards the deeper shadows at the mouth of the arroyo. He stood there, a silhouette against the moonlit sand beyond. The warrior, taller than she remembered, his presence filling the narrow space, radiating that same intense stillness, that quiet authority. He wasn't carrying a rifle or bow, just watching her, his face obscured by shadow. Amelia didn't move, didn't breathe. Fear warred with a strange sense of inevitability, of culmination. This felt different from their previous encounters. Not a fleeting glimpse, not a cryptic sign left behind, but a direct, deliberate confrontation. He took a step forward, then another, moving out of the deepest shadow into the dappled moonlight beneath the Palo Verde trees. Now she could see his face. Strong features, high cheekbones, the steady, piercing gaze she remembered. But tonight, his eyes held something else, something beyond watchfulness, beyond assessment. They held a profound, aching sorrow, a grief so deep it seemed carved into the lines of his face. He stopped a few yards away, his gaze fixed on the small stone cairn beside her. He didn't look at Amelia, not directly. His attention was wholly focused on the hidden grave. He stood motionless for a long moment, his silence immense, heavier than the stones themselves. It was the silence of unbearable loss, of memory, held sacred against overwhelming odds. Then slowly he raised a hand, not in threat, but in a gesture of offering, remembrance. He opened his palm. Resting on it was not a hawk feather this time, but a single perfect iridescent bluebird feather. A symbol of hope, of spirit, of a beauty fragile and fleeting. He took another step forward towards the grave and knelt down beside the cairn opposite Amelia. With infinite tenderness, he placed the bluebird feather gently amongst the stones, tucking it into a crevice near where the hawk feather had rested before. His movements were fluid, reverent, ritualistic, an act of private mourning witnessed only by her and the moon. Watching him, Amelia felt her own fear dissolve, replaced by an overwhelming wave of empathy, a shared sense of grief that transcended the boundaries of culture, of conflict. This place, this hidden grave, clearly held immense personal significance for him. Whose loss did it represent? A wife, a child, someone whose memory he kept alive through these silent pilgrimages, these fragile offerings. He remained kneeling for a long time, his head bowed slightly, his hand resting on one of the larger stones. The silence stretched, filled only by the soft sighing of the night wind through the branches overhead. Amelia felt like an intruder, yet also strangely bound to this moment, this shared vigil of sorrow. She realized with sudden clarity that his previous warnings, the hawk feathers, the snake symbol, might not have been directed solely at her or at the corruption in the fort. They might have sprung from this deeper place of grief, from a fierce desire to protect not just his people, but the memory of what had been lost. The sacred spaces scarred by violence and betrayal, Henderson's dealings, O'Malley's brutality, they weren't just acts of treason. They were desecrations, violations of a land already soaked in sorrow. Finally, the warrior rose slowly, gracefully to his feet. He turned his head, and his gaze met Amelia's across the moonlit space. The sorrow in his eyes was still profound, but now mingled with something else, a quiet acknowledgement, perhaps even acceptance, of her presence here, her witnessing of his private grief. There was no threat in his look, no challenge, only a shared understanding of loss, a fragile connection forged in the heart of the grieving desert. Without a word, he turned and walked back towards the mouth of the arroyo, his figure merging seamlessly with the shadows, becoming one with the silent, watching land. He didn't look back. He simply vanished, leaving Amelia alone once more with the hidden grave, the bluebird feather resting like a fallen piece of sky amongst the stones, and the profound, aching silence of the warrior's grief echoing in the moonlit air. She understood now, more deeply than ever, the true cost of this conflict, a cost measured not just in battles and treaties, but in stolen lives, hidden graves, and sorrows too deep for words. Chapter 18. Ride Through the Devil's Jaw. The days following Sergeant O'Malley's arrest and Henderson's detention settled into a strange, unnerving rhythm. Life in Tucson continued on the surface, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the murmur of commerce, the routines of survival under the unforgiving sun. But beneath it, the current of anxiety ran deeper, faster. Amelia remained confined to the Casona, a prisoner of her own testimony, guarded by troopers whose impassive faces revealed nothing. Captain Thorne, consumed by the dual crises of internal corruption and the increasingly difficult campaign in the Dragoons, communicated only through brief, formal messages confirming her continued protection. News from the front, when it trickled back, was uniformly grim. The Chiricahua, under Cochise's brilliant and elusive leadership, were proving far more resilient, far more adept at utilizing the mountainous terrain than initial reports had suggested. Army casualties mounted, patrols vanished or returned depleted, telling harrowing tales of ambushes in narrow canyons, of warriors who seemed to melt into the rocks, striking with deadly precision before disappearing like ghosts. Whispers grew louder that the campaign was stalled, perhaps even failing. The bloody sunset seemed less like an isolated event and more like an ongoing omen. This grim backdrop amplified the tension surrounding Henderson's detention. Thorne's investigation proceeded slowly, hampered by the complexities of military jurisdiction, the subtlest web of connections, and the difficulty of gathering concrete evidence beyond Amelia's photographs and Evans's testimony given by a private, already traumatized and potentially viewed as unreliable. Henderson, though confined, remained a potent threat. Rumors circulated that he had powerful friends, both within the territory and perhaps even back east, individuals who might seek to suppress the investigation or retaliate against those who threatened their interests. Trust no one. Thorne's words echoed with increasing weight. Amelia felt suspended in a void. The initial relief at exposing the serpent had curdled into a sickening unease. Had her actions truly made a difference or merely stirred a hornet's nest? She spent hours sketching, trying to capture the play of light in the courtyard, the texture of adobe, anything to distract from the churning thoughts. But even her charcoal seemed hesitant, imbued with the surrounding uncertainty. She reread her father's old letters, seeking solace in his familiar handwriting, his belief in the power of observation, but finding little comfort applicable to her current predicament. One sweltering afternoon, nearly a week into her confinement, the summons came again. Not a formal request this time, but Captain Thorne himself appearing at her door, bypassing the guard with a curt nod. His face was etched with fatigue, deeper lines carved around his eyes, his uniform coated with fine dust as if he'd just ridden in hard. He looked like a man stretched thin, grappling with impossible choices. "Miss Hudson," he said without preamble, his voice low and urgent, "we need to talk. Urgently." He stepped inside, closing the door firmly behind him, his presence filling the small room with a palpable tension. "Captain, what is it? Is it Evans?" Amelia asked, her first thought for the frightened private. "Evans is stable," Thorne replied curtly. "Recovering, but he's not the immediate concern." He ran a hand over his face, a gesture of profound weariness. "The situation has escalated. Intelligence from the front suggests that Henderson's dealings were more extensive than we initially believed. It seems likely he wasn't just selling supplies, but providing detailed information on troop movements, patrol routes, possibly even officer rotations." Amelia absorbed this, horrified. It explained the ambushes, the losses, the army's struggles. Henderson hadn't just been greedy. His treason had actively cost soldiers their lives. "We believe this information might have directly contributed to the ambush near Apache Pass," Thorne continued, his voice grim, "and likely other incidents, including the difficulties General Crook's main column is currently facing. Henderson's network, it runs deeper than just O'Malley. There are others involved, possibly within the fort, likely within the town. Loyalties are unclear." He met her gaze, his eyes hard. "Which means, Miss Hudson, that Tucson is no longer safe for you, or for Evans. Henderson's allies will not sit idle while he faces court-martial, especially now the potential scope of his treason is becoming clearer. They will want to silence any witnesses, permanently." The blood drained from Amelia's face. "Silence? You hold the photographic proof," Thorne stated flatly. "Evans provides the direct testimony. You are the linchpins of the case against Henderson, and by extension against his network. As long as you remain here, you are vulnerable targets." He paced the small room, his movements agitated. "I cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. My resources are stretched thin. My focus is divided by the campaign. I need to move you, both of you, immediately." "Move us? Where?" "Fort Bowie. Thorne said decisively. It's a more established post, further east, closer to the main supply lines and telegraph communication. The command structure there is more secure. I need to get you, Evans, and your evidence there, under guard where a formal inquiry can proceed without local interference or threat of reprisal. Fort Bowie, a name synonymous with the Apache Wars, situated near the infamous Apache Pass itself. It felt like moving from the frying pan directly into the heart of the fire. Yet Thorne's urgency, his palpable concern, convinced her. Staying in Tucson, waiting for Henderson's allies to strike, was no longer an option. When do we leave? Amelia asked, her voice surprisingly steady. Tonight, Thorne replied, under cover of darkness, a small escort man I trust implicitly. Lieutenant Hines will command we must travel light, fast, and take a route less likely to be watched or anticipated. It will be arduous and potentially dangerous. I understand. Good. Thorne seemed relieved by her quick acceptance. Lieutenant Hines will collect you shortly after moonrise. Pack only what is essential. Your photographic plates are the most critical item. Ensure they are secure. He paused, his gaze intense. Miss Hudson, the route we must take leads through a pass north of the Dragoons. Locally, it's known as the Devil's Jaw. It has a reputation. Treacherous terrain, prone to rock slides, sudden storms, and ambushes. Both Apache and outlaw bands have used it. There is no other way to reach Bowie quickly without crossing territory heavily controlled by Cochise or risking patrols loyal to Henderson's faction. It is our only viable path. The Devil's Jaw. The name itself sent a shiver down her spine. It sounded like a place where hope went to die. But Thorne was right. There seemed no alternative. I will be ready, Captain, Amelia said. Thorne nodded curtly. Lieutenant Hines is discreet, capable. Trust his judgment. Godspeed, Miss Hudson. He gave her a final searching look, then turned and left as quickly as he had arrived, leaving Amelia with the chilling name of their route echoing in the sudden silence. Preparations were a blur of focused activity. Amelia packed a small satchel with essentials. A change of clothes, her sketchbook, her small medical kit, the hawk carving tucked safely inside. The most crucial task was retrieving the plates, carefully removing the loose bricks from the fireplace. She pulled out the cloth-wrapped box. Her hands trembled slightly as she unwrapped the plates, checking them one last time in the fading light. Henderson at the stockade, the spectral Evans, the fort panorama, innocent landscapes mixed amongst them. She repacked them carefully in their wooden box, securing it tightly, then placed this vital evidence at the very bottom of her sturdy camera case, cushioning it with focusing claws. The heavy camera itself, the tripod, the bottles of chemicals, she would take it all. The equipment felt like armor now, its presence a necessary burden. The plates within both her justification and her greatest liability. As moonrise approached, casting long, eerie shadows across the courtyard, Senora Flores appeared at her door, carrying a small, tightly wrapped bundle. For the journey, senorita, she said softly, pressing it into Amelia's hands. It contained dried fruit, strips of jerky, and a small pouch of potent herbs. For strength and clarity, her dark eyes held a deep sadness, an understanding of the perilous road ahead. The Devil's Jaw. It tests the spirit as much as the body. Remember the hawk? Senorita, see clearly, fly true. She embraced Amelia briefly, a rare gesture of affection that spoke volumes. Vaya con Dios. Moments later, Lieutenant Hines arrived with 3 troopers, their faces grim, movements efficient. They were Thorne's trusted men, hand-picked for this dangerous duty. Strapped to a spare horse was Private Evans, looking pale and weak but resolute, his arm freshly bandaged. Seeing him alive, ready for the journey, gave Amelia a small measure of comfort. They exchanged a brief, understanding glance, two unwilling witnesses bound together by shared danger. Loading her camera case and satchel onto another spare horse felt final. Leaving the Casona, slipping out through the back escape route under the fig tree, felt like severing the last tie to normalcy, stepping fully into the perilous unknown. The small party mounted quickly, keeping to the shadows, skirting the edges of the sleeping town, heading northeast towards the distant, ominous silhouette of the mountains where the Devil's Jaw lay waiting. The ride through the night was initially swift, silent, the horses' hooves muffled by the sandy soil. The moon provided just enough light to navigate, casting the landscape in stark monochrome relief. Lieutenant Hines set a relentless pace, pushing them onward, wanting to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Tucson before dawn. Evans rode slumped in his saddle, clearly in pain, but enduring stoically. Amelia focused on the rhythm of her horse, trying to ignore the prickling sense of unease that grew with every mile they covered. As dawn approached, they entered the foothills, the terrain growing rougher, steeper. The air grew cooler. They paused briefly in a hidden ravine to rest the horses and eat a meager breakfast from the Senora's provisions, speaking only in hushed tones. Hines scanned the surrounding ridges constantly, his hand never far from his revolver. The troopers remained watchful, silent. The easy camaraderie Amelia had sometimes observed among soldiers was absent. This was grim, serious business. By mid-morning, they reached the entrance to the pass Thorne had warned her about, the Devil's Jaw. The name felt chillingly appropriate. Towering rock walls, scorched red and black by sun and time, loomed on either side, narrowing ominously as the trail descended. The passage ahead looked like a wound carved into the earth's flesh, disappearing into deep shadow. The air felt instantly heavier here, stagnant, trapped between the suffocating walls. The silence was profound, broken only by the echoing clatter of their horses' hooves on the rocky trail and the occasional cry of an unseen bird high overhead. Entering the pass felt like being swallowed. The towering cliffs blocked out the sun, plunging them into a cool, perpetual twilight. Strange rock formations, twisted by erosion into grotesque shapes, seemed to watch them from above. The trail narrowed further, forcing them into single file, winding around blind corners, crossing patches of treacherous scree. The horses grew nervous, their ears swiveling, snorting uneasily at shadows and sounds Amelia couldn't discern. Lieutenant Hines held up a hand, signaling a halt. He listened intently, his head cocked. Silence. Then a faint noise, the dislodging of a single stone high up on the canyon wall to their right. Accidental or deliberate? Every nerve in Amelia's body screamed. Hines drew his revolver slowly, signaling his men to do the same. Evans swayed in his saddle, his face ashen. They waited, frozen, straining their ears. Nothing. Only the whisper of the wind, funneling through the narrow passage, sounding like mocking laughter or mournful sighs. After a long, agonizing moment, Hines cautiously signaled them forward again, but the pace was slower now, infinitely more tense. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential ambusher. Every gust of wind carried imagined threats. Amelia clutched the reins, her knuckles white. She thought of the warrior's silent grief, the bluebird feather. Was this pass sacred to his people? A place of past battles, of lingering spirits? Or was it merely a natural death trap, exploited by anyone ruthless enough Apache, outlaw, or Henderson's treacherous allies? The pass twisted downwards deeper into the earth's bowels. The rock walls pressed closer, claustrophobic, shutting out the sky. Suddenly, rounding a sharp bend, Hines reined in sharply, his horse rearing slightly. Ahead, the trail was blocked, not by men, but by a fresh rock slide, a jumble of heavy boulders and loose scree, cascading down from the cliffs above, completely obstructing the narrow passage. It looked too recent, too convenient, to be entirely natural. Ambush, one of the troopers whispered, his rifle raised, scanning the cliffs above. Hines shook his head, his eyes narrowed, surveying the blockage. Maybe, or maybe just the devil's jaw living up to its name. He dismounted cautiously. Could be unstable, triggered by our passage. He examined the rock face above the slide. Looks like it came from high up, hard to tell if it was deliberate. They were trapped. Turning back meant losing precious time, risking pursuit from Tucson. Pushing forward seemed impossible. Can we clear it? Hines asked his men. One of the troopers, dismounted now, carefully tested the edge of the slide. A cascade of smaller stones tumbled down. Too risky, Lieutenant. Whole thing could come down on us. Panic began to bubble in Amelia's throat. Trapped in this suffocating canyon, with unknown dangers, potentially lurking above or behind them. There might be, Evans said suddenly, his voice weak but clear. He pointed a trembling finger towards a narrow, barely visible fissure in the canyon wall to their left, slightly before the rock slide. An old prospector's trail. Used to hear stories back at the fort. Supposedly climbs up and over this ridge, comes back down to the main trail beyond the slide. But they say it's haunted or cursed. Hines looked skeptical but desperate. He peered towards the fissure. It looked impossibly steep, treacherous. Haunted is better than ambushed, he muttered grimly. Can the horses make it? Not likely, sir, the trooper replied. Barely wide enough for a man on foot in places. Hines made a swift decision. All right, we leave the horses, tie them securely here. We proceed on foot. Corporal, you take point. Evans, stay close to Miss Hudson. Troopers, rear guard. Move quickly, quietly, and keep your eyes open. Dismounting, securing the nervous horses, gathering essential gear. Amelia's heavy camera case felt like an anchor, but leaving the plates behind was unthinkable, happened in a frantic, hushed rush. Entering the narrow fissure felt like stepping into another world. The air was cold, damp, smelling of wet rock and decay. The path climbed steeply, often requiring them to use hands as well as feet, scrambling over slick rocks, squeezing through narrow gaps. It was exhausting, terrifying work. Evans struggled, leaning heavily on one of the troopers, his face pale with pain and exertion. Amelia focused on placing one foot in front of the other, hauling the heavy camera case, her lungs burning, her muscles aching. The silence here was absolute, oppressive. They climbed higher, the main canyon floor falling away below them. Then, abruptly, the narrow trail opened onto a high, exposed ledge overlooking the Devil's Jaw. They could see the rock slide below, and the continuation of the main trail beyond it. They were halfway there. But as they paused, catching their breath, a rifle shot cracked through the silence, echoing endlessly between the canyon walls. A bullet ricocheted off the rock face inches from Hines's head. Ambush! Not from below, but from the cliffs above them on the opposite side of the jaw. Figures darted between the rocks, white men, not Apache, firing down at them. Henderson's allies, they had been anticipated. "Take cover!" Hines yelled, shoving Amelia behind a low outcrop of rock, as more shots rained down, chipping stone around them. The troopers returned fire, the roar of their rifles deafening in the confined space. Evans huddled beside Amelia, terrified but clutching a borrowed revolver, his eyes scanning the opposite cliff. Pinned down, exposed, trapped on the narrow ledge, this was it. The devil's jaw was closing its teeth. Chapter 19, A Reckoning of the Heart. Chaos erupted on the narrow ledge. Bullets whined past, smacking into rock, sending splinters flying. The sharp crack of rifles echoed relentlessly, amplified by the canyon walls, creating a disorienting, terrifying cacophony. Amelia pressed herself flat against the rough stone outcrop Lieutenant Hines had shoved her behind, the heavy camera case digging into her side, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard it felt bruised. Beside her, Private Evans huddled, clutching his revolver with white-knuckled hands, his face ashen, eyes wide with the familiar terror, yet strangely focused now on the enemy above. The detached fear had been replaced by the immediate visceral threat of death. Hines and his 3 troopers were spread out along the ledge, using whatever meager cover the rocks offered, returning fire with disciplined bursts. But their position was horribly exposed. The ambushers, clearly white men, likely hard cases hired by Henderson or his allies, held the high ground on the opposite cliff face, firing down with impunity. They were caught, pinned down like insects on a board. "Can you see how many?" Hines shouted to his corporal over the din. "At least 4, maybe 5, Lieutenant," the corporal yelled back, ducking as a bullet kicked up dust near his head. "Spread out. Good cover up there." "Damn it!" Hines cursed, reloading his revolver with swift practice movements. He glanced back at Amelia and Evans. "Stay down! Don't move!" Amelia could only nod, her throat tight with fear. She risked a quick glance over the top of the outcrop. She saw puffs of smoke blossoming from behind boulders on the opposite cliff, the glint of sunlight on a rifle barrel. These men were positioned deliberately, expecting them. The rock slide hadn't been accidental. It had been engineered to force them onto this treacherous side trail, into this perfectly laid trap. Henderson's network was efficient, ruthless. Thorne's caution had been fatally underestimated. A cry of pain cut through the gunfire. One of Hines's troopers slumped forward, clutching his shoulder, blood blooming darkly on his blue uniform. Another trooper scrambled to drag him behind better cover. Now they were down to 3 effective fighters, plus Evans, whose wounded arm and terror made him a questionable asset. The ambushers pressed their advantage, their fire becoming more concentrated, more accurate. Bullets chipped away at Amelia's meager cover. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable impact. This couldn't be the end. Not here, trapped like an animal in this desolate canyon, not after everything she had witnessed, everything she had risked. The hidden plates in the case beside her felt simultaneously precious and utterly useless. What good was evidence if the witness didn't survive to present it? She thought of her father, his quiet belief in observation, in understanding. She thought of Senora Flores, her wisdom, her resilience. She thought of Evans, his desperate plea for help, and she thought of the warrior, his silent grief, the bluebird feather resting by the hidden grave. That image, strangely, brought not fear, but a surge of something else anger, a fierce, burning anger at the senseless violence, the greed, the betrayal that had led them to this precipice. Anger at Henderson, at O'Malley, at the men firing down on them now. A bullet struck the rock just above her head, showering her with stone dust. She gasped, pressing herself lower. Beside her, Evans flinched violently, letting out a small choked sob. "Hold steady, Private," Hines yelled, firing another shot towards the cliffs. "Conserve your ammunition." But their situation was deteriorating rapidly. The ambushes had them pinned, outnumbered, outgunned. It was only a matter of time before another trooper fell, before their defenses crumbled completely. Then something shifted. A different sound joined the roar of rifles, a high-pitched, ululating cry that seemed to emerge from the very rocks around them, echoing chillingly up and down the Devil's Jaw. It wasn't the sound of the ambushes. It was something else, something primal, fierce. The gunfire from the opposite cliff faltered momentarily, as if the shooters were startled, confused by the unexpected sound. Hines and his men exchanged wary glances. What fresh hell was this? And then, from above the ambushes, figures appeared. Not white men, Apache warriors, moving with impossible speed and agility across the steep cliff face, seeming to materialize from the shadows, their lean bodies blending with the rock. They carried bows, rifles, war clubs. Leading them, unmistakable even at a distance, was the tall, commanding figure Amelia knew only as the warrior. He wasn't wearing the simple clothes she had seen him in before. He wore buckskin leggings, a breech clout, his torso bare save for streaks of paint, his long hair flowing free. He looked utterly transformed, not just a watcher, but a leader, a fighter, radiating an aura of deadly power. For a heart-stopping moment, Amelia thought they were caught between two fires, attacked from both sides. But the Apache warriors ignored the trapped soldiers on the ledge below. Their focus, their fury, was directed entirely at the ambushers on the opposite cliff. Arrows flew with deadly accuracy. Rifle shots echoed, answered by the deeper boom of the warriors' older firearms. War cries mingled with the panicked shouts of the white ambushers, suddenly finding themselves attacked from their undefended rear. The dynamic shifted instantly. The ambushers, caught complete by surprise, their position turned into a death trap, scrambled for cover, returning fire haphazardly towards the attacking Apache. The pressure on Hines and his men eased dramatically. "Hold your fire," Hines commanded his troopers, recognizing the unexpected, unbelievable reprieve. "Let them." He hesitated, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. Let the Apache finish off the men who had just been trying to kill them? The irony was stark, savage. The fight on the opposite cliff was brief, brutal, decisive. The Apache warriors moved with breathtaking coordination and ferocity, closing in on the trapped ambushers. Amelia watched, horrified yet mesmerized as figures grappled, fell, disappeared behind rocks amidst the continued sounds of gunfire and desperate cries. The warrior himself seemed to be everywhere, directing the attack, moving with lethal grace, a whirlwind of controlled violence. Within minutes it was over. Silence descended abruptly, broken only by the ragged breathing of Hines's men and the distant, mournful cry of the wind through the canyon. The figures of the ambushes were still, silenced. The Apache warriors began to melt back into the rocks from which they had emerged, their movements fluid, ghost-like. Only the tall warrior remained visible for a moment longer. He stood on a high pinnacle opposite the ledge where Amelia huddled, silhouetted against the sliver of sky visible above the canyon walls. His gaze swept downwards, across the scene of carnage, then settled, inevitably, on Amelia. Their eyes met across the chasm, across the fresh layer of violence and death. His face, streaked with paint, was impossible to read. Was there acknowledgement, warning, or simply the impassive assessment of a victor surveying the aftermath? He had saved them, saved her, not directly. Perhaps his fight had been with the ambushers, Henderson's men, the ones who likely represented a threat to his own people as well. But the outcome was undeniable. His intervention, unexpected and savage, had spared them from certain death. Why? Was it because of the warnings he had given her? Because she had acted on them, however imperfectly? Because she carried his hawk carving, a symbol he might recognize? Or was it something simpler, more pragmatic, the enemy of my enemy? Henderson's network, trading with some Apache while betraying others, undermining the army. Perhaps they were a common foe. He held her gaze for another long second, a silent, unfathomable communication passing between them. Then, like smoke dissolving in the wind, he turned and vanished into the rocks, leaving no trace, only the echo of his presence and the heavy silence of the dead. On the ledge, the survivors stirred, disbelief warring with the shock of their near-death experience. The wounded trooper groaned, bringing them back to the immediate reality. "Check the wounded," Hines ordered, his voice hoarse. He holstered his revolver, running a shaky hand over his face. He looked across the canyon towards the now empty cliffs where the ambushers lay silent, then back at Amelia. His expression a mixture of confusion, grim relief, and perhaps a dawning understanding of forces beyond his military comprehension. He didn't comment on the Apache intervention, didn't ask questions. The event felt too raw, too inexplicable, perhaps too compromising to acknowledge officially. They quickly tended to the wounded trooper as best they could, bandaging his shoulder more securely. Evans, though still trembling, moved with a newfound purpose, assisting Hines, his earlier paralysis replaced by the focused energy of survival. "We need to move," Hines said grimly, scanning the cliffs warily. "Now, before any other parties arrive?" He glanced at the steep, treacherous trail ahead. "Can the wounded man make it?" "We'll help him, sir," the corporal replied, nodding towards the other trooper. The climb upwards resumed, slower now, burdened by the wounded man, haunted by the fresh memory of violence. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rock potentially concealing another threat. Amelia helped where she could, carrying extra gear, offering water, her own fear sublimated by the immediate needs of the small, traumatized group. She clutched the camera case tightly, the plates within feeling heavier than ever, imbued now not just with evidence of betrayal, but with the memory of bloodshed and unexpected salvation. Reaching the summit of the ridge felt like emerging from a tomb into blinding sunlight. The air was clearer here, the view expansive, though the rugged landscape stretched out before them still felt menacing, untamed. They paused, exhausted, looking back down into the shadowed maw of the devil's jaw. "Never thought I'd make it out of there alive," the corporal muttered, wiping sweat and grime from his face. "We had help," Hines said quietly, his gaze distant, fixed on the opposite cliffs where the Apache warriors had appeared. He offered no further explanation, and none was asked for. The shared experience, the unbelievable intervention, hung unspoken among them. The descent back down to the main trail on the other side of the rock slide was almost as treacherous as the climb up, but driven by adrenaline and the urgent need to reach safety, they managed it. They found their horses undisturbed, though nervous, where they had left them tied. Mounting felt like reclaiming a small piece of normalcy, though the memory of the ledge, the gunfire, the Apache warriors remained vividly imprinted on Amelia's mind. They pushed onward, towards Fort Bowie, the silence of the group heavy with unspoken trauma and unanswered questions. Amelia rode near Evans, who seemed to have retreated into himself, his earlier animation gone, replaced by a dull shock. She found herself thinking almost constantly of the warrior. His transformation from silent, watcher, mourner, and messenger into a fierce, decisive leader of men was staggering. He contained multitudes, grief and fury, stillness and swift violence. He fought not just the army, but also the corruption represented by Henderson's men, navigating a complex web of enemies with deadly precision. And he had, for reasons she still couldn't fathom, intervened, allowing her, the white woman with the camera, the carrier of secrets, to survive. Her feelings towards him, always complex, underwent another profound shift. Fear remained. Certainly the memory of his painted face, the raw violence she had witnessed, was terrifying. But mingled with it now was a grudging respect, a sense of awe, and something else, something deeply unsettling and confusing that felt dangerously close to gratitude. Gratitude mixed with the horrifying realization of the brutality he was capable of, the brutality this land demanded of those who fought to hold on to it. The reckoning she had anticipated, the confrontation she had braced for, hadn't come from Thorne or Henderson's allies in the way she expected. It had come here, in the heart of the Devil's Jaw, a crucible of rock, gunfire, and impossible choices. It was a reckoning not just of external threats, but of the heart. Witnessing the warrior's grief had connected her to the sorrow of the land. Witnessing his fury had exposed her to its savage necessities. She had survived the pass, but emerged irrevocably changed, carrying not just photographic plates, but the weight of lives taken, lives spared, and the undeniable, terrifying magnetism of the Apache warrior, who moved between shadow and light, grief and vengeance. The safe harbor of Fort Bowie might lie ahead, but Amelia knew, with chilling certainty, that true safety was an illusion she could no longer afford. The cost of witness was far higher than she had ever imagined. Chapter 20. The Canyon's Hungry Roar. Emerging from the shadowed depths of the Devil's Jaw onto the high ridge felt less like escaping a tomb and more like being expelled into a harsh, indifferent glare. The sunlight, after the oppressive gloom of the canyon, was blinding, almost painful. Below them, the treacherous pass snaked away, holding its secrets and its dead. Ahead lay the rugged, broken country, stretching towards the distant promise of Fort Bowie, a promise that felt increasingly fragile, compromised. The silence that fell upon the small party as they descended towards their waiting horses was thick with unspoken shock, the adrenaline ebbing away to reveal the raw nerves beneath. Amelia moved stiffly, her muscles screaming from the unaccustomed climb and descent, the heavy camera case banging against her hip like a constant, unwelcome reminder of the evidence she carried. She glanced at Private Evans. He looked utterly spent, his face gray beneath the dust and grime, his eyes holding the dull, thousand-yard stare of someone who had looked too closely into the abyss. Yet he moved without complaint, driven by the same instinct for survival that propelled them all. Lieutenant Hines, his face a mask of grim professionalism, surveyed the landscape with relentless vigilance. The brief moments of camaraderie or shared humanity utterly subsumed by the weight of command in hostile territory. The remaining two troopers were similarly withdrawn, their movements economical, their expressions guarded, the memory of their fallen comrade and their near-fatal ambush clearly weighing heavily upon them. Reaching the horses brought a small measure of relief, the familiar creak of leather, the comforting animal warmth. But mounting again felt less like reclaiming freedom and more like resigning themselves to the next stage of a perilous ordeal. The devil's jaw might be behind them, but its presence lingered, a psychological shadow cast long over the land. Amelia couldn't shake the image of the Apache warriors melting into the rocks, nor the final, unfathomable gaze of their leader. He had saved them. Why? The question looped endlessly in her mind, tangled with the horrifying memory of the violence she had witnessed, the swift, brutal efficiency of the warrior's attack. Gratitude warred with fear, respect with revulsion. He was a force of nature, complex and dangerous, embodying both the deep grief and the fierce resistance of this embattled land. And somehow, inexplicably, her fate seemed intertwined with his. Lieutenant Hines set a hard pace eastward, pushing the horses, pushing his small, traumatized troop. He clearly wanted to reach Fort Bowie as quickly as possible, driven by the need to deliver his witnesses, his report, and perhaps escape the ghosts of the canyon. The terrain remained difficult rocky slopes, thorny thickets, dry washes that forced detours. Progress was slow, arduous. The sun beat down relentlessly, sucking moisture from the air, from their bodies. Water carried in their canteens and the small water skin the senora had provided became more precious than gold. They spoke little. Words felt inadequate, intrusive in the vast, watchful silence of the landscape. The only sounds were the rhythmic plodding of the horses, the occasional clink of metal, the rasp of their own breathing. Even the usual sounds of the desert, the buzz of insects, the call of birds seemed muted, suppressed, as if the land itself was holding its breath, remembering the recent violence, anticipating more. The canyon they had left behind felt less like a specific place and more like a state of being, its hungry silence seeming to follow them. Ready to roar again, Amelia found her thoughts drifting, seeking refuge in memory, but finding little comfort. Her life back east, the predictable routines, the intellectual pursuits, the safe confines of her father's study, felt impossibly distant, belonging to another person, another lifetime. She had come west seeking truth, seeking authenticity, wanting to capture the raw spirit of the frontier with her lens. She had found it, but it was far more brutal, more complex, more personally compromising than she could have ever imagined. The camera case containing the plates that might expose Henderson and O'Malley felt less like a tool for truth and more like a Pandora's box, its contents capable of unleashing further chaos and danger. She stole glances at Evans. He rode mostly with his head down, swaying slightly with the horse's movement, his bandaged arm held protectively against his side. Occasionally, his head would jerk up, his eyes scanning the surrounding ridges with a familiar flicker of fear. But underneath the terror, Amelia sensed something else taking root, a hardening, perhaps, a grim resignation. He had survived the serpent in the camp and the teeth of the devil's jaw. Whatever lay ahead at Fort Bowie, whatever the cost of his testimony, he seemed determined to face it. He had found his voice, however weak, and spoken his truth to Thorne's patrol. There was a quiet dignity in his endurance now that hadn't been there before. As the afternoon wore on, the sky began to change. The relentless blue softened, hazed over. Clouds gathered, not the dramatic thunderheads of a monsoon storm, but heavier, bruised-looking clouds building slowly in the west and behind them. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with an electrical tension that mirrored Amelia's own frayed nerves. The light shifted, taking on a strange yellowish cast, making the already alien landscape seem even more surreal, more threatening. Lieutenant Hines pushed them harder, casting anxious glances back at the darkening sky. A storm in this broken country could be lethal, turning dry washes into raging torrents, making trails impassable, offering cover for potential pursuit. Or perhaps he simply feared being caught out in the open, exposed, after the near disaster in the canyon. The wind began to rise, not a cooling breeze, but a hot, dry wind that whipped dust into their eyes and carried the scent of distant rain, ozone, and something else. Something primal, like the growl of the land itself. It moaned through the rocks, whistled around sparse junipers, creating eerie, shifting sounds that played on their already strained nerves. The canyon's roar seemed to be pursuing them, carried on the wind. Suddenly, Evans's horse shied violently, snorting, its eyes rolling. Evans, weakened and perhaps distracted, nearly lost his seat. The trooper riding beside him reached out instinctively to steady him. "What is it?" Hines demanded, reining in sharply, his hand dropping to his revolver. "Don't know, Lieutenant," the trooper replied, trying to calm Evans's agitated mount. "Something spooked him." They all scanned the surroundings: jagged ridges, deep shadows, whispering wind. Nothing overtly threatening, yet the feeling of being watched, the same feeling Amelia had experienced so often, returned with suffocating intensity. Was it just the storm building, the eerie light, their own exhaustion playing tricks? Or was there truly someone out there tracking them, waiting? Henderson's allies, or perhaps Apache scouts observing their passage through contested territory? The warriors' intervention in the Devil's Jaw had saved them from Henderson's men, but it didn't signify alliance. His people were still at war with the army Hines represented. Their passage through this land was still an intrusion, their blue uniforms a symbol of the conflict. His reasons for letting them pass, for saving them from the ambushes, remained terrifyingly opaque. "Keep moving," Hines ordered, his voice tight. "Double time. We need to find shelter before this storm breaks." They urged their tired horses forward, racing against the fading light, the rising wind, and the unseen watchers. The trail led them into another narrow canyon, shallower than the Devil's Jaw, but still claustrophobic, the walls rising steeply on either side. The wind howled above them now, funneling through the passage, carrying dust and stray leaves. The first fat drops of rain began to splatter against the rocks, releasing the pungent smell of wet creosote. The roar intensified, not just the wind, but a deeper rumbling sound growing steadily louder, seeming to come from further up the canyon, ahead of them. Amelia looked at Hines, saw the dawning horror in his eyes. "Flash flood," he yelled, his voice almost lost in the wind and the growing roar. "Out of the canyon, now high ground." There was no time for thought, only reaction. Spurring their exhausted horses, they scrambled desperately up the steep, crumbling side of the canyon, fighting for purchase on the loose rock and slick clay. The roar behind them became deafening, a hungry, surging wall of sound. Looking back, Amelia saw a terrifying sight, a churning, muddy torrent of water, thick with debris, branches, even whole bushes, crashing down the narrow canyon floor where they had been only moments before, scouring it clean. The canyon's hungry roar made real. They reached a precarious perch on a rocky ledge well above the floodwaters, just as the main force of the torrent surged past below. They watched, breathless, as the flash flood raged through the canyon, its power awesome, terrifying, utterly indifferent to their survival. If they had been caught, it was unthinkable. Rain lashed down now, cold and stinging, driven by the furious wind. Lightning split the sky, followed by instantaneous deafening claps of thunder that reverberated off the canyon walls, shaking the very rock beneath them. The horses whinnied, terrified, crowding together. The small group huddled miserably on the exposed ledge, soaked to the skin, chilled to the bone, dwarfed by the elemental fury unleashed around them. The storm raged for what felt like an eternity, trapping them on the ledge. Darkness fell completely, relieved only by the strobing flashes of lightning that illuminated the wild scene, the churning floodwaters below, the streaming rock walls, the huddled figures of men and horses enduring the onslaught. Amelia huddled beside Evans, sharing the meager shelter of an overhanging rock, her teeth chattering. The camera case containing the precious plates lay protected beneath her body. In the flashes of lightning, she saw Evan's face. His fear seemed momentarily washed away, replaced by a kind of stunned awe at the raw power of the storm. It was as if this natural violence, this impersonal fury, somehow dwarfed the human betrayals and dangers they had faced, putting them into a brutal perspective. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the rain began to lessen, the wind eased, the thunder rolled further away, the roar of the floodwaters below began to subside, though the canyon floor remained a churning mass of mud and debris. Stars began to appear hesitantly between ragged clouds. The storm, as sudden and violent as its arrival, was passing. "Everyone all right?" Hines called out, his voice raspy, as the last rumbles faded. Affirmative murmurs came from the troopers, from Evans. They were battered, soaked, freezing, but alive. They had survived the ambush, the treacherous pass, and now the flash flood. Fate, or perhaps the warrior's intervention, followed by sheer luck, had allowed them to pass through the devil's jaw and its aftermath. As the first hint of dawn began to outline the eastern ridges, revealing a landscape washed clean, scarred by the flood but strangely peaceful in the storm's wake, Hines made the decision to move again. Descending cautiously back to the main trail, now choked with mud and debris, was slow, difficult work. But the air felt cleaner, the tension slightly eased. They had faced the worst. The land and perhaps man could throw at them and endured. By mid-morning, under a sky washed clean and blue, they crested a final rise, and there, spread out on the plains below, shimmering in the distance, were the unmistakable shapes of adobe walls, tents, and a flagpole flying the stars and stripes, Fort Bowie. A collective sigh of relief went through the small group. They had made it. Evans managed a weak smile. Hines straightened in his saddle, resuming his formal military bearing. Even the weary troopers seemed to perk up slightly. But as they began the final descent towards the fort, towards the promise of safety, baths, food, and military justice, Amelia felt no corresponding surge of relief. Instead, a cold knot of apprehension tightened in her stomach. Fort Bowie represented safety from Henderson's immediate reach, perhaps, but it was also the heart of the military machine, prosecuting the war against Cochise. It was a place steeped in the history of conflict, misunderstanding, and broken promises. It was a bastion of the very power structure that had allowed Henderson's corruption to fester. Would they find true sanctuary here? Or just a different kind of cage, a different set of dangers? Could Thorne's influence protect them within these walls? Or would Henderson's allies, or the institutional desire to avoid scandal still find ways to silence them, discredit them, bury the truth. And the warrior. Fort Bowie was deep in the heart of the territory his people fought to defend. His intervention felt like a distant echo now, his motives still shrouded in mystery. Had saving them served his purpose, whatever it was, or would his path cross theirs again, perhaps under different, more dangerous circumstances? Looking down at the fort, seemingly so solid, so secure, Amelia felt a profound sense of foreboding. No safe harbor had truly been found. They had merely traded the raw, unpredictable dangers of the wilderness for the complex, potentially treacherous currents of the military outpost. The canyon's roar had faded behind them, but she had a chilling feeling that the most dangerous part of her journey, the true reckoning, was only just beginning. Chapter 21. Dust Settles on the Dead. The sight of Fort Bowie spread across the plains below should have brought unequivocal relief, a tangible symbol of sanctuary after the harrowing passage through the Devil's Jaw and the subsequent terrifying storm. As they made the final weary descent, the harsh angles of adobe walls, the disciplined layout of barracks and parade ground, the fluttering stars and stripes on the flagpole, it all spoke of order, structure, safety. Yet Amelia felt no corresponding lightness in her spirit. Instead, a cold dread pooled in her stomach, heavier than the exhaustion weighing down her limbs. Fort Bowie wasn't just a refuge, it was the nerve center of the very conflict that had spawned the dangers she carried, a place where loyalties could be complex, justice slow, and powerful interests might seek to bury inconvenient truths deeper than any hidden grave. Their arrival caused a minor stir, a battered escort party delivering a civilian woman, a wounded private, and several pack horses laden with unusual equipment was not an everyday occurrence, even at a busy frontier post like Bowie. Soldiers paused in their duties, their faces curious, wary, as Lieutenant Hines led the small procession through the main gate. The fort bustled with activity, but it felt different from the nervous energy of Tucson or the focused preparation she'd witnessed at Fort Lowell. Here there was a grim efficiency, the ingrained routine of a post long accustomed to the realities of sustained warfare. Men moved with purpose, but their faces often held a distant, hardened look. The air hummed with disciplined tension rather than chaotic anxiety. Hines reported immediately to the post adjutant, and soon they were escorted to the commanding officer's headquarters, a slightly larger adobe building distinguished by a covered porch and glass windows, a small luxury in this rugged environment. Inside, the office was Spartan but orderly, a sturdy desk, maps pinned to the walls depicting the surrounding mountain ranges, crisscrossed with military notations, shelves holding ledgers and manuals. Major Elias Thorne, the commanding officer, rose to greet them. He was an older man than Captain Thorne, no relation, Amelia gathered, perhaps in his late 50s, with iron gray hair, a stern, deeply lined face, and eyes that held the weary authority of someone who had seen too much war. He listened impassively as Lieutenant Hines gave a concise professional report of their mission escorting vital witnesses and evidence from Fort Lowell, encountering ambushes believed connected to the Henderson conspiracy in the Devil's Jaw, losing one trooper, Trooper Riley, and surviving a flash flood. He omitted any mention of the Apache intervention, a glaring, deliberate silence that hung heavy in the room. Major Thorne's gaze rested on Amelia, then Evans, his expression carefully neutral. A difficult journey, Lieutenant. My condolences on the loss of Trooper Riley. He turned his attention fully to Amelia. Miss Hudson, Captain Thorne's dispatches spoke of your involvement and your evidence. His tone was neither welcoming nor hostile, simply factual, assessing. You understand the gravity of the situation? I believe I do, Major, Amelia replied, meeting his gaze steadily. Private Evans, the Major addressed the swaying soldier, you will be taken directly to the post hospital for treatment. You will remain there under guard. You will speak to no one about these matters except myself or Captain Thorne when he arrives. Is that understood? Yes, sir, Evans mumbled, relief warring with apprehension on his face. Two medical orderlies gently escorted him out. And you, Miss Hudson, Major Thorne continued, turning back to her, arrangements have been made for quarters. You will also be under protective guard. For your safety, your movements will be restricted to the immediate vicinity of your lodging and this headquarters. Only when summoned or escorted. We cannot risk complications. He steepled his fingers, his gaze sharp. Lieutenant Hines informs me you possess photographic plates relevant to the investigation into Sutler Henderson and Sergeant O'Malley. Yes, Major. They are in my camera case. They will need to be secured as official evidence, the Major stated. My adjutant will take possession of the case and ensure its safekeeping in the post vault. Amelia hesitated, handing over the plates. Her only leverage, her hard-won proof, felt like relinquishing control entirely. What if they were lost or deemed inconclusive by officers unwilling to face a scandal? She thought of Thorne's warning. Trust no one, but refusing seemed impossible, potentially branding her as uncooperative, obstructive. The plates are fragile, Major, she said carefully, and mixed amongst others of my personal work. Perhaps I could identify the relevant ones for your adjutant? Major Thorne considered this for a moment, his eyes scrutinizing her. Very well. Lieutenant, he addressed Hines, escort Miss Hudson to her quarters. The adjutant, Captain Davies, will meet you there to catalog and secure the evidence. See to it. He offered Amelia a curt nod. We appreciate your cooperation, Miss Hudson, and your courage. This fort may seem isolated, but rest assured, military justice will run its course. His words sounded reassuring, yet held an undertone of impersonal bureaucracy that offered little genuine comfort. Her assigned quarters were a small, sparsely furnished room in a long adobe building that likely housed junior officers or visiting civilian contractors. It was clean, functional, but starkly impersonal. A narrow bed, a small table, a chair, a washstand essentials, nothing more. A trooper stood guard outside her door, a constant, visible reminder of her status as both protected witness and quasi-prisoner. Captain Davies, the adjutant, arrived shortly after, accompanied by Lieutenant Hines. Davies was younger than Major Thorne, with a brisk, no-nonsense air. Amelia, with forced composure, retrieved the wooden box from her camera case. Carefully, she identified the key plates, the fort panorama, Henderson at the stockade, the spectral Evans. She also included the flawed plate, showing the mesquite shadows, explaining its context. Davies examined each one briefly, his expression revealing nothing, before meticulously listing them on an inventory sheet. He then placed them back in the box, which he sealed with wax and official tape. These will be stored securely, Miss Hudson, Davies assured her coolly. They will be handled only as required by the official investigation. He took possession of the box, tucked it under his arm, exchanged a brief salute with Hines, and departed. Watching the physical evidence disappear felt like losing a limb. Amelia sank onto the hard chair, the adrenaline finally deserting her completely. leaving her feeling hollowed out, vulnerable. Hines lingered awkwardly for a moment. "Riley," he began, his voice rough. "Trooper Riley." He had a family back in Ohio. Wife, 2 young sons. He swallowed hard, looking away. His loss would be deeply felt. "I'm so sorry, Lieutenant," Amelia murmured, the shared grief, a fragile human connection in the sterile military environment. Hines nodded curtly, his composure regained. "Major Thorne is right. This is a secure post. Henderson's reach, less certain here. Try to rest, Miss Hudson. You've endured a great deal." He hesitated, as if wanting to say more, perhaps about the canyon, the Apache, but seemed to think better of it. With another brief nod, he too left, leaving Amelia truly alone with her thoughts, her fears, and the impassive guard outside her door. The following days settled into a monotonous, nerve-wracking routine of waiting. Dust settled, quite literally, on the sills of her small window, mirroring the way the initial shock and chaos seemed to be settling into an uneasy calm across the fort. Bugle calls marked the passage of hours reveille, mess call, drills, tattoo, taps imposing a rigid structure on life within the walls. From her window, she could see segments of the parade ground, watch soldiers drilling under the hot sun, their movements precise but often lacking spirit. She saw supply wagons arriving and departing, wounded men being carried into the hospital, heard the distant rhythmic clang from the blacksmith shop. It was the steady grinding pulse of a military machine, at war, a machine that now held her fate and the fate of the truth she carried within its gears. She received adequate meals, delivered by an orderly under the guard's watchful eye. She was allowed brief, escorted walks within a limited area near her quarters. But the feeling of confinement, of being constantly observed, was stifling. She sketched fitfully, filling pages with images of the fort's walls, the distant mountains, visible only as hazy outlines from her constrained vantage point, the face of her impassive guard. The drawings felt lifeless, reflecting her own muted state. There was no word from Captain Thorne, who was presumably still managing the crisis back at Fort Lowell and coordinating with Major Thorne here at Bowie. There was no news of Henderson, beyond the fact that he remained detained. No further mention was made of O'Malley. The investigation seemed to have disappeared behind the impenetrable walls of military procedure. This official silence felt more unnerving than open hostility. Was progress being made? Or was the matter being quietly contained, managed, perhaps even buried? One afternoon during her escorted walk, she passed near the small post cemetery, a windswept patch of ground marked by simple wooden crosses outside the main fort walls. A burial detail was at work, lowering a plain pine coffin into the earth. Lieutenant Hines stood nearby, head bowed, along with a handful of other soldiers. Amelia recognized the stark simplicity of a soldier's funeral. Trooper Riley, another life consumed by the conflict, by the treacherous landscape, by the violence spawned by men like Henderson. The dust settled on the dead, a quiet, grim finality that underscored the stakes of her own involvement. Witnessing carried not just risk, but the heavy burden of remembrance for those who didn't survive. That evening, staring out at the twilight sky, Amelia found her thoughts returning, as they often did, to the warrior. His intervention in the Devil's Jaw remained the most profound enigma. Had he known about the ambush planned by Henderson's men? Had he deliberately positioned his warriors to intercept them? Had saving the army escort been intentional, or merely a byproduct of his own battle against a common enemy? The questions offered no answers, only deepened the mystery surrounding him. His silent grief at the hidden grave, the offering of the bluebird feather, felt like glimpses into a soul far more complex than the savage depicted in the Arizonian, or feared by soldiers like Evans. He was a leader fighting for his people's survival, a mourner tending sacred memories, a strategist capable of both ruthless violence and, perhaps, calculated mercy. Where was he now? Was he aware of the storm she had unleashed within the fort walls? Did their paths cross simply by chance, or was there some deeper, unseen current drawing them together in this landscape of conflict? She touched the small hawk carving, which she kept always in her pocket now. It felt smooth, familiar, a tangible link to the world beyond these suffocating walls, a reminder of the wildness, the grief, and the untamed spirit that the fort sought to contain and control. A knock on the door startled her. Not the orderly with supper, but Captain Davies, the adjutant. His face was stiff, official. "Miss Hudson," he said formally, "Major Thorne requests your presence at headquarters. There has been a development." Her heart leapt. A development, good or bad? Had Henderson confessed? Had O'Malley implicated others? Or was it something else, something worse? As she followed the adjutant across the dusty parade ground under the watchful eyes of her guard, the uneasy quiet of the fort seemed to press in on her, heavy and ominous. The dust had settled, perhaps, but the ground beneath felt dangerously unstable, ready to shift again without warning. Chapter 22. The Last Image Held. The walk across the parade ground to Major Thorne's headquarters felt unnervingly long. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe with unspoken anxieties. Her escort, Captain Davies and the impassive guard, maintained a professional silence, but Amelia sensed their own underlying tension. Fort Bowie might be a bastion of military order, but the recent events, the arrival of wounded, the rumors of a difficult campaign, the internal investigation into treason, had clearly unsettled its equilibrium. The air felt brittle, charged. Major Thorne was waiting in his office, standing behind his sturdy desk, the ever-present maps of the territory pinned to the wall behind him, like strategic wounds on the landscape. Captain Thorne was not present. The major looked even more weary than before, the lines on his face etched deeper, his eyes holding a grim, troubled light. He dismissed Captain Davies and the guard with a curt nod, leaving Amelia alone with him in the suddenly oppressive silence of the room. "Please sit down, Miss Hudson," Major Thorne said, gesturing towards the simple wooden chair opposite his desk. His voice was low, heavy. Amelia sat, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, bracing herself. The major remained standing, looking down at some papers on his desk for a moment, before finally meeting her gaze. "There has, as Captain Davies informed you, been a development," he began, his voice carefully controlled, "regarding Sutler Henderson." He paused, choosing his words with deliberation. "He was found dead in his cell less than an hour ago." The words struck Amelia like a physical blow. Dead? Henderson? Her mind struggled to process it. Relief warred instantly with a chilling dread. The immediate threat, the head of the serpent, was gone. But how? How? She whispered, her voice barely audible. "Officially," Major Thorne stated, his gaze steady, almost challenging her to question it, "it appears to be suicide. He used his own belt. He left no note." He let the silence stretch, allowing the official version to settle in the air. Suicide. Amelia stared at him, disbelief churning within her. Henderson? The shrewd, calculating merchant, involved in high-stakes treason, cornered but likely still possessing resources, allies, hope of escape or manipulation. Suicide felt profoundly unlikely, conveniently unlikely. "You don't believe it was suicide, do you, Major?" she asked, quietly, boldly. Major Thorne's expression didn't change, but a flicker of something frustration, agreement, passed through his weary eyes before being instantly suppressed. "My personal beliefs are irrelevant, Miss Hudson. The evidence available suggests suicide. There were guards posted. No signs of struggle were immediately apparent. That will be the finding of the preliminary inquiry." He straightened some papers on his desk, avoiding her gaze now. "Of course, a full investigation will follow. But given the circumstances," he let the sentence trail off, the implication clear. The matter would likely be closed quickly, quietly, an inconvenient problem resolved. A cold wave washed over Amelia. Henderson hadn't been brought to justice. He had been silenced. By whom? His own network, fearing what he might reveal under pressure, or perhaps by elements within the military itself, determined to contain the scandal, prevent wider exposure of corruption or incompetence. The serpent hadn't been slain. It had merely shed its skin, retreating deeper into the shadows, leaving behind a chilling message. Witnesses, even powerful ones, could be eliminated. "So," Amelia said, her voice trembling slightly, despite her effort at control. "The investigation? The treason? It ends with Henderson?" Sergeant O'Malley still faces court-martial for assault and dereliction of duty. Major Thorne stated firmly, "Private Evans's testimony regarding the attack stands. As for the broader conspiracy, Henderson's death complicates matters considerably. Without his testimony, linking him definitively to specific acts of treason, proving the full extent of his network, it becomes exceptionally difficult, especially with a war on." He looked directly at her again. "Your photographs remain valuable, corroborating Evans's account of Henderson's suspicious behavior. They will be entered as evidence in O'Malley's trial. But pursuing Henderson's shadowy accomplices, based solely on that and the word of a traumatized private, the burden of proof is high." He was closing ranks, protecting the institution. O'Malley would be the scapegoat, punished for his violence, but the deeper rot, the network that Henderson represented, would likely remain untouched, unidentified, perhaps continuing its insidious work. Justice felt suddenly, sickeningly remote. All her risk, all her fear, Evans's terror, Trooper Riley's death potentially linked to compromised intelligence. Had it all been for nothing more than the court-martial of a brutal sergeant and the convenient suicide of the main culprit? "Then, what happens now?" Amelia asked, feeling a profound sense of disillusionment. "To Private Evans? To me?" "Private Evans will provide his official testimony for the O'Malley trial," Major Thorne said. "Afterward, given his condition and the circumstances, he will likely be transferred to a medical facility further east, removed from any potential lingering threats." He paused. "As for you, Miss Hudson, my earlier recommendation stands perhaps even more strongly now. Henderson's death does not necessarily mean the danger has passed. Those he worked with remain unknown. They may still perceive you as a threat. Returning east, putting this territory and its troubles behind you, is undoubtedly the safest course." He sounded genuinely concerned for her welfare, yet his advice also served the convenient purpose of removing another potentially troublesome witness from the scene. Leave. Run back to the safety and predictability she had fled. Forget the hidden grave, the hawk feathers, the bluebird feather, the warrior's silent grief, Evans's terror, the bleeding sky, the cost of witness. Forget the feeling that the truth she had glimpsed was far larger, far more complex than the neat, contained narrative the Major was presenting. Could she do that? Could she simply pack her camera, her fragmented images, her haunted memories, and walk away? She thought of the last image held in her mind's eye, not a photograph, but the composite memory of everything she had experienced. The stark beauty and brutality of the land itself, the resilience of Senora Flores, the fear in Evans's eyes transforming into weary endurance, the shocking violence and the unexpected mercy in the devil's jaw, the profound sorrow etched on the warrior's face as he knelt by the hidden grave. These images, these moments of witness, felt burned into her soul. They constituted a truth far deeper than the evidence contained on the glass plates locked away in the Major's vault. Leaving now would feel like betraying that truth, betraying herself. Major Thorne, Amelia said, her voice quiet but firm, surprising herself with its steadiness. I appreciate your concern for my safety, truly, but I cannot leave, not yet. The Major looked surprised, perhaps even annoyed. Miss Hudson, I must strongly advise against this. Your presence here serves no further purpose. The investigation will proceed through official channels. You have done your duty, provided your evidence. Remaining here invites unnecessary risk. Perhaps, Amelia conceded, but my purpose here was never solely about providing evidence for a military court. I came to observe, to understand, to bear witness, and the story isn't finished. She thought of Henderson silencing the unanswered questions about his network, the ongoing war fueled by misunderstanding and greed. Justice hasn't been fully served, Major, not while the deeper corruption remains hidden, not while men continue to die in those mountains, perhaps because of betrayals originating right here. Miss Hudson, the Major said sternly, you are a civilian, a photographer. You are not an investigator nor a soldier. Pursuing this further on your own is inadvisable, dangerous. I understand the danger, Major, Amelia insisted. I have lived with it daily since arriving in this territory. But leaving now feels like cowardice, like abandoning something important. She hesitated, then decided to speak plainly. I believe Henderson was murdered, silenced, and I believe whoever silenced him is still out there, perhaps within these very walls or back in Tucson. Leaving allows them to succeed, to bury the truth completely. Major Thorne stared at her, his face unreadable. He didn't confirm or deny her accusation about Henderson, but the lack of denial felt significant. He seemed to be weighing her words, her resolve. Perhaps he too felt frustrated by the constraints of his position, the limits of official procedure. Even if what you suspect is true, he said finally, his voice low, what do you propose to do? You are confined here under guard. You have no authority, no means to investigate further. I have my eyes, Amelia said simply, and my camera, should the opportunity arise. I can observe, I can listen. Sometimes the most important truths reveal themselves not through direct confrontation, but through quiet attention. She thought of the warrior, his silent watchfulness. Perhaps my presence here, as a witness they failed to silence completely, might itself be a deterrent, a reminder that the truth doesn't simply disappear because someone is dead. It was a gamble, perhaps a naive one. Staying might achieve nothing more than prolonging her own confinement, increasing her own risk. But it felt like the only choice aligned with the woman she had become through this ordeal. Running away now would negate everything she had endured, everything she had learned. The Major studied her for a long moment, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. Maybe he saw a reflection of his own constrained frustration in her stubborn refusal to retreat. "Very well, Miss Hudson," he said eventually with a weary sigh. "I cannot force you to leave. You may remain under guard for the time being, but I repeat my warning. Be extraordinarily careful. Trust no one. Keep your observations to yourself unless you bring them directly to me or Captain Thorne. Do not attempt any independent action. The consequences could be severe." "I understand, Major. Thank you." He gave her a curt nod, dismissing her. As Amelia walked back across the parade ground towards her quarters, the setting sun casting long shadows behind her, she felt a strange mix of fear and resolve. She had made her choice. She would stay. She would watch. She would hold on to the images in her mind, the fragments of truth she had gathered, waiting for the moment, the opportunity to reveal a more complete picture. Back in her room, she went to the window, looking out towards the distant mountains, now bathed in the soft violet light of dusk. Out there, the warrior moved through a landscape of conflict and grief, fighting his own battles, guarding his own truths. She thought of the bluebird feather he had left at the grave, a fragile symbol of hope or spirit amidst the sorrow. That image, perhaps, was the most important one she held. The memory of his silent grief, his unexpected intervention, the complexity he represented. It reminded her that the story wasn't just about serpents and soldiers, corruption and conspiracy. It was about deeper human connections, about the enduring power of memory, the resilience of the spirit, the cost of survival in a harsh and unforgiving land. She took the small wooden hawk carving from her pocket, its familiar shape a comfort in her palm. She would stay. She would watch. She would hold on to the last image, the image of truth, however fragmented, however dangerous, and wait for the dust to fully settle, revealing whatever lay beneath. The reckoning wasn't over. It had merely entered a new, more uncertain phase. Epilogue. Footprints washed away by rain. Years had passed, measured not just in the turning of seasons, but in the slow settling of dust over sharp memories, smoothing some edges while leaving others achingly raw. Amelia stood by the tall window of her small studio in Santa Fe, a place vastly different from the raw, sun-scorched territory she had once navigated, with a mixture of terror and fascination. Here, ancient adobe walls held centuries of history. The air carried the scent of piñon smoke instead of creosote, and the nearby mountains, the Sangre de Cristos, possessed a different kind of majesty, quieter, perhaps, less fiercely guarded than the dragoons that still haunted the periphery of her dreams. The light slanting through the window was softer, diffused by the high-altitude haze, different from the unforgiving glare of the Sonoran desert. It illuminated the tools of her trade, arranged with practiced order on a nearby table. Her improved camera, lighter now, more refined than the bulky apparatus she had hauled through Arizona. Trays and bottles holding newer, slightly less volatile chemicals, finished prints carefully matted. She still practiced photography, but it was transformed, irrevocably altered by the cost of witness. She no longer sought grand vistas solely for their dramatic composition, nor did she chase the fleeting, dangerous moments of conflict. Her lens now lingered on quieter subjects. the intricate lines etched on an old woman's face as she sat weaving in the plaza, her eyes holding lifetimes of resilience. The way sunlight fell across a crumbling mission wall, hinting at both decay and endurance. The gnarled branches of an ancient pinon tree, silhouetted against a vast, indifferent sky. She sought the stories held within stillness, the echoes of grief and strength in the ordinary. Her work was quieter now, more contemplative, less about capturing a definitive truth, and more about suggesting the layers of complexity, the ambiguities, the things that remained unseen just beyond the frame. The soul catcher moniker still sometimes whispered at the edge of her consciousness, but now as a caution, a reminder of the responsibility inherent in the act of seeing, of representing another's reality. She rarely spoke of her time in the Arizona Territory, of the events surrounding Fort Lowell and Fort Bowie. The memories were held close, private, like the small, smooth wooden hawk carving that rested in a velvet-lined box on her work table. She would take it out sometimes, tracing its familiar lines, feeling the ghost of the warrior's presence, the weight of his silent grief, the enigma of his actions. News from the territory had reached her sporadically over the years, carried by travelers, newspapers, official reports. Henderson's death remained officially ruled a suicide, the investigation into his wider network, quietly shelved amidst the demands of the ongoing Apache campaigns. Sergeant O'Malley had been court-martialed, found guilty of assault and other charges, dishonorably discharged a contained resolution, a necessary sacrifice to preserve the Army's facade of order. Private Evans, she had heard through a discreet inquiry Captain Thorne had facilitated before his own transfer, had made it to a hospital back east, physically recovered but mentally scarred, eventually discharged and vanishing into the obscurity from which he came. Amelia hoped he had found some measure of peace, some escape from the ghosts that haunted him. Captain Thorne himself, she'd read, had continued his military career, rising through the ranks, known for his efficiency and stern discipline, though some reports hinted at a certain weariness, a disillusionment, perhaps born of the compromises and brutalities inherent in his profession. She wondered if he ever thought of the devil's jaw, of the evidence she had provided, of the messy, inconvenient truth that had disrupted his ordered world. And Cochise, history recorded his eventual truce with General Howard, his agreement to settle his people on a reservation within their ancestral Chiricahua lands, a rare victory, hard won, granting him a measure of peace denied to so many other leaders. It was a vast territory, encompassing cherished mountains and valleys, including, Amelia often wondered, the hidden arroyo with its small stone cairn. News of his death on that reservation from illness had reached her years later, stirring a complex mix of emotions. Sadness for the passing of a formidable leader, respect for his enduring fight, and a profound personal sense of connection to the unnamed warrior she felt certain he was. Had he found peace in those final years? Had he ever returned to the hidden grave? Had the bluebird feather remained amongst the stones? These were questions destined to remain unanswered, echoes in the vast silence of the desert. The photographic plates, the tangible evidence she had risked so much for, had been returned to her months after O'Malley's court-martial, deemed no longer critical to active proceedings. Major Thorne had included a brief, formal note expressing gratitude for her cooperation and reiterating his advice that she leave the territory for her own safety. Holding the plates, Again, Henderson at the stockade. The spectral Evans had felt strange, anticlimactic. They were fragments, important fragments, but they couldn't contain the whole story, the emotional weight, the human cost. She had made prints, kept copies filed away with her notes, but eventually, unable to bear their constant presence, she had carefully cleaned the original glass plates, reclaiming them, letting the silver images dissolve, returning them to blank potential, just as the desert slowly reclaimed the ruins and tracks left upon it. The truth, she had learned, resided less in the fixed image and more in the act of remembering, of understanding, of holding the complexity within oneself. Her studio door opened softly. Maria, her assistant and friend, a young woman from the nearby Tezuque Pueblo, whose quiet wisdom and artistic eye Amelia deeply valued, entered with a steaming cup of tea. "You seem far away today, Amelia," Maria observed gently, setting the cup down beside her. Maria knew fragments of Amelia's past, sensed the shadows, but never pried, offering instead her steady, calming presence. Amelia smiled faintly, turning from the window. "Just thinking, Maria, about old roads, places left behind." She picked up the teacup, its warmth welcome against her suddenly chilled fingers. "Sometimes the spirits of old places travel with us," Maria said softly, her dark eyes understanding. "They remind us who we are, where we have been." Amelia nodded, taking a slow sip of the fragrant tea. Maria was right. The spirits of that place, the Arizona Territory, certainly traveled with her. The vastness of the sky, the scent of creosote after rain, the heat shimmering off the rocks, the profound silence that held both peace and menace. These sensory memories were woven into the fabric of her being, and the human spirits, too. Senora Flores's quiet strength, Evans's fragile courage, Thorne's burdened duty, the faces of the soldiers, the settlers, the Apache prisoner, and him, the warrior. His presence was the most persistent ghost, not menacing, but questioning, reminding her of the chasm between worlds, the possibility of connection across it, the enduring power of grief, and the terrible beauty of resistance. She picked up the hawk carving, its smooth wood familiar and comforting. It was her most tangible link to him, to the mysteries he embodied. She would likely never know his full story, the specific names of those he mourned, the intricate strategies behind his actions, the ultimate fate of his personal journey within the larger struggle of his people. Perhaps it was better that way. Some truths were not meant to be captured, framed, or fully understood by outsiders. Some truths belonged only to the land and the spirits that inhabited it. Her gaze drifted back to the window, towards the distant blue line of the mountains. She was no longer the same woman who had arrived in the West, armed with a camera and a naive belief in objective truth. The desert had stripped her bare, tested her, shown her horrors and wonders she could never have imagined. It had taught her the limitations of her art, the weight of witness, the cost of courage. It had shown her that truth wasn't a single, static image, but a complex tapestry woven from conflicting perspectives, hidden sorrows, and enduring resilience. The light outside was fading, softening the edges of the familiar Santa Fe landscape. Rain had begun to fall softly, washing the dust from the air, blurring the sharp lines, leaving behind a clean, quiet world. Like footprints washed away by rain, some details of the past might fade. Some questions might remain forever unanswered. But the core experience, the emotional truth of her time, caught between two fires, beneath the bleeding sky, witnessing the silent grief of the dust had settled, revealing not final answers, but the enduring landscape of the human spirit, the warrior that remained. It was the last image held, not on glass, but etched permanently within her own heart. And in that quiet holding, that acceptance of the mystery, she finally found a measure of peace, a fragile harbor within herself.